Chapter 12. The Second Civil War, 1567–68. In this wise, after a respite of 4 years, the Second Civil War was precipitated. There was an exodus of Huguenots at once from Paris, some repairing to the Prince of Condé, some to the Duc de Rohan, others to Montgomery in Lower Normandy, where a war of the partisans began at once. The capital was in a furious mood, and the king's presence alone prevented the Parisians from massacring the Protestants there and the Montmorencys. The chief effort of the Huguenots was to seize the towns on the Seine above and below Paris, in order to stay provisions, and so to compel the government to submit. The capture of the Pont de Charenton by Condé's forces was a heavy blow to the government, as Charenton chiefly supplied Paris with wheat and flour. The Parisians fully expected to be attacked and made preparations therefore by breaking up the stones in the streets and piling them in heaps for ready service or taking them into their houses. At the same time, they destroyed penthouses and other similar insignificant structures in order that they might the better hurl their missiles. So suddenly had the war been begun that the blockade of Paris for the time being was almost complete. Lagny-on-the-Marne, Charenton, Porchefontaine, Buisonville, Argenteuil, Saint-Ouen, Ambervilliers, and Saint-Denis constituted the inner zone of Huguenot control, while farther out Montereau on the high road to Sens, Étampes on the road to Orleans, and in the heart of the wheat district that supplied the capital, Douarton at the junction of the Blois-Chartres roads, and Dreux on the road toward Normandy, formed an outer circle. So closely was Paris invested that the windmills in the faubourgs of Saint-Denis, Saint-Honoré, and Port Saint-Martin were burned by the Huguenots. The churches for leagues around were plundered of copes, chasubles, tunics, and other rich silk and satin garments. The Huguenot gentry made shirts and handkerchiefs out of the lace and linen of the clergy, but all gold and silver taken, as altar vessels, crosses, chalices, were turned into the general spoil for the sake of the cause. Forced loans were imposed upon small merchants, and even the peasantry were constrained to forced labor, so that the latter fled by hundreds to Paris. The ravages of the Huguenots were so great that they defeated the very purpose they had in mind. For thousands of the peasantry, under cover of a liberal ordinance intended to provision Paris, drove their cattle into the city and carted thither the grain and provisions they had stored up against the winter, where they sold it cheap, rather than see it destroyed by voleurs quills pillant at brûlant granges, masons, moulins at font-tout le mal quills pulant fair. Wine, meat, and bread were not dear in Paris. Beechnut oil and oats were at a reasonable price. Illustration: Blockade of Paris. By the Huguenots. Octe 9, 1567. Huguenot positions. Methuen and Co. Illustration: Huguenot march to Pont-à-Mousson after the Battle of Denis. Methuen and Co. The Queen Mother, who looked to Alva for the most immediate aid, sent the Chancellor El Hopital, the liberal Marshal Vieilleville, and Jean de Morvilliers, Bishop of Orleans, to confer with the Prince of Condé in order to gain time. But the prince was so elated with his successful blockade of Paris that his demands rose in degree and could not be accepted by the government. Yet the nature of these demands is to be observed, for it is evidence of the fact that the conflict was becoming more and more a political one, and that the religious issue, if not a minor issue, at least was but an element in the program of the Huguenots. Moreover, these demands are interesting for the reason that they represent a new stage in the evolution of the struggle, and that henceforth they are a permanent contention of the Huguenots and ultimately are embodied in the Edict of Toleration. The prince, whose chief object was to overthrow the Guises and get the government of the king and the management of affairs into his own hands, insisted on the free exercise of religion throughout the realm without limitation or distinction of places or persons, that all taxes lately authorized should be remitted, and all new forms of taxation imposed since the reign of Louis Roman XII abolished, that an accounting be made of the money granted for defraying the king's debts, that all those who had been deposed from their offices on account of religion should be reinstated, and that 4 fortified towns be placed in his hands as security for the good intentions of the crown. Furthermore, the prince demanded the dismissal of the Swiss and Spanish regiments. In due time, the Prince of Condé discovered that delay was disastrous. Although his force had daily increased by new accessions from the south, nevertheless the Huguenot position was not so strong as it appeared. Paris rallied to the cause of the king and gave him 400,000 écus, while the clergy advanced 250,000. The Duke of Guise was in Champagne with troops of Champagne and Burgundy, besides 8 companies of men-at-arms. Moreover, recruits were pouring in to help the king, some from the Duke of Savoy, some from Piedmont under command of Strozzi, whose approach the Admiral and de Maui tried to prevent, and some from Pope Pius V, who bestirred himself in behalf of France as soon as he was informed of the renewal of hostilities once more. The Huguenots made strenuous efforts to break the Swiss alliance and to persuade the Protestant Swiss cantons to withdraw. But fortunately for the French crown, the cantons remained firm, for without the assistance of Swiss troops, Charles Roman IX would have been hard put to it for an army, for he dared not accept the all too interested offers of Philip Roman II. As in the First Civil War, both parties looked to Germany for assistance, and the Queen Mother sent Lignerolles to practice the stay of the Reiters, and on his return, to the Count Palatine to desire him not to succor the prince and his associates, affirming that their rising was not of any zeal of religion, but only to rebel against their prince. The Huguenots also made overtures to Philip II's revolted subjects. By the middle of October, the Prince of Condé discovered that he was lying between 2 enemies, Paris and the new troops coming up, and every day added to his peril. There can be little doubt but that the Queen Mother purposely protracted the negotiations, knowing that by so doing Condé's security would be diminished. Signs were not wanting to indicate that matters were coming to a head. On October 7, the king sent a herald to the prince to proclaim that all who were with him should unarm and repair to Paris, whereby they might save their lives and goods, which, if they refused to do so, should be confiscated. The same day the constable declared how the king, trusting to bring certain of his subjects to good conformity by his clemency, had sent his chancellor to assure them that his edicts made for religion and pacification should be inviolably kept, and that no man should be molested for the same, and that touching other small articles he was in full mind to have satisfied them. Notwithstanding, they would not submit themselves to any reason, wherefore the king was fully resolved to declare them rebels and prosecute them accordingly, for the maintenance whereof he would venture both body and goods. On October 8 proclamation was made that if the prince with his associates would submit themselves to the king within 3 days, he would freely pardon all that was past. But if they refused, they were to be accounted as rebels, and it was to be lawful to all the king's subjects to kill all such as they should find armed. In expectation of battle, the constable was made lieutenant general of the king's army. Yet despite the precariousness of his situation, the prince was still confident. His pride was hardened by the capture of Orleans by Lannoy on September 28 and of Soissons. He enlarged the Protestants' demands, requiring that Calais, Boulogne, and Metz be delivered to them as surety, that the king disarm first, and that one church of every good town in France be permitted to those of the religion, and that 300,000 francs be granted the prince to pay his troops, whereby they may return hence without pillage. The crown scornfully rejected the terms and assumed a rapid offensive. On the night of November 6, Strozzi's band destroyed a bridge of boats planked together, which the prince had made in order more effectually to cut off Paris. On the following day, another point on the river which threatened Paris was captured by the Duke of Nemours, and on the 9th Condé was compelled to withdraw from Charenton after breaking the bridge and firing the town. On November 8, the prince had made the blunder of weakening his main force by sending Dandelot to seize Poissy and Montgomery to get possession of Pontoise, the 2 open places in the inner zone of steel drawn around Paris. The crisis of real battle came in their absence, on November 10, the Battle of St. Denis. It was a fierce and bloody fray beginning about 3 o'clock and lasting till dark, in which both sides suffered severely. Montmorency, more famous than fortunate in arms, was twice slashed in the face by a cutlass and then shot in the neck and the small of his back by pistol bullets fired by the Scotch captain named Robert Stewart serving with the Huguenots. The old veteran, thinking his assailant did not recognize him, cried out, "You do not know me, I am the constable." But the Scot, as he fired, replied, "Because I know you, I give you this." Though the white-liveried horsemen of Condé passed through and through the king's soldiery, and though the constable was mortally wounded, the battle was not won by the prince. On November 14, the Huguenot army filed out of St. Denis without sound of trumpet or stroke of drum. The prince established temporary headquarters at Montereau toward Sens, but later moved up the Marne to the vicinity of Troyes, with the Duke of Guise following slowly after him, in order to effect a junction with the reiters of Duke Casimir of the Palatinate, which the government was unable to prevent. Illustration: the Battle of St. Denis. From photograph of the original sketch, probably made by the son of Sir Henry Norris, English ambassador in France. Original in Public Record Office, State Papers, Foreign, Elizabeth, Volume XCV, number 1813. It is dated November 10, 1567, and measures 31½ times 23. The presence of the Huguenot forces seemed like the return of the reiters to the folk in Champagne, who hid their treasures in stables, gardens, chimneys, and the like. Some concealed their money and jewels in crannies in the walls, others hid them in the swaddling clothes of babes. But even this was to no purpose, for the soldiers plucked the children from the very breasts of their mothers and stripped them in order to find what was hidden upon them. After the Battle of St. Denis, two opinions divided the king's council. Some urged the queen, who was at Fontainebleau, to make new overtures. Others, who reflected the opinion of Paris, were for pursuing the war. The queen mother acted upon the first suggestion, but nothing came of the overtures because the king insisted upon disarmament of the Huguenots before considering their terms. Active preparations were therefore made to push the war in the provinces, somewhat to the surprise of the Catholic gentry who had thought it was finished on the field of St. Denis. Camps of artillery, the infantry, and the Swiss were established at Volton, St. Martin-des-Champs, Gimbrois, and other points in Champagne and Brie, while the cavalry was lodged in other parishes. Garrisons were also posted in the Châteaux and Masons fortes of the Huguenots in the region. Without counting the territory covered by the advance guard of the king's army, a strip of territory was occupied over 10 miles long and 6 wide, and containing more than 50,000 persons. For the feeding of this host, an ordinance of the master of the camp ordered the seizure of all the local bakeries, the necessary grain being commandeered from the merchants and farmers of the locality. Besides these provisions, the soldiery, since they were quartered on households, freely consumed bread, meat, wine, and other food where they were, without payment. The presence of the king's troops was a heavy drain upon the resources of the region, more especially since the summer had been so dry that the crops were thin. Indeed, so great was the drought that even swamps grew dry, and there were public prayers and processions for rain in all the parishes of France. Fortunately, rain fell in time to save the vines so that the wine did not fail, else the condition of France would have been one of great distress. On November 22, 1,000 horsemen arrived in Paris from Flanders. The hope of the French Protestants was chiefly pinned upon John Casimir of the Palatinate, son of the Elector Frederick, and a force of German reiters, the expectation of whose coming had induced Condé to move eastward toward Troyes. The Count Palatine drew a sharp line in his own mind between religion and politics. He would have been quick to resent any invasion of his rights as a ruler. But he did not understand French politics, and looked upon the Huguenot movement as a purely religious one to which he felt bound to give support because he was a zealous Protestant. The French government sent the Bishop of Reims and Lignerolles to endeavor to dissuade the Count Palatine. They affirmed that the rebellion of Condé was not for any zeal of religion, but for political advantage. But the prince's emissary outmatched the bishop and his colleague, assuring the Count Palatine that the sole cause of the Huguenot insurrection was the preservation of the free exercise of religion, together with their honor, lives, and goods. The argument of Charles Roman IX that the estate of himself and realm was so intermingled with that of religion that the Count Palatine could not touch one without offense to the other, was not convincing to Casimir. To add to Catherine's anxiety, the emperor revived the old project to seize the 3 bishoprics, a project made doubly dangerous by the new machinations of the Cardinal of Lorraine. For, in order to safeguard the Catholic cause in France and to save Metz from being lost entirely after the Huguenots had captured the citadel in October, the Cardinal of Lorraine had resumed his secret negotiations with Spain. Instead, however, of writing direct to Philip Roman II, he wrote to Alva, for time was pressing and the danger great. On November 1, 1567, a chaplain of the cardinal appeared before the duke in Antwerp bearing a letter imploring Alva to come to the assistance of the French crown and offered to put him in possession of certain places in France. At first Alva was so incredulous that he imprisoned the bearer until he was satisfied of the verity of his mission. Nevertheless, he immediately sent 3,000 horsemen into the country of Seine, between Wied and Bas-Eisenberg, whose ruler was a pensioner of Spain, ordered Count Mansfeld to go to Luxembourg, and dispatched a message to the Margrave of Baden for 1,000 horsemen, with the object of preventing Germans going to France or the war there from spreading to the Spanish provinces. Finally, when persuaded of the truth of the cardinal's overtures, Alva said that if circumstances so developed as to make such action on his part an imperative duty before the King of France could be apprised, he would do so, and that if the king were overwhelmed by the Huguenots, he would believe it his duty for the sake of protecting the Catholic faith to occupy the places offered by the cardinal, which might be held in pawn by Spain as collateral for French repayment of her services. But the treasonable designs of the Cardinal of Lorraine went even farther than an offer to surrender some of the border fortresses of France into Spanish hands. As early as this time, the possible deposition of the House of Valois was contemplated by the Guises in favor of the Spanish Habsburg dynasty. For the cardinal went on to say that in event of the early death of Charles Roman IX and his brothers Philip Roman II of Spain, would be heir to the throne of France through his wife, Elizabeth of Valois. The Salic law is a pleasantry, he added, and force of arms could overcome any opposition. This last, wrote Alva to Philip, is a different matter, and I cannot risk taking a hand in it without express instructions from your majesty. The habitual self-control of the Spanish monarch must have been heavily taxed to subdue his emotion when he learned of this astonishing negotiation, but he was true to his second nature. Without apparent excitement, he endorsed the document thus. This point is one upon which more time is needed to reflect, because it would be difficult to do what the cardinal asks without compromise. On the other hand, it is hard to decline for such a cause what is thrown into my arms. However, I think that a decision in this matter is not urgent. Let the Duke inform me what he thinks about it, according to the state of things there. Was it caution, or hesitation, or procrastination? As an intermediate course, one less compromising and perhaps quite as effective in the long run, Alva suggested, although with some misgiving, to the Cardinal of Lorraine that he come in person to the relief of the French crown. While he was debating this question with himself, news came of the Battle of St. Denis and of the approach of the Reiters. And hard upon this, word from Catherine de Medici asking for the aid of 2,000 Spanish arquebusiers against the Reiters. The Duke of Alva, in reply, after chiding Catherine for not accepting the offers of assistance he had made immediately after Meaux, offered to send 2,000 arquebusiers and 2,000 cavalry. He could not now spare the great force he had proffered earlier to the assistance of the Duke of Aumale against the Reiters, although admitting, with grim pleasantry, that there was a certain humor in casting firebrands into a neighbor's house when one's own was burning. But the offer came too late to be of service, thus fortunately sparing Catherine from the humiliation of having introduced in France a power whose purpose was the overthrow of France. In the meantime, while Condé was encamped between Sens and Troyes, the Reiters had entered Lorraine to the number of about 6,000. Their coming thwarted the plans of the Duke of Guise, who was on the frontier with the Marshal Tavannes, for it prevented the French commanders from joining with Count Mansfeld and the Duke of Lorraine and compelled them to fall back. The junction of Condé and the Reiters was effected on December 28, and a camp established at Dissay. The king's army of all sorts comprised 30,000 footmen and half as many horse. Nevertheless, despite the adverse prospect, the government did not waver. The capital was intensely loyal. In response to a call of the king, the Parisians made a general muster of 30,000 and offered 1,200,000 francs for the maintenance of the war. Tentative efforts, however, were even yet made to make peace, to the indignation of the Parisians. The insistence of Charles Roman IX, though upon an immediate laying down of arms, was an effective obstacle to any cartel that might have been arranged. In reply to the articles sent by the king to the Prince of Condé, the latter responded that the Protestants had no intention to prescribe the law to the king, but only humbly to require such things as were necessary for the liberty of their consciences and the preservation of their lives and goods, namely, that the Edict of Orleans should be observed without any alterations, that bailiwicks should be appointed for the free exercise of religion, that they should be preserved in the enjoyment of their estates and offices, that those of Lyon should have the same liberty as the rest of the subjects of the realm, that synods should be permitted, and that the Edict of Pacification should be declared irrevocable. In his answer, Charles Roman IX declared that he would never agree to treat with the Prince of Condé or any other subject as with an equal. He promised to pardon what had passed if the Protestants would lay down their arms within 3 days and retire to their houses and give up the places taken by them. That where certain gentlemen complained of having been prosecuted for exercising their religion in their houses, he was content that this should cease, provided that there were not more than 50 persons present exclusive of their families, that he intended to keep his forces in his hands and to dispose of and govern towns as he pleased, that the town of Lyon, being full of strangers, should not be allowed the exercise of religion, that all enrollment of men, associations, and synods must cease, and finally, that the king would immediately dispatch his letters patent to assure the prince and his company of their lives, goods, and the liberty of their consciences, if these conditions were complied with. The truth is, the French government prepared for war with great reluctance. Philip's anxiety, lest the queen would come to terms with her adversaries, was a just one. The king's expenses amounted to nearly 1,000,000 livres per month, and he had to quiet such storms as daily arose in his camp amongst his nobility, partly for religion and partly for ambition. Unless Spain came strongly to the relief of the Catholic cause in France, it was apparent that Condé could go almost wherever he pleased in the country. His force was so great. Many of the king's soldiers were ill-minded to fight against their countrymen, and many deserted. The Swiss were wearied by travel and the inclemency of the season, and there was much disease among them. The leaders wrangled for the command. There was mutiny and desertion in the ranks of the Scotch Guard, 30 of whom deserted to the prince, or rather to their old commander Montgomery. All along the line of the king's forces, there was opposition to the war. The Chevalier batters told Charles Roman IX that many of the nobles were determined to hazard the king's displeasure rather than to stain their hands in their kinsmen's blood. The Marshal Cassé showed unwonted courage in his advocacy of moderation, a policy which he openly admitted and approved in the council meeting, February 10. The germ of the politique party is thus early discoverable. The Duke of Anjou, who had been made commander-in-chief of the Catholic forces, seeing the Protestant army considerably augmented and that they had crossed the Seine and controlled the passages over the Yonne and the Loire, sent most of his troops back to Paris and scattered the rest along the banks of the Seine, to guard the road between Troyes and Paris. The Catholic camp in Paris was established in the Faubourg Saint-Marceau, where were lodged all the gendarmerie, both foot and horse, the artillery, and the Swiss. But most of the cavalry was quartered in the villages, where the horses could get better grazing, to the detriment of the country round about, for the soldiers amused themselves by pillage, so that the better towns and chateaux were compelled to fortify themselves as though against the enemy. Strenuous efforts were made to provision Paris against a future siege, and to establish magazines of provisions and ammunition in the towns of the Ile-de-France and Champagne. To this end, the government bought up grain in the early spring of 1568, paying 50 livres per muid, or 10 sous, 5 deniers per bitchet. As the prince drew nearer to the city, the conduct of Paris became a matter of anxiety. Although bigotedly Catholic, the populace of the capital had no mind to experience another siege in the cause of religion, and the popular rage against the government, especially toward Catherine de' Medici, became so intense that she dared not go abroad without being heavily guarded. The popular voice claimed that the Queen Mother nourished the quarrel and consumed the revenues of the king, a belief which the Guises cleverly fostered, if they were not the immediate authors of it. The money of the kingdom today is in the hands of a single class, wrote the Venetian ambassador. The clergy is ruined, without counting the property of the church which has been mortgaged or sold with the authorization of the Pope. The church since 1561 has paid out 12,000,000 écus for the king. This would be immaterial, for it is but a seventh of its annual revenue if the church had not suffered so much from the Civil War. The nobles are at their wits' ends and have not a sou on account of the war. The country folk have been so pillaged by the soldiery, whose license is frightful, that they are reduced to beggary. Only the bourgeoisie and the gens de robe long still have money. It is difficult for the king to obtain money without force. In addition to these troubles with his subjects, the king has lost all his credit with foreign merchants and cannot raise an écu outside the kingdom without giving collateral. But good may come out of this calamitous state, for the king and his subjects have come to such a dead stop that peace may result. Under these circumstances, the crown earnestly renewed negotiations for peace. Even astrology was invoked by the superstitious Catherine, and the signs of the zodiac were sagely said to point toward peace. For the queen, walking one day in her garden, discoursing of the peace, called unto her messer Nanio, an Italian famed for his knowledge of astrology, of whom she asked what he found by the stars touching peace, to which he presently answered that the heavens did not promise it, nor was the earth yet ready to receive it. Since the effect of the eclipse of the sun was then in its greatest force, and likewise the virtue of the conjunction of Saturn and Mars, which was in Aries last year. But the wise man concluded with the oracular statement that the heavens did not constrain the inferior powers, but only disposed them. On February 28, the king sent the Marshal Montmorency, Morvilliers, the Bishop of Limoges, and D'aulnay, one of his secretaries, to confer with representatives appointed by the Prince of Condé, the Cardinal Chatelain, the Bishop of Valence, and Teligny at Longjumeau. The prince made two notable conditions to the demands already outlined: that all the articles, agreements, and capitulations should be confirmed by all the parlements of the realm, and that certain cautionary towns, he named Boulogne or La Rochelle, be given to the Protestants as guarantees of the just purposes of the government. These two demands are of interest because they became invariable demands of the Huguenots in the future and foreshadowed important terms in the Edict of Bergerac, 1576, and that of Nantes of 1598. Those of the king replied that to make such demands impugned the king's honor, that the Prince of Condé ought to trust the crown without requiring guarantees of assurance. As to the particular demands, Charles Roman IX declared he did not think it meet to make the Edict of 1563 perpetual, and protested against the political and military organization of the Protestants. Insomuch as this liberty remaining, the king shall never be assured in his realm. On March 4, the commissioners of the prince, tired of the parleying and vexed at the diversion, the king tried to introduce, by proposing a double alliance between the warring houses in the marriage of the Duke of Guise with the prince's eldest daughter, and of Dandelot's eldest son to the duke's sister, demanded express answer regarding church edifices, better observance of the edict by the king's officers. Huguenot schools, etc. To these Charles Roman IX assented, and the Huguenots waived the matter of confirmation by provincial parliaments and the surrender of certain cautionary places for the time being. It remained to settle the question of the reiters. Pay. 500,000 livres in the royal chest at Amboise were appropriated by the crown, and the balance of the obligation was provided for by the Cardinal of Bourbon and the Dukes of Montmorency and Longueville, who went security for it. As finally concluded on March 26, the terms of Longjumeau were in reality a confirmation of the Edict of March, 1563, which was not enlarged as the Prince of Condé had at first demanded, except that the edict in its new form also applied to Provence. The terms of Longjumeau were suppressed for a short time, and the army not dismissed, however, because it was thought perilous to disarm until the reiters had taken their leave. These marauders, who followed war as a trade, and with whom faith and piety were not virtues, had not ceased their depredations during the course of the negotiations. The people, being everywhere environed both with their own or foreign enemies, dared not approach town or village, all being replenished with reiters or those who entreated them as ill, whereby they miserably died in the fields. The publication of the edict encountered bitter opposition throughout the country. At Toulouse, the king's messenger who brought the royal order for its registration by the Parliament was actually tried, condemned, and executed for the offense, so inflamed was the public mind. At Rouen, a furious multitude assailed the magistrates and mobbed the dwellings of those of Huguenot inclination. The same thing happened at Bourges. At Orleans, the soldiers murdered several at the gates of the city, with impunity. In Languedoc, there were commotions and slaughters. The strife in the south of France, in Provence, Languedoc, and Guyenne, had never entirely ceased since the inception of the First Civil War. The king's tour of the provinces had overawed the combatants to a certain extent, and in Languedoc-Damville, who had succeeded his father on April 28, 1563, managed to keep things with a pretty even hand, enforcing the Edict of Amboise throughout his jurisdiction. But the hostility of Montluc, whose government of Guyenne adjoined Languedoc, toward Damville, was a serious bar to pacification. For Montluc not only sought to diminish Damville's authority by complaining to the king of him, but also secretly connived with the doings of ultra-Catholic partisans in Toulouse and elsewhere. So intense was the hatred in the south of France between the Catholics and the Huguenots that there was scarce any intermission of hostilities at all after the Peace of Longjumeau, especially in Provence. The Duke of Joyeuse, who commanded the royal forces here, was a man after Montluc's own heart. Early in 1568, he had passed up the Rhône for the purpose of aiding the Counts of Tende and Suze. He had with him 2,000 foot and from 500 to 600 horse, and easily overcame the little fortresses until he reached Pont Saint-Esprit in February. Failing to take this, the army was divided. Joyeuse crossed the Rhône at Avignon on March 7, took Loudun, Orsens, and Tresques, then, retracing his steps, he again joined the Count of Tende and renewed the siege of Pont Saint-Esprit. The Protestants under the command of Montbrun gave battle in the plains of Montfrin near Aramin and were badly defeated May 24, 1568. When peace was made, Joyeuse returned to Avignon. Most of the towns of Lower Languedoc were carefully garrisoned by him, but Montauban, Casters, and Montpellier resisted. Everywhere he exacted disarmament and the oath of fidelity. Chapter 13. The Third Civil War, 1568, New Catholic League, the Battle of Jarnac. The Peace of Longjumeau, more than any treaty of the Civil Wars, was a tentative settlement, an armistice merely. It was chiefly compelled by the lack of funds of both parties, and from its signature was more openly opposed and protested against than any other of the treaties. Suspense over the probability of a third and worse war prevailed from the beginning. For while many on each side returned to their homes, there were many others who had no place to which to retire, for whom vagabond life had attractions, and who preferred war to peace and plundering to honest labor. Both sides were too suspicious and too fearful to lay down their arms. So many of the Huguenot captains kept their troops in the fields that the king wrote to no less than 212 places, charging the governors thereof to scatter these bands. Many known to have been in arms hid them in secret places, and were, in consequence, not permitted to return to their native places until such arms were given up. The Catholic resentment seems to have been strongest in Paris and Burgundy, though in the former the provost of the merchants made the singularly sane plea to the king to have an especial regard for justice, lest its denial might stir the Protestants to new strife. In general, though, wherever the king's garrisons were stationed there was trouble. It was not long before the Guise opposition organized. Failing of their hold upon Charles Roman IX, the Guises directed their efforts upon his brother Henry, Duke of Anjou, whose Catholic sentiments were less impeachable than those of Charles, and who began to show some tokens of an ambitious heart, was a sworn Catholic, and showed great offense at his royal brother's action in very courteously entertaining the Cardinal Chatelain, the Count Rochefoucauld, and Brocard, the Protestant governor of Orleans. On the night of March 29, a secret conference was held at the Louvre of the leaders among the Guise party, in which it was proposed that a pacific attitude be pretended until the disarming of the Prince of Condé's forces and the withdrawal of the Reiters had taken place, and then suddenly to seize Orleans, Soissons, Auxerre, and La Rochelle, the Huguenot strongholds, for which Duty Lansac, Martigues, Chavigny, and Brissac were to be appointed, reinforce the garrison of Paris, and send the ferocious Montluc into Gascony to subjugate the strongest Protestant provinces, seize the seaports, and drive a Catholic wedge in between Poitou and the territories of the Queen of Navarre, who already had taken the precaution to strengthen her defenses. By some means, perhaps through the Marshal Cassé, who was a politique at heart, the Cardinal Chatelain learned of the plot the very next day, and straightway informed the Marshal Montmorency, another moderate of it. At the same time, the plan was discovered from another source to the Prince of Condé. When Charles Roman IX was taxed with information of it, he swore that the whole thing was done without his knowledge, accused the Cardinal of Lorraine of treasonable practice, and calling for pen and ink wrote to Condé promising, good and sincere, observation of all that had been agreed upon at Longjumeau. It will be observed how completely this plan of the Guises for the subjugation of Guyenne and Gascony is in alignment with the views of Montluc, which he had expressed to Philip Roman II. Hitherto, the King of Spain had been sustaining two separate lines of secret correspondence, one with Montluc direct, the other with the Cardinal of Lorraine through the Duke of Alva. These two lines now are fused into a larger whole, at least so far as the Spanish king is concerned. Montluc is the military, the Cardinal of Lorraine the diplomatic, agent of Philip's purposes. The development of the Holy League has now advanced another stage in its evolution. The old warrior had not discontinued his secret relations with Spain, in spite of his warm denial of the fact to the Queen Mother, who taxed him with it, but through Bardaxi still kept in communication with Philip Roman II. We find him writing twice to the king in February 1567, and Philip responding in terms of encouragement in the following month. Guyenne was peculiarly vulnerable to such an attack as was now contemplated, and Montluc was certainly the best captain to execute it. The army of the Huguenots there was in a bad state. The instrument was already forged to Philip's hand in the local Catholic leagues in France. His interest in these was one of the silent activities at Bayonne. The instructions to the Duke of Alva and to Bardaxi were almost identical. As the Queen Mother lacks either fixity of ideas or honesty of purpose, the words are those of the proces verbal framed in the Spanish council chamber. It is necessary to encourage the practices of Montluc and the Catholics. It must have been a source of delight to the Spanish king to observe the rapid increase of these associations. There are two changes to be noticed in these provincial leagues: their increasingly popular character and their tendency to fuse together. Hitherto, they had been local in their operations. Now a process of federation is to be observed by which the provincial leagues are gradually welded into one whole. In a word, the mighty Saint League of 1576 potentially exists now. The federative tendency of these associations was a natural result of their increase in number and membership. It was not a haphazard development at all. Design is evident throughout. The renewal of civil war in 1567 had given a great impulse to this spirit of association. Nowhere was it more pronounced than in Burgundy. Tavannes, who was governor of Burgundy, in the year 1567, July 18, formed a league under the name of the Confrérie du Saint-Esprit. Churchmen, the nobility of Burgundy, and wealthy bourgeois who wished to preserve the Catholic religion were united together in the service of the king. The version of its origin in the Mémoires de Tavannes is so interesting that I venture to quote it. Seeing so much discontent and so many threatening enterprises among the Huguenots, the Queen, for safety's sake, in the beginning of the year 1567, caused a levy of 9,000 Swiss to be made under pretext that they were to be for the service of the Duke of Alva in the Flemish War. The prevailing unrest and the rumors of insurrection gave the Sieur de Tavannes, who penetrated the designs of the Queen and the purpose of the Huguenots, the thought that a prudent man might also take precautions of his own. He reasoned that the Huguenots did not have more zeal for their cause than the Catholics for the old religion, and that those who would preserve it would give their lives and employ their last sou to succor the king. In a word, oppose league to league. He therefore organized the Confrérie du Saint-Esprit, which in reality was a league of the ecclesiastics and the nobility of Burgundy, with rich men from the towns, who voluntarily swore to serve in the interest of the Catholic religion against the Huguenots, sacrificing both person and property for the sake of the king. Without using coercion, he gave orders for the enrollment of men-at-arms and the collection of money, created warders, spies, and messengers, in imitation of the Huguenots, in order to discover their machinations. The oath subscribed to justified this design. Each parish of Dijon paid its men for 3 months, and each town contributed 200 horse and 250 footmen. Burgundy could furnish 1,500 horse and 400 men on foot, paid for 3 months of the year. The Sieur de Tavannes summoned an assembly in the Maison du Roi, and there caused the oath to be read. The oath began, "We swear by the most holy and incomprehensible name of God, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, in whose name we have been baptized, and we promise on our honor and the peril of our lives that, henceforth, at all times, through the chiefs and those who shall be named by the king under these articles, We will make known any enterprise that may work contrary to our said law and faith of which we have made profession in our baptism, and which we have maintained by the grace of God to the present. And also to make known every enterprise which may clothe itself in hatred of the maintenance of the said faith, against the said royal majesty, Madame his mother, and messieurs his brothers, who rule over us by divine permission. And further on in the oaths, we swear and promise in the present writing to render all friendship and fraternity the one to the other, to aid each other reciprocally against all phases of the opposite party, if they shall undertake any enterprise against any one of the signatories to the cause of this party. And for the sake of said aid we promise respectively, the one and the other, to employ all our persons, our credit, and our favors without sparing anything. And we promise to observe all the articles above sworn to without regard to friends, parents, or any relationship which we may have with those who undertake the contrary. In the following year, on April 2, 1568, La Fraternité des Catholiques de Chalon-sur-Saône emerged. A l'imitation de la majesté du roi nostre sire, so runs the instrument. Et saub sa protection et bon plaisir. Nous avons fait intra nous, et pour tous autres catholiques qui adjoindre si voudront une fraternité, qui s'appellera confrérie et société des catholiques. And it is added, sign of omen. Et au casquil advint quid vuel, quelles persons de sa majesté, et de messieurs ses frères. Faisant appressaise de sorte qu'initiations, avoir advertissement de leurs volontés, promptens render tout obeisance au général chef qui sera eslo. 6 weeks later, on May 18, 1568, through the activity of Tavannes, a similar association was formed in Berry and was confirmed at Bourges by the Archbishop, Jacques Leroy. A month later, La Ligue Chrétienne at Real, for the defense of the Catholic Church in France and for maintaining the royal authority in the House of Valois, to which was appended the significant proviso, so long as it shall govern in the Catholic and Apostolic religion, appeared in Champagne under the auspices of Henry of Guise, then 18 years of age and governor of the province. The nobility, the bishop, and the clergy, in a meeting at Troyes, concluded, signed, and took an oath to this league on June 25. Exactly a month later, on July 25, the Beauvaisis followed the lead of Burgundy, Berry, and Champagne, and formed an Association Catholique for the same purpose. The movement also spread west of the Seine, into Maine and Anjou, where the clergy, the nobility, and the Third Estate on July 11, 1568, established an association whose members swore de vivre et mourir en la religion catholique et de nous secourir les uns et les autres contre les rebelles et hérétiques sectaires de la nouvelle religion. 40 persons signed the oath. In Toulouse, the former league was revived in September 1568, with new energy under the patronage of the Cardinal of Armagnac and actual leadership of a secular priest who preached war upon the Protestants with a crusader's zeal. On September 12, the latter gathered those desirous of reviving the association in the Cathedral of Saint Étienne, where a solemn oath was taken by all, who promised to devote life and property to the support of the Catholic religion. The league thus formed was officially entitled La Croisade, with the motto, Imus nos, moriamur cum Christo. All its members wore a white cross. Even some of the smaller towns followed the example of the provinces and large cities. At Anjous in Lower Languedoc at this same time, the churches formed a Catholic union. The movement actually spread into Lower Navarre, where in the same month, September, the Sieur de Lux and some others, at the instigation of the Cardinal of Lorraine, perhaps, formed a league at St. Palais for the purpose of driving out the Calvinist preachers in St. Palais. They seized La Rive, the pastor at St. Palais, Tard, pastor at Ostabanes, both of whom were imprisoned in the House of de Lux. But the prompt conduct of Jean d'Albret and the Prince of Navarre, who won his spurs in the siege of Garras, speedily crushed this association. In view of this spontaneous organization of the Catholics everywhere, it was inevitable that the Peace of Longjumeau would be of short duration, even if there had been no special circumstances to bring it to an end. The Guises, after the discovery of their secret conference of March 29, for the time being sought to dissemble their feelings and purposes and not to offend the king's anger. When it was observed in the royal presence that great inconvenience was likely to arise in France for want of obedience to the edict, the Cardinal of Lorraine, hearing the remark, replied, Sur ma conscience, Il n'est rien plus nécessaire. The feud between the Guises and Montmorencys seemed likely to involve the state in war before very long. The quarrel between the two houses was the more intense at this time owing to the fact that the Duke of Anjou's retention of the lieutenantship, in which office the Guises supported and maintained him for their own purposes, gave offense to the marshals, Montmorency, Damville, and Vieilleville. The more so because they were all moderate Catholics and were dissatisfied with the Duke's bigoted Catholic leanings and affiliation with the Guises. They argued that it had not been seen heretofore that the king should have a lieutenant, that the continuance of such a title, especially in time of peace, was a prejudice to their station, adding significantly that they being marshals knew what appertained to their charges. The strife between the factions soon became so severe as to dismay some, especially the Cardinal of Bourbon, who threatened that in case the king would take no better order than he had done, he would depart the court and give the world to understand how he had at heart the honor of his house and the welfare of his friends. The Chancellor El Hospital, having vainly endeavored to soften the strife, asked leave to be discharged of his office, an event which the Cardinal of Lorraine would have hailed with delight. As it was, the Guises used Anjou to abuse the position of the Chancellor. The continued presence of the Reiters and the Swiss also added to the anxiety of those who were peaceably inclined, for there was not a town or a village in the Ile-de-France that was not furnished with soldiers. The country indeed teeming so much with them that traveling now was more perilous even than during the wars. The 6,000 Swiss still remained within 4 leagues of Paris at the last of May. The Reiters of the prince stopped in Burgundy and plundered the country, while the Prince of Condé vainly demanded that they be paid at once. At Dijon, 5 of them were slain by the desperate populace, and a massacre of 13 of the inhabitants followed. Many thought that the war would be renewed the moment the harvest was gathered. Late in May, the Duke of Montmorency left Paris for Chantilly, while his brother Damville stayed in the capital. The action of each was significant. At Chantilly, the Cardinal Chatelain and other Protestant nobles deliberated, while in Paris Damville's house was frequented by those hostile to the Cardinal of Lorraine's authority, notably the 4 marshals, all of whom inveighed against him and were popularly believed to be forming a new opposition to him. The Huguenot leaders Condé, Coligny, Dandelot all lay in various castles throughout the Ile-de-France, with captains, soldiers, and gentlemen around them, and so distributed that no river separated them one from the other, while one ford between Paris and Rouen was kept open to enable those of the religion in Picardy to keep in touch with the prince. So skillfully was the distribution made that the leaders could have been able to unite within a day and a half if necessary. The strain upon Charles Roman IX soon began to tell. He was heard to say that he would rather lose his crown outright than live in continual fear, and as the feud became intenser, the king yielded and finally showed his hand by displacing the Marshal Montmorency as governor of Paris, though he dared not go quite so far as to put Henry d'Anjou in his room, but chose his youngest brother, the Duke of Alençon. We discover at this time the germ of the politique party. If the Guises had been aware of the astonishing diplomatic stroke Montmorency had conceived in his retreat at Chantilly, and which he had communicated to the Huguenot leaders, they might not have pressed the case of Anjou so insistently. This scheme was to separate the king's brother from his attachment to the Guises and at the same time enlist English aid in support of religious toleration in France, the aim of the politique party, by nothing less than bringing about the marriage of the Valois prince with Queen Elizabeth. At the same time, Montmorency, by gaining the favor of the Duke, would work the cardinal out of power. To this end, the Duke approached the English envoy in France. Day by day the animosity of the parties grew. In a certain sense, the peril of the times was greater than during a state of war. Daily murder by dagger and by drowning, and violation of property took place throughout France, to such an extent that it was said more had been murdered since the publication of the peace than were in the war which it was supposed to have concluded. But although the animosity of the parties was strong enough to incite them to war, the renewal of hostilities was yet very dependent upon the fluctuation of events in the Netherlands, and at this moment the balance there was inclined in Spain's favor. William of Orange, while not in alliance with the French, nevertheless sought to avail himself of the services of the 4,000 Reiters which John Casimir had raised for the French Protestants, whose use was no longer required by the Huguenots after the Peace of Longjumeau. A horror of Spanish cruelty was beginning to pervade Germany and brought him sympathy and support. Calvinist Europe built high hopes upon this assistance for the Dutch. But Orange was straitened for money, and it was not until the middle of August that he was ready to return to give Alva battle with an army of 6,000 horsemen and 4 regiments of foot, besides the Lorrainers and Gascons who were all gunners. According to the plan of the prince, 3 armies were to enter the Netherlands at once: the French under a Huguenot leader named Coqueville, through Artois; the Count of Hoogstraeten between the Rhine and the Meuse; and Louis of Nassau through Groningen. But the whole plan failed. Coqueville raised 700 or 800 men with the intention of provoking Artois to revolt. Failing to take Doullens by surprise, Coqueville pillaged the abbey town of Damerton. The Duke of Alva energetically protested to Charles Roman IX against this violation of the Spanish provinces by French subjects, and the Marshal Cassé was sent into Picardy. The foreigners in Coqueville's band were summarily beheaded at St. Valery. The leader himself was sent to Abbeville for trial for treason and executed, and the whole expedition came to naught. The enforced delay of the Prince of Orange, united with this repulse, was fatal to the Netherland project. On July 21, 1568, Louis of Nassau was defeated at Gemmingen by Alva. Spanish tyranny was fixed more firmly in the Low Countries, and Egmont and Horn were shortly afterwards sent to the scaffold. Everything was now out of joint. The success of the Dutch would have emboldened their French coreligionists to renew the struggle with some hope of success. But the Catholic victory in the Low Countries hardened the resolution of the French government. Hitherto, chiefly, the lesser nobility of France had been successfully coerced by the French crown. Now the Cardinal of Lorraine intended to do the like with the higher nobles, compelling them either to abandon their religious and political contentions or to take up arms. At the same time, military preparations began to be made which could not but be viewed with alarm by the Huguenots. The crown was stronger in cavalry, in infantry, in artillery, and in munitions. The country as a whole was with the king, and the chief cities were in his hands. "The great cities," said Coligny mournfully, "are the tombs of our armies." So carefully were the preparations made that the king remained armed while the Huguenots were scattered and unarmed, saving large numbers of individual nobles who yet stood upon their guard. In northern and central France, La Rochelle excepted, the government controlled all the towns. In Provence and Languedoc, however, many of the towns were governed by the Protestants. In order to prevent the communication of intelligence between the various parts of France under Protestant control, Charles Roman IX even had refused to permit Condé to levy money upon the Huguenots for payment of the reiters, notwithstanding the government's own poverty, although the prince cunningly suggested such an action. The outlook was dark indeed. The Huguenots, nowhere save in the south, seemed strong enough to take the field, and it seemed hopeless for them to expect to join with their coreligionists of the north, owing to the vigilance of Montluc in Languedoc and Tavannes in Burgundy, and to the fact that the whole course of the Loire was patrolled by forces of the government. Moreover, the general contribution being stopped, both resources and communication were at an end. The gentry, too, were impoverished by the late war to a very great extent, having consumed as much in 8 months as they had gathered in 4 years before. So that the wisest of the Huguenot leaders were of the opinion that the religion was not in a state to attempt anything by open arms. While he tried to augment his forces, Condé sought to remedy matters by appeal to the king, complaining of the outrages inflicted on the Huguenots. Montluc had even hanged 7 gentlemen of the entourage of the Queen of Navarre in Languedoc, being careful not to impute these wrongs, however, to the king, but reprobating the malignancy of the Cardinal of Lorraine and accusing him of secret intelligence with Spain. The cardinal, thus assailed, parried through the king, who 2 days later issued a proclamation, which, after reciting the complaints of murder, robberies, and other wrongs alleged by those of the pretended reformed religion, declared that the king, having sent his maîtres des requêtes into the provinces where these acts of violence had been perpetrated, was satisfied of the substantial justice of the administration, and asserted that the complaints had either been manufactured by the Huguenot leaders, or else grossly exaggerated. The proclamation closed by commanding all judges and other officers, on pain of deprivation, to search out and punish wrongdoers, so that those of the religion might not have ground for complaining that justice was not done them. Such a proclamation was mere verbiage, however, and was intended to lull the anxiety of the Huguenots while the government's preparations went forward. It deceived none of the Protestant leaders. The signs of the times were too plain to be concealed. Arms were secretly levied and stored in La Rochelle, Saints, Châtellerault, Saint-Jean-d'Angely. To these signs was now added another unmistakable indication. In August 1568, the concentration of 14 companies of gendarmes and several bands of infantry in Burgundy, where the two most conspicuous of the leaders of the Huguenots then were the Prince of Condé and Coligny, ostensibly to prevent the prince from delivering his German reiters to the Prince of Orange, precipitated civil war anew. Protestant historians have contended that the government of Charles Roman IX was wholly to blame for the renewal of war. But it may be fairly said that Charles Roman IX acted not only according to his right, but according to policy in seeking to prevent the union of the Huguenot and Dutch interests. France was not yet prepared to espouse an open anti-Spanish policy, though she was already secretly so inclining, and the projected alliance of the Prince of Condé and the Prince of Orange would have been certain seriously to compromise her with Spain. Finally, it may be added that there was not a little of self-ambition in Condé's action. This attempted cooperation of the Prince of Condé and the Prince of Orange drew the French government into close association with the Duke of Alva. But the diplomatic relations now established between the courts of Paris and Madrid were of much greater importance, and the negotiations were energetically forwarded by the Cardinal of Lorraine, who, on November 21, sent the Cardinal of Guise into Spain, charged to treat of marriage between Philip Roman II and Marguerite of Valois. Or if that proved unacceptable, to suggest Philip's marriage with one of the daughters of the emperor, while Charles Roman IX was to marry the other. At the same time, Alva proposed that the Duke of Anjou, the future Henry Roman III, should marry the Queen of Portugal. The far-reaching effect of such a series of alliances is manifest. The two houses of Habsburg would become dynastically united again in a common family and politico-religious purpose, into which association France would be woven. The government had secretly prepared for the sudden investment of La Rochelle, intending to spring the war suddenly at that point, but had been compelled to alter the plan. This change of plan induced the resolution to attempt to capture the Prince and Coligny, the purpose of the Guises, with whom the king and his mother were not acting, probably being to send them to the scaffold, as Alva had done with Egmont and Horn. But the deception and duplicity which they used to allay the suspicions of the prince and the admiral offended the bluff, soldierly honor of Tavannes, who, though a bigoted Catholic, would not stoop to such a dishonorable course of action. While feigning to obey the orders to capture the two leaders, he contrived to apprise them of their danger by managing so as to have his letters intercepted by them. Thanks to this timely warning, escape was made possible. On August 23, 1568, Condé and Coligny, accompanied by the members of their families and Dandelots, the Princess of Condé being pregnant, crossed the Loire in sudden flight, guarded on the road by 100 horsemen. The fugitives were bound for La Rochelle, which was safely reached without mishap, though not without peril. From the safe retreat of this famous port and stronghold, the Prince of Condé issued a manifesto protesting that he and his followers intended nothing prejudicial to the king, but only to protect those of the religion from the tyranny and oppression of their enemies. A form of oath was adopted, to be taken by the nobility, officers, and others of the prince's army. Regulations were issued for the maintenance of discipline in the army, for the prevention of desertion, private plundering, and avoidance of excess of baggage, camp followers, disorders, and quarrels. The government at once took up the gauge of battle and prepared to push the war. On September 25, 1568, an edict proscribed the Reformed faith, exiled the pastors thereof, and excluded Protestants from public offices and from the universities. As far back as July, the government had begun negotiations with the Pope to secure license to alienate from the lands of the Church 200,000 crowns per annum. This had failed when first petitioned, but the Cardinal of Lorraine by the end of August had managed to raise 1,200,000 francs, although half of it had to go to pay old debts to the Parisians. The Holy Father, having at last been persuaded of the good of the cause, consented to the alienation of 100,000 crowns annual rent of the clerical lands, upon condition that the money be strictly employed for the compulsion of those who denied the authority of Rome and the revocation of the Edict of Toleration. The debate upon the measure pertaining to the church lands brought about a clash in the King's Privy Council between the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Chancellor El Hospital on September 19. The latter protested against the withdrawal of the Edict of Toleration, on the ground that it would induce the war at once and lead to the overrunning of the country again by the Reiters, and refused to affix the royal seal to the proposed ordinance, without which the papal writing was of no force in France. The cardinal retaliated by taunting the chancellor with being a hypocrite and asserted that his wife and daughter were Calvinists. El Hospital retorted by sarcastically alluding to the notorious administrative practices of the Guises, at which the cardinal became so angry that he would have seized the venerable chancellor by his great white beard if the Marshal Montmorency had not stepped between them. In his rage, the cardinal, turning to the Queen Mother, declared the chancellor's vicious policy of toleration was at the bottom of the evils of France, and that if he were in the hands of the Parliament of Paris, his head would not tarry on his shoulders 24 hours longer. The issue of this episode was not long in forthcoming. On September 28, Michel de El Hospital was dismissed from office, and the seal given to the Archbishop of Sens, Biragues, a pupil of the Guises and a henchman of Philip of Spain. It was he who rescinded the Edict of January and the other 2 edicts of pacification, and exiled all Huguenot preachers from France within 20 days, forbade all exercise of the Reformed religion on pain of death, and dismissed from office and the universities all those who were Protestants. The new civil war was represented as a war of religion. Indeed, as a crusade, the king going to evensong at La Sainte-Chapelle on Michaelmas Eve, where the heart of St. Louis was interred, and on the morrow marching in procession with the relics of St. Denis, as did the former kings of France before they took the road of the cross. The Duke of Anjou, the king's brother, was appointed lieutenant general of the realm on September 1, and proclamation made to the companies of gendarmerie and the bands of archers to assemble at Orleans, now become the Catholic headquarters. Charles Roman IX, in October, went in person to Orleans in order by his presence to enlarge the enlistments, and also to overcome the suspicion that the whole movement was made at the instigation of the Guises. The government of Paris was left to the king's youngest brother, the Duke of Alençon, assisted by the Duke of Montmorency. In the meantime, the Prince of Condé had remained in the vicinity of La Rochelle during September, while his army was gathering. When the army was massed, he moved up the Loire with his forces. The emulation that had characterized the Huguenot nobility in the last war now served Condé well. The provinces were alive with activity during this autumn. The young Prince of Navarre, the future Henry Roman IV, was to win eminence in the coming struggle, and at this time was at Bergerac, where forces were assembled to assist Condé. The Catholic and governmental forces were no less alert. The king's captains were employed in all parts of the realm to levy men. Montluc, discovering a plot in Bordeaux to deliver the town to those of the Reformed religion, executed the greater part of those so accused. At Toulouse, Auxerre, and Lyon, all men were constrained to go to Mass. In Provence and Languedoc, the peasantry even rose against the Protestants. To crown all, both sides levied Reiters in Germany. Illustration: Autumn Campaign of 1568. Methuen and Co. The lower course of the Loire was the fighting line, for command of which both sides aimed. The tactics of Anjou were to avoid an engagement, if possible, and to prevent Condé's forces from crossing, which he succeeded in doing through a stratagem. The passage of the Loire being stopped, and the river towns being all garrisoned, especially Saumur, the Prince of Condé, after taking the castle of Champigny which belonged to the Duc de Montpensier, fell back on Loudun. The country was so wet that neither horse nor foot could do much. The prince excelled in cavalry, the Catholic army in infantry. In the provinces, the Catholic preponderance was marked. The Duke of Aumale in Champagne had 18 companies of men-at-arms and 25 ensigns of footmen, awaiting the coming of the Reiters. Marshal Cassé was in Picardy with 15 companies of men-at-arms and 2,000 footmen. The reason for the presence of so many troops so far from the actual seat of the war is to be found in the fact that the movements of the Prince of Orange, who had entered France in December, gave great anxiety to the government. The prince was now on the borders of Picardy, but his horsemen rode as far as Compiègne and Reims, to the amazement of the court and the consternation of the Guises, who dispatched the Cardinal of Guise to Madrid for the help of Philip Roman II. If the two princes could have effected a junction in the meantime, Paris would have been between hammer and anvil. As it was, the danger was so great that the king hastily began to raise an additional army in December, calling out ban and arriere ban, and in order that the capital might be able to withstand a siege, if worst came to worst, drew all the provisions of the country round about Paris for a space of 10 miles into the city. The position of the various armies was an interesting one. In East France, the reiters of the Duke of Deuxpont were endeavoring to join Orange, who delayed his movement to await their coming, while Alva dogged his steps. In the west, Condé was vainly striving to cross the Loire in order to join Orange and the Protestant reiters, while the Duke of Anjou was straining every nerve to keep him back. In the midst of all, Paris lay calm but tense, the undisturbed center of the cyclone of war. Both armies suffered from the terrible weather of December. The soldiers of each side were dying of famine and privation. The hope long deferred that Condé had cherished of Orange joining him made him heartsick at last. The latter could not come, for Alva, the Duke of Aumale, and the Catholic reiters under a German colonel named Scamargue, a name destined to become illustrious, were too closely watching his movements. Even had these impediments been removed, the Seine and the Loire would have had to be crossed, an impossible feat. The winter of 1568-69 was occupied with Huguenot and Catholic negotiations for foreign support and with preparations for a renewal of the war when the spring came. Meanwhile, the delay of France to pay its debts in Switzerland had gradually provoked a change of public sentiment in the forest cantons, which pushed them a few years later into espousal of Spain. The loss of its ascendancy in Switzerland was a particularly hard blow to France. For the policy of Spain had been to rouse a religious war in the Alpine lands, so that her intervention would find easy entrance. The 5 cantons of the center were the fulcrum of Spain's diplomatic efforts. Day by day the tension became greater, the 5 cantons inclining more to Spain, their neighbors leaning to France, while between the two groups Bern and Zurich continued neutral, refusing to aid the Prince of Condé with either men or money. Military events were insignificant. Anjou remained with his army in Limousin and the Prince of Condé in Périgord. On December 23, 1568, there was a skirmish near Loudun. In January, Condé marched to the relief of Sancerre. The town was a very strong situation, and Brocbart, the Huguenot commandant, filled a great number of wine vats with sand and earth and used them for gabions, and so managed to hold out against 5 assaults, although the place was so invested by the Catholic army that the prince could do nothing to relieve it. Failing this, he marched upon Saumur in the vain hope of forcing a crossing of the Loire at some point, on the way putting the garrison of 150 men in the Abbey of St. Florens at Pont-de-Sey to the sword. Both armies suffered terribly from the weather and the condition of the country. In the King's Council, the politique party still labored for peace, and in the interim made an unsuccessful effort to restore the Edict of Toleration. The cessation of hostilities, however, was complete enough to alarm the Pope, who feared another truce would be made and used exhortation and promise in order to prevent any compromise with heresy. The Dutch and English were attentive observers of the movement in France, the former especially, for they felt that they and the French Protestants were engaged in a common cause. From England came numbers of English gentlemen to La Rochelle in order to follow Condé in the war, and the Channel and the Bay of Biscay were thronged with English and Dutch privateers. Elizabeth, as the saying went, wanted to throw the stone and hide the arm. Although the English ambassador, Sir Henry Norris, protested the innocence of his government, and the Queen wrote with her own hand that she would not interfere in France, Englishmen were landed at La Rochelle, and in Brittany and English vessels brought over gunpowder, shoes, and arms. While Anjou held the line of the Loire, the French government established its military base at Châteaudière on the Marne in order to prevent communication between the Protestant German princes, especially the Elector Palatine and the Duke of Deuxpont, or between the Dutch and its own revolted subjects. To this end, it was planned that the Duke of Aumale, with a force of reiters sent by the Margrave of Baden and the Count of Westelberg, and some troops proffered by Count Mansfeldt should be sent against the Prince of Orange, while the Duke of Anjou was to go against the Prince of Condé. But William of Orange effected a junction with the Duke of Deuxpons in spite of D'Aumale's effort to prevent him. The attitude of the Lutheran princes had now become more definite in favor of the Huguenots. The international Protestant plan was to drive its blows in on either side of Lorraine and thus sever the chain through Central Europe, by which Philip Roman II held his dominions together, and to separate the two houses of Habsburg. The conduct of the emperor furthered this project, for when Charles Roman IX sent La Forest to the emperor to protest against the action of the Lutheran princes of Germany and to continue the talk of his marriage with the emperor's daughter, Ferdinand, while expressing his regret at the troubled state of France, received the marriage proposition coldly and complained of the damage done by the French army under the Duke of Aumale within the limits of the empire, and recommended that Charles try peaceful methods instead of force for the pacification of his kingdom. Parallel with the project to cooperate with the Prince of Orange and the Duke of Deuxpons, Coligny planned a revival of Huguenot activity in the south of France so that this diversion would weaken resistance to the other. The aim was, with the aid of the Viscounts, to break a way across the upper Loire and so open the road to German assistance. The combined array against D'Aumale was too great for him to make head, nor was the adverse double military situation the sole anxiety of the French government. Montmorency and the Duke of Bouillon were so disaffected that there was even expectation of their openly joining the Huguenots. The cost of the two armies amounted to 900,000 livres a month, besides the gendarmerie and artillery, which was about 2 million each quarter. There was owing to the gendarmerie 12,000,000 of livres for 6 quarters, to the 6,000 Swiss with the Duke of Anjou 300,000 livres, to those with the Duke of Aumale 100,000 livres, besides what was owing to the French infantry. Both of the king's commanders were so short of funds that they were forced to seize church plate and even reliquaries. In these extremities, Charles Roman IX viewed the renewal of war on the opening of spring with alarm and began to think of making peace for a term, with no intention of keeping it, but merely in order to avoid a catastrophe, and with the hope that some of the Huguenots might be disarmed in the interim. But suddenly, the cloud was lifted. The royal army under the nominal command of the Duke of Anjou, but really commanded by the veteran Tavannes, who had orders to give battle at all cost before the Duke of Deuxpons could arrive, won the decisive victory of Jarnac on March 13, 1569. It was a fierce and bloody battle. The Prince of Condé, after having been dangerously wounded and taken prisoner, suffered a foul death at the hands of some unknown assassin in the royal army, who shot him with a pistol ball. In the engagement, the Scotchman, Stuart, who had killed the constable at St. Denis, was taken and brought to the Duke, who said to him, "So here you are, you traitor, you who have frequently boasted that you wished to kill the Queen, my mother. Now you shall receive your deserts." At that moment the Marquis de Villars, the old constable's brother-in-law, appeared, and with his own hands executed vengeance. Illustration, Croquis. Du Théâtre de la Guerre. Pour la Période du 24 février au 13 mars 1569. Reproduced by permission of the author from M.Sc. Gigon's La Bataille de Jarnac, et la Campagne de 1569 en Angoumois. Illustration, Bataille de Jarnac. Par S.C. Gigon. Methuen and Co. In Paris, when news of the Battle of Jarnac was brought, a grand procession was authorized by the clergy and the Parliament. All the stores and shops were closed as though it were a holiday. The clergy, bearing the relics of the saints, marched first to the convent of the Cordeliers, and then to that of the Jacobins, where a fiery sermon was preached by a Jacobin of Auxerre named Mamorat. After the sermon, the Te Deum was celebrated, and then the militia of the city assembled under the command of the 4 captains, and a grand review was held in the streets. The celebration ended by a great bonfire in front of the Hôtel de Ville and the firing of cannon. The Pope took the victory of Jarnac as a direct answer to prayer. Chapter 14. The Third Civil War continued, the Peace of Saint-Germain. By the death of Condé, the Admiral Coligny became the actual leader of the Protestant cause in France, the more so when his brother Dandelot died on May 7, although the young Prince of Condé and his cousin, Henry of Navarre, were theoretically so regarded. In the nature of things, the leadership of two boys, the former was 17, the other 16 years of age, could only be a nominal one. After the first shock of dismay at the prince's death had passed, the Huguenots were not dispirited. It is true that numbers of the Protestant gentry returned home. But the Huguenot position was strong in Upper and Lower Poitou, for the line of the Charente from Angoulême to Saintes was theirs, besides Saint-Jean-d'Angély, La Rochelle, and the islands of Marins and Oléron. The admiral rallied his forces at Tonnay-Charente, which he could do with impunity since the Duke of Anjou raised the siege of Angoulême on April 12. The hope of the court was to prolong the war, since the king controlled most of the towns and the river passages, while the religion, their conquered country accepted, had but the fields, until the resources of the Huguenots would at last become exhausted: money, men, munitions. But the Queen of England loaned 20,000 livres to the Protestants, the jewels of Condé and Jean d'Albret being taken as security. Jean d'Albret in person directed the foreign negotiations of the Huguenots. The anxiety of the Huguenots was greatest over the effect which Condé's death might have upon the foreign assistance which they were looking for, and letters from the Prince of Navarre and the other leaders of the Huguenot army in Saintonge earnestly urged the Reiters, advance to the Loire. Coligny's hope was by making a detour by way of Cognac and Chalais to reach the Loire and effect a junction with Deuxponce. To his great relief, the Prince of Orange and the Duke of Deuxponce wrote assuring the admiral of their continued adherence. As good as his word, Deuxponce, who was at Pont-à-Mousson on January 11, 1569, entered France near Langres, having passed by Joinville, the seat of the Guises in Lorraine, where the old Duchess of Guise was then staying, and advanced upon Dijon, where he arrived on April 26. The real center of the government's activity was Metz, which became the basis of operations against Deuxponce and Orange. Active efforts were made to repair the Duke of Anjou's losses and to strengthen his position. The offer of Spanish support which Alva had made was now formally accepted, for after the mission of Castelnau to the Margrave of Baden to get relief, he was sent into Flanders to solicit the assistance of Alva, since it now had become the common interest of both crowns to crush the Protestants. The French commanders, the Dukes of Nemours and Aumale, had received orders to prevent the approach of Deuxponce at all cost, but Aumale, partially on account of carelessness, partly because of misinformation, failed in his task, and by clever management Deuxponce at last succeeded in crossing the Saône above Bar into Auxerre and Berry, scaled the walls of Nevers, thereby shortening the road between him and the Huguenot army, and finally captured La Charité upon the Loire on May 20. After 10 days of siege, and thus controlled the link which united Huguenots and Reiters. Illustration: Campaign of the summer and autumn of 1569. Methuen and Co. If the Huguenots had been dispirited after Jarnac, they had reason to feel elated after the capture of La Charité. Although the Duke of Anjou kept the field in Saintonge, Angoumois, and Limousin, the army was so mutinous for want of pay, so depleted by desertion and disease, that it was far from formidable. Paris was in consternation after the capture of La Charité and anticipated seeing the high hats and great feathers of the Reiters before long. The Echevins of the city were ordered with all speed to make sale of the property of the Protestants to provide means for a new army, which had to be made up of peasant levies, all their soldiers and men of the greatest value being already abroad. The Queen Mother, having received letters complaining of lack of funds and mutiny in his army, bitterly reproached Aumale for negligence and cowardice in letting the Duke of Deuxponce capture La Charité, and hastily started for the army in Saintonge, in company with the cardinals of Lorraine and Bourbon, where she went right among the soldiers with words of encouragement. Illustration: Battle of La Rochelle-Abeille, June 25, 1569. Tourterol and Parissin. But mutiny of the army and the capture of La Charité, with the prospective union of Coligny and the Duke of Deuxponce, was not all that worried the Queen and the Cardinal. Casimir of the County Palatine was reported to be coming with 6,000 horse and as many foot. Moreover, the Emperor was hostile. The extremity of the government was so great that compromise was necessary, and Catherine had in mind to patch matters up by offering her daughter Marguerite of France in marriage to the young Henry of Navarre, a plan whose consummation 3 years later precipitated the massacre of Saint Bartholomew. Marshal d'Amville, the second son of the old constable, whose politique leanings already had made him conspicuous, was significantly appointed the king's lieutenant in Languedoc. Toleration was in the air once more. But all of a sudden the Catholic cause revived for an instant. Coligny fell ill, and the progress of the Huguenot army was thereby impeded. Worse still, the Duke of Deuxponce was stricken with a burning fever, so that he died the very day of his arrival in La Marque. Strozzi, with some Italian forces, attacked Coligny at La Rochelle on June 25, when the rain was pouring in such torrents that the matchlocks of the Italians were useless, so that the soldiers on both sides clubbed their weapons, in the expressive words of d'Aubigné, romper crow sur cap, that is, broke the crosses of their arquebuses over the heads of their antagonists. In the conflict, Strozzi was taken prisoner. From this time forth, the army of the king was simply a disorderly mass of men. Famine and fever so reduced it that the Duke of Anjou was not able to defend himself, let alone invading the enemy's territory. To increase his forces, he put arms in the hands of the peasantry of Limousin, with the result that a local Jacquerie prevailed in the province. Lansac was repulsed in assaulting La Charité, Châtellerault, July 12, and Lusignan, July 20, were taken by the Huguenots. The Catholics failed before Niort, to whose relief the brilliant Lannoy came after his own seizure of Lucan. Under these circumstances, the government was compelled to content itself with maintaining the line of the Loire Save at La Charité, while it sought foreign succor. But the Swiss could not be expected until the middle of September, and Coligny sought to profit by the situation to take Saumur and thus secure a crossing on the lower Loire also, and Poitiers, for which purpose he divided the Protestant army, to the intense alarm of the government, which tried, through the Queen Mother, to delay action by drawing the admiral into an empty parley. This is the moment when the marriage of Henry of Navarre with Marguerite of France was first broached. But the admiral and Jeanne d'Albret were not to be deceived, and the siege of Poitiers was resolutely continued. It lasted from July 25 to September 7, 1569. The Catholic party fully appreciated that the importance of the war depended upon the success or failure of the Huguenots before this city, into which the young Duke of Guise, then but 19 years of age, had thrown himself on July 12 with all the ardor of his father before Metz. If Coligny took the town, some notable prisoners of war would have fallen into his hands, the Dukes of Guise and Mayenne and the Abbess of La Trinité, a sister of the Cardinal of Bourbon and the ill-starred Prince of Condé, the ransom of whom would have abundantly provided for the reiters in the service of the Protestants. Illustration: Siege of Poitiers, 1569. Tourterol and Parisine. Poitiers was one of the most medieval towns in France. The remains of its towers and fortifications, its narrow bridges, the ruined palace of the ancient Dukes of Aquitaine, everything recalled the life of a vanished past. The admiral's guns soon made 2 breaches in the wall, but the fire from the castle and platform drove his men back, and the breaches were repaired. The town, however, was too large in circuit for Guise to defend the whole, since many vineyards and fields were within its walls, in consequence of which the French had made a line of double trenches within the town. On August 19, the Huguenots made a furious assault, broke through the wall, and drove the Guisard forces back of the inside trenches. The enemy was so straitly pent that for 16 days the soldiers had to live upon horseflesh. The most remarkable incident of the siege was the driving out of a great number of people, old men and women and children, who were unable to fight and could not be fed on account of the lack of provisions. So reluctant were they to go that they had to be whipped through the gates. Fortunately, the Duke of Guise took pity upon them at last, although in the city bread was so scarce that the food of one had to suffice for 10. All the horses and asses in the town were slain, the gentry out of honor to their positions sating their hunger on the former. Of wheat, barley, and other grain there was none, nor was there a green thing left growing in the city. Even rats and mice were consumed. The strength of Coligny, he had about 10,000 footmen and 8,000 to 9,000 horse, made it impossible for Anjou to dislodge him by direct attack. His own strength, as appeared by a general muster on September 3, consisted of 1,500 French gendarmes, 700 Italian horse, 1,000 Walloons, and 4,000 Reiters, besides La Valette's regiment of 400 horse. It was much reduced during the siege, and the Duke of Longueville's and some other companies. Of footmen he had 6,000 French, 4,000 Swiss, 500 Italians, and 2,000 Walloons. Although this army in actual numbers excelled that of Coligny, in reality it was considerably inferior. The troops were many of them without officers. The 6,000 French were drafted peasantry unused to the use of arms. All of them were suffering from hunger, and many from fever. The Duke of Anjou, therefore, with the approval of his mother, determined to try to draw off Coligny from before Poitiers by a feigned attack upon Châtellerault. For this purpose, he crossed the river Creuse on September 4 and planted his artillery before the town. The honor of the first assault was given to the Italians, which offended the French, who refused to support them. Nevertheless, a breach 40 feet wide was made in the wall, so that the admiral, judging the place to be in great danger, sent 7,000 horse and 8,000 foot to the city's relief, September 7. It was fatal impatience on Coligny's part, for the action relieved Poitiers from the danger of being taken. There was now no other recourse for the Huguenots except to give battle. But Coligny was unwilling to do this at once, desiring to wait until the devastation of the country round about still further reduced Anjou's forces. In the interval, he withdrew across the Vienne. But the mercenaries in both armies clamored for battle, for there was great want of money on both sides, the king's Swiss being unpaid for 3 months, the Reiters 5, the admirals also being behindhand for 3 months' wages. On September 30, at Moncontour, the two armies clashed in a preliminary engagement. But 3 days later on Monday, October 3, 1569, the real battle was joined. It must have been an impressive and thrilling sight before the conflict began. In the Huguenot army, the preachers moved about encouraging the men, who sang the solemn psalms of the Calvinist worship with fervor. Across the plain, the Swiss and Germans in the royal host, after the German fashion, knelt and kissed the ground. Illustration: Battle of Moncontour, October 3, 1569, Tourterol and Parisson. At the first shock, it seemed as if the Huguenots would win, and they cried in exultation, "Victory, victory! The Evangel has won the victory and has vanquished the mass of the popes. Down with the papists!" The admiral began the fray by charging Anjou's center with 2,000 Reiters and such French gendarmes as he had, but was himself attacked on the flank by the Duke of Aumale and Villars so furiously that he was compelled to fall back. The Protestant infantry which had followed the horse into the battle was thus left unsustained, and when the Duke of Guise's light horse charged, the lansquenets broke in flight, abandoning the artillery. In the midst of the melee, various companies of Reiters, seeing the battle lost, ran to their baggage, seized their most valuable effects, and decamped in haste. Mansfeldt's Reiters alone fought well, the others were of slight service. Matters were little better with the hirelings of the king. Many of the leaders on both sides were injured in the course of the battle. Guise in the hand and foot, Bassompierre, a German captain destined to become a very prominent man at court, in both arms. Anjou was borne to the ground off his horse but escaped injury. Coligny was hurt in the face by a pistol ball. Among the Catholic dead was Montbrun, captain of the Swiss Guard. He was haughty and cruel and a despot with his men, but it is to his credit that he sought to prevent the soldiery from abusing the peasantry. The most of the Huguenot dead were the German Reiters and lansquenets, many of whom were killed by their Catholic compatriots or the Swiss, who distinguished themselves by their ferocity. The fight endured for 4 hours, from 11 until 3 o'clock, at the end of which time the forces of Anjou overthrew the admiral, routed both his horse and foot, and captured his artillery and baggage. But for the good fortune that some of Coligny's horse intercepted a treasurer of the king coming out of Limousin with 30,000 francs, the distribution of which among his Reiters quieted their murmurs, Coligny might have been all but deserted by the German horse. As it was, he was able to fall back on Niort, and thence make his retreat to the far south. Fortunately for the Huguenots, the enemy did not attempt pursuit of them, but instead undertook the siege of Saint-Jean-d'Angely, which lay directly in the way southward, to the disgust of the liberal Marshal Cassé and even Tavannes, who urged that the king, in the light of this great victory, might now make peace with good grace. Others, considering the strength of Saint-Jean-d'Angely, thought that the war would be protracted into the depth of winter, and that the capture of Saint-Jean-d'Angély would be of small importance while La Rochelle still remained. Instead of accepting the advice, the government hardened its policy. A reward of 50,000 crowns was offered for the head of Coligny. 600,000 francs were distributed among the soldiers and 300,000 sent into Germany to make a new levy against the Spring. On October 16, Charles Roman IX arrived before Saint-Jean-d'Angély and beheld the greatest part of the royal troops ranged in order of battle. Anticipating a desperate resistance upon the part of those in the city, the king's infantry requested to be equipped with the gendarmes, cuirasses. One incident will illustrate the desperate valor of the besieged. On the night of October 21, they made a sortie, entered the enemy's trenches, slew 20 men, took 2 ensigns prisoner and all the arms they found in the corps de garde, and returned into the town. The Protestant garrison was not over 1,500 men, but in spite of the odds against him, he had no artillery except falconets and muskets, while Anjou had 11 guns, great and small. The Huguenot commander, Pils, refused to surrender. Instead, when the governor of the town urged him to surrender rather than make resistance, the desperate captain had him hanged and his body cast into the river. The attack upon Saint-Jean-d'Angély opened on October 25, but although the wall was badly battered, no sufficient breach was made for days. The town resisted every attack until December 2, when it at last surrendered. Yet in spite of the double victory of Moncontour and at Saint-Jean-d'Angély, hard experience was proving the wisdom of the course advised by Tavannes and Cassay. The king was without money to pay the Swiss and the Reiters who threatened to mutiny at any minute. The country round about the army was so denuded that there was great misery for want of food, and multitudes of the soldiers fell sick. Finally, on November 24, in a sitting of the King's Council, Charles Roman IX was formally petitioned by certain of its members to make peace overtures to his revolted subjects, and expressed his willingness to comply with the request. The hand of the government was forced by events. The courageous resistance of Saint-Jean-d'Angély, Montluc's action in resigning his commission, and the growing strength of the Reformed among the southern viscounts made the crown think eagerly of peace. As an earnest of this purpose, the king sent the liberal Marshal Cassay in company with de Losses, the new captain of the Scotch Guard, to La Rochelle to confer with the Queen of Navarre and La Rochefoucauld. But Jean d'Albret was not minded to use haste, to which the marshal meaningly rejoined that there were many of rank in the Protestant army who would not give her that advice. Yet even if she had wanted to, the Queen of Navarre could not have hastened a settlement. For at this time, there was a real division of opinion existing between the Huguenot nobles and the people of the Huguenot towns like Saint-Jean-d'Angély and La Rochelle. The former class were weary of war and wanted to return to their homes, and were in favor of peace, and inclined to make their own terms, even to the extent of ignoring the claims of their coreligionists of the towns. The latter felt aggrieved at seeing themselves thus deserted, when they had done so much to maintain the general cause of the Huguenots, not merely in contributing money, but by making such heroic resistance as that of the people of Saint-Jean-d'Angély, and Jean d'Albret sympathized with them. She would not listen to talk of peace, being firmly convinced that it was but another ruse, like that at Longjumeau, and resolutely declared that there would be time enough to consider terms of peace when their forces were more equal. That nothing short of the free exercise of the religion as granted by former edicts would avail. That even if all the Huguenot nobles consented to the terms, her own signature, and that of Henry of Navarre, would never be affixed to any halfway terms of pacification. But at last, after long debate, the Queen of Navarre yielded and sent the admiral's future son-in-law, Teligny, who had conferred with Coligny, to the king to request a good assured and inviolable peace, probably being in part influenced by the treatment of Saint-Jean-d'Angély, whose garrison was suffered to march out, bag and baggage, with colors flying. The Huguenots demanded liberty of conscience, the restitution of their goods, estates, and offices to those of the religion, and the reversal of all sentences against them, together with guarantees for the observance of the articles. The essential issue, and that which protracted the debate so long, was the demand for chambers mis parties, and that the crown give over certain cities into the hands of the Huguenots to be garrisoned and governed by them alone. On February 3, 1570, the king replied, promising to grant amnesty for the past, the restoration of their estates and offices to the Huguenots, the expulsion of the Reiters, with liberty of the religion within private dwellings and in 2 towns which he would appoint. But Jean d'Albret, who conducted the negotiations for the Huguenots, refused to be satisfied. In a long letter to the Queen Mother a week later, she recapitulated the former negotiations at great length and complained of the government's want of good faith, especially alluding to the Cardinal of Lorraine and the Duke of Alva. As a matter of fact, the government was not yet willing to give in. The Cardinal of Lorraine still hoped to hasten forward a new levy of Reiters in Germany when spring should open, and held out the vain hope of the restoration of the 3 bishoprics if the emperor would lend France this assistance and stay the Protestant levies. But the emperor himself had something to say about the matter, and asserted that he would not consider the proposed marriage of his daughter with the French king until peace was concluded in France. Aware of the emperor's attitude, the Queen of Navarre resolutely demanded terms of peace in conformity with the demands of the Huguenots. The arguments of peace urged by the Marshal Cassé and others who shared his thought had less influence upon the king and his counselors as the storm of war drove off toward the south, to the elation of Pius V, who overwhelmed Charles Roman IX with protests against pacification. South of the Loire, the principal interest of the Third Civil War is attached to the doings of that famous group of Huguenot warriors known as the Viscounts, with whom Coligny had failed to connect before the Battle of Jarnac. A brief account of the earlier achievements of this group, who sometimes fought together, sometimes separately, and had 3,000 or 4,000 footmen and 300 or 400 horsemen in their command, is necessary at this point. There were 10 of these captains: Bernard Roger de Cummings, Vicomte de Bruniquel, Bertrand de Rabastenes, Vicomte de Paulin, Antoine de Rabastenes, Vicomte de Montclair, the Vicomte de Montaigu, the Vicomte de Caumont, the Vicomte de Perret, Gerard de Laumegny, Vicomte de Sévignac near Beaucaire, a brother of Terraide who was a Catholic and implicated with Montluc in the project to deliver Guyenne to the King of Spain, the Vicomte d'Arpajon, the Vicomte de Rapin, and the Vicomte de Gourdon. 3 of these, and the most conspicuous, save Rapin, the Viscounts of Paulin, Bruniquel, and Arpajon, were natives of the Diocese of Albi, a stronghold of heresy from medieval times. The first had seen service in Piedmont in the reign of Henry Roman II, and the ancestors of all 3 of them had fought against Ferdinand of Aragon in 1495. The Viscount of Rapin was a leader of the great Huguenot rising in Toulouse in 1562, and was made Protestant governor of Montauban in 1564 by the Prince of Condé. He was so bitterly hated by the people of Toulouse that he was accused of wanting to destroy the city utterly and remove the very stones to Montauban. He had fought in the Second Civil War, but was betrayed into the hands of the magistrates of Toulouse and condemned and executed there on April 13, 1569, in defiance of the king's orders to the contrary. The Huguenots took terrible reprisal for this outrage, devastating the environs of Toulouse for leagues around, even inscribing on the ruins, "Vengeance de Rapin." These 4 viscounts were the nucleus of the group and began their career in the First Civil War. But save Rapin, none became conspicuous then. During the Second War, the others were drawn to the standard. They operated in Languedoc and Quercy at first, aided by the peasantry who seemed to have turned toward them as natural enemies of the higher nobles. In the summer and autumn of 1568, their united hosts made a mighty raid up the valley of the Rhône from Montauban through Rouergue and the Cévennes, where part of the troops crossed the Rhône under the Viscount of Rapin and joined the Protestant army of Dauphiné and Provence under a former lieutenant of Desidres. The rest remained in Languedoc. Later, Rapin recrossed the river into Vivarais with the hope of joining the Prince of Condé. But the governor of Provence, the Count of Tende, aided by the Viscount of Joyeuse, the Catholic general in these parts, blocked his passage. In the midst of this plight, relief came to the Viscount of Rapin in the person of his former comrade in arms. But at least Joyeuse had prevented the union of the Viscounts with the Prince of Condé. The people of Vivarais resented the occupation of the country by these guerrilla chieftains, much as their ancestors 200 years before had risen against the Free Companies during the reign of Charles V. The towns organized an army of their own and distinguished themselves by routing the Viscounts upon one occasion. In January 1568, the Viscounts succeeded in their early purpose, penetrated the Catholic army, and crossed the Loire at Blois. The relief of Orleans and their union with the Prince of Condé before Chartres hastened the peace of Longjumeau. During the interim between the armistice of Longjumeau and the outbreak of the Third War, the Viscounts, in common with most of the Protestant forces of the South, seem not to have disarmed, but stayed in the vicinity of Montauban, the Huguenot capital of the far south. When war was renewed, Joyeuse and Gourdes, governor of Dauphiné, unsuccessfully tried to keep the Huguenots east of the Rhône from joining them in Languedoc. At Malhade and Rouergue, a great council of war was held at which, practically, all the Protestant fighting forces of the South, save Guyenne and Gascony, were represented. In conformity with the plan there arranged, the Viscounts remained in Quercy and Languedoc while the main army crossed the Dordogne with the purpose of joining the Prince of Condé. But in Périgord it was met and scattered, on October 25, 1568, by the Duke of Montpensier and Marshal Brissac. The Viscounts continued to operate in Languedoc against Joyeuse and others. The success of their activities, especially the destruction of Gaillac, September 8, 1568, was what led to the revival of the League at Toulouse under the Cardinal of Armagnac on September 12, in the Cathedral of Saint-Étienne. The recall of Joyeuse with the Catholic troops of Languedoc to the north to assist the Duke of Anjou left a clear field in Provence and Languedoc. The loss of Jarnac, March 13, 1569, where the Prince of Condé was killed, may in part be ascribed to the fact that the Viscounts refused to respond to his orders for them to come to him, so that the united forces of Anjou and Joyeuse overwhelmed the Huguenots. A similar reverse befell the Protestants on June 8 following, in the Ariege near Toulouse, where Bellegarde, the Seneschal of Toulouse, routed the Viscounts and captured the Viscount of Paulin, who would have suffered the fate of the Viscount of Rapin, had not Charles Roman IX, less for magnanimity's sake than to rebuke the Parlement of Toulouse for violating the royal orders before, refused to have him delivered up to it. The shattered bands of the Viscounts joined Montgomery, a leader of their own kind, who had been detached by Coligny from his own army in the same month. The reason for Montgomery's appearance in the south is to be found in the peril threatening Béarn and Navarre at this time. Montluc had conceived the idea that Béarn might be conquered while its ruler was absent. The Parlement of Toulouse energetically favored the project, and on November 15, 1568, had issued an arrêté placing Béarn under its jurisdiction. In the early months of 1569, efforts were made with some success to corrupt the captains in the Béarnese army. When the plan was broached to the Duke of Anjou, he enthusiastically approved it. The time was auspicious, for it so happened that the suggestion coincided with his victory at Jarnac. Exactly a week after the battle, he detached the Seigneur de Thérède with instructions to report to Montluc, for the Duke thought Montluc could not be spared from Guyenne. This order was a bitter disappointment to Montluc, who wanted to conquer Béarn himself, and he ever thereafter cherished a hatred against Marshal Damville, who was away from his government at the time with the Duke of Anjou, believing that Damville's jealousy of him was responsible for it. This may very probably have been so, for, as will be seen later, the enmity between the two was extreme. Thérède's campaign began well. One by one, in rapid order, the fortified towns of Béarn collapsed before him: Pontac, Morlaix, Orthez, Sauveterre, and Pau, the birthplace of Henry of Navarre, while the country round about was wasted with fire and sword. The Queen of Navarre's lieutenant was driven to find refuge in Navarren's, whose château, reputed to be impregnable, had been built by Henry d'Albret during his enterprises against Spain. On April 27, 1569, Thérède began the siege of the castle of Navarren's. Montgomery, who arrived at Casters on June 21, bearing the double commission of the two Protestant princes, in the course of 4 weeks found himself in the neighborhood of Toulouse and at the head of the united forces of the Viscounts and some levies made in Albigès. Montgomery's energy amazed Montluc, who was soldier enough to give his enemy credit for really wonderful achievement. He had never been in the country before, and all the forces he had brought with him were 70 horses, and he had no other forces but those of the Viscounts in the beginning. He had to cross the Garonne River, too, the entire length of which was watched by spies. The belief of the Catholic captains in Languedoc was that Montgomery intended to organize the defense of the places the Protestants were possessed of, and this erroneous opinion seems to have been given currency by the Huguenots themselves, "Who had ever that quality to conceal their designs better than we?" testifies Montluc. "They are a people that rarely discover their counsels, and that is the reason why their enterprises seldom fail of taking effect." Illustration: Plan of the fortress of Navarins made by Juan Martínez de Segura, a Spanish spy. In Archives Nationals, K 1499, number 84. By rapid marching Montgomery reached Navarins incredibly soon, terrified, his soldiers wearied out by a siege which had endured for 3 months and a half in midsummer, loaded with spoil, licentious and mutinous to an extent that shamed even the reiters, abandoned the siege and fell back on Orthez. But the city was not proof against the attacks of the Viscounts. In broad daylight, the walls were carried par escalade. On August 13, Terride, who had taken refuge in the castle with so much haste that he was without provisions or munitions, surrendered. He himself was spared by Montgomery for the purpose of being exchanged for the latter's brother, but died before the transfer was made. His captains, almost to a man, were put to death. Some of these were former officers in the Béarnese army and were legally guilty of treason, but the real motive of Montgomery was reprisal for the ravages done by Terride's army. At the beginning of the war, the Queen's lieutenant, the heroic Baron de l'Arboust, either in the hope of sparing Béarn or anticipating what would be meted out again, had proposed to neutralize Béarn, putting it into the custody of the Count de Grammont, even offering to oppose Montgomery if it were done. Terride refused and paid the price of his willfulness and bigotry. Béarn was saved by Montgomery in the most brilliant and most honorable campaign of his checkered career. The Catholic failure to conquer Béarn goaded Montluc's slumbering hatred of Damville to fury, for he believed the utter collapse of the Protestant cause would have followed the conquest. He blamed Damville for it, asserting that Terride's overthrow was due to his slowness. But the Marshal had had great difficulty in returning to his government. The Huguenots were in full possession of Quercy and the Albiges, and the region around Toulouse was so much overrun by them that Damville was unable to reach Toulouse until the end of June. It took Montgomery, even with the Viscounts immediately at hand, nearly 5 weeks, June 21, July 27, to prepare for the relief of Navarins, though the desperate condition of things there required haste, and with the entire civil as well as military burden of Languedoc upon him, a burden that necessarily had accumulated, too, during his absence. Damville could hardly be expected, with justice, to have got ready to go against Montgomery before the middle of August, by which time the siege of Navarins was over. The truth is, Montluc and Damville radically disagreed as to the policy to be pursued in the south. Montluc's patent covered the territory of Guyenne only. But Montluc, with a mere soldier's disregard for forms of law, believed that it was a soldier's duty to go where the need was greatest. He made the proposal that, when Damville should have won a town in Languedoc, he would come to attack another in Guyenne. To this the Marshal demurred, asserting that it was his duty to attempt to recover what had been lost in his government, and pointed to his commission. Montluc derided the plea and accused Damville of being so proud, a grand lord, son to a constable and a marshal of France, that he would not work with a poor gentleman. In the late summer, 1569, Montgomery victoriously returned from Béarn, having reached the highest point of his reputation. Within 6 weeks he had gathered an army, marched leagues through a strange and hostile country, crossed the Garonne and raised a siege against equal forces, and turned the Catholic conquest of Béarn into defeat. It seemed a dream both to friend and foe. Nobly did his enemies say, "In all the wars there never was performed a more notable exploit." If Montgomery had failed, Coligny would have had no place to retire to after the loss of Moncontour. For he came from that field of Protestant overthrow with the relics of an army only, mostly gentry and reiters, for the infantry was almost all cut to pieces or captured, without baggage, without money, even the horses needing to be reshod. It was well that the admiral could throw himself into the arms of Montgomery, and the viscounts who enriched him with the spirit of their success, and drew thousands, literally, to the Huguenot standard by the magic of their achievements. His following increased so rapidly that by the time he reached Montpellier, he again had between 10 and 12,000 men. On January 3, 1570, Coligny and Montgomery united their forces. The dissension between Montluc and Damville gave them and the Viscounts almost unrestrained freedom in Upper Gascony and Languedoc, where they grew enormously rich on the spoils of war. and carried their depredations to the very walls of Toulouse, which was actually invested from January 22 to February 20, 1570. Illustration: Voyage of the Princes after the Battle of Moncontour Oct. 1569 July, 1570 in blue. Montgomery's Itinerary in Bigorre and Gascony, July 9, 1569 in black. Union of Coligny and Montgomery in Dec, 1569 at Port Sainte Marie. A conjectured route. When the news of Téride's downfall was known to Montluc, he made overtures to Damville, in spite of his resentment. A council of war was held at Auch, but instead of coming himself, the marshal sent Joyeuse to say that he thought it his duty to pass his time in his own government, considering the charge the country was under to sustain the war. It is interesting to observe the ancient ideas of provincial separation and autonomy asserting themselves at this time. In vain, Montluc argued that the real enemy was in Guyenne, and that the local hostility of the Huguenots in Languedoc was a little matter in comparison, that all Catholics were equally the king's subjects, and that the country was the king's. Joyeuse answered that the estates of Languedoc would not pay for Montluc's army unless he employed their money in recovering the places in their province. The decision abandoned Guyenne, leaving it alone and single-handed, for the king's forces were engaged in the protracted siege of Saint-Jean-d'Angely and could not come to its relief. J.A. Tausger's ouï dire que plus prise est la chemise que la robe, said Montluc satirically. The old man was on the point of discharging his army and retiring to Libourne or Agen, but the duty of a soldier forbade him. If he now abandoned the open country in so critical a condition, it would ever have been a reproach to him. He thought better of himself and attacked Montmarsin instead, where he placated his outraged feelings by refusing the petition of the garrison to capitulate and secretly gave orders for the massacre of the entire number save the captain, Favas. This feat of arms ensured the future of Gascony and the lands, for the city served as a granary for all the surrounding country, from whence, however, to the detriment of France, much grain was exported to Spain. After this exploit, feeling the impossibility of maintaining his forces in the field, Montluc disbanded his army, sending his son to Lector and himself retiring to Agen. It goaded him to the quick that the crown approved throughout of Damville's conduct and either ignored his own complaints or criticized him for what he had done. "I was born under a planet to be ever subject to calumny," he growled. "Age deprives a man of his heat, for in my younger days the greatest prince upon earth could not have made me swallow such a pill." It may have been that Damville had friends at court and Montluc none. It may have been that the marshal's pride of long descent made him indifferent or even contemptuous of Montluc in some degree. But if we look closely at things, it is evident that the spirit of provincial separation was the fundamental source of the difficulty between them. This spirit penetrated to the very bottom. Both Montluc and Damville were making war with men levied from the country in which they were, with militia instead of regular troops. The consequence of this was that every man in the host had an eye to the welfare of his family or his friends instead of to the king's business. Moreover, many had relatives or friends with the enemy, which made them fight reluctantly. Finally, they were ill-paid and had to subsist on plunder, which debauched discipline. The true remedy would have been for Charles Roman IX to have raised the useless siege of Saint-Jean-d'Angely and to have come in person into the Southland, where the authority of the king might have overcome the local forces of separation, and where the regulars would have plied war as a trade, as the circumstances demanded. The Catholics of the South had an example before their eyes in the reiters with the admiral of the efficiency of regular troops over local forces. Coligny owed his future to them and Montgomery. The way the reiters made war excited the admiration of trained soldiers like Montluc. They so barricaded the villages in which they quartered themselves that nothing was to be got by assault, and in the open country they were always mounted at the least alarm. It was very hard to surprise them. They were careful of their horses and arms, and so terrible in action that a man could see nothing but fire and steel. The very grooms fought. The reverses experienced at Poitiers, Moncontour, and Saint-Jean-d'Angely had not been fatal to the Protestants. In the middle of December, Coligny wrote to the captain of La Charité that he felt ready to resume the offensive in the spring. Having in La Rochelle, Cognac, Angoulême, Montauban, Casters, La Charité, and Montpellier a chain of impregnable fortresses extending from the seaboard clear to the heart of France and controlling the Loire. A survey of the map will show the strength of the Huguenots in this part of France. All of Provence and Lower Languedoc was in full control of the Protestants, Montauban, Albi, and Castors, constituting a line of defense on the west. In Upper Languedoc they were not so strong, and the condition of the Catholics was less precarious, since Toulouse, Auch, Agen, and Cahors formed a quadrilateral in the very center. The Huguenots controlled many of the lesser towns, so that Montluc complained that time and again he had to pass through their hands, and for the least affair trot up and down with great trouble from city to city. Would to God that, as they do in Spain, we had made our constant abode in the good towns. We had then both more riches and more authority. Guyenne was safely Catholic if it could continue to hold its own. For this important fact Montluc richly deserves credit. But Guyenne, Gascony, and Upper Languedoc were isolated from the Catholic north by a broad Protestant strip running southeastward from La Rochelle to Montpellier through Saints, Cognac, Angoulême, Chalais, Bergerac, Montauban, Albi, Castors, Béziers, and Montpellier, which united Saintonge on the seaboard with Provence and Dauphiné. But on the other hand, Béarn was separated from the main trunk of Calvinism and was not yet safe, in spite of Montgomery's success, unless it were bound to the main trunk. The Huguenot leaders realized this, and one of Coligny's adroitest strokes after Moncontour was the seizure of Port-Sti, Murray, below Agen on the Garonne, with the aid of the German reiters. The capture of this place, November 29, 1569, ensured the passage of the Garonne to the Huguenots and accomplished for those of the far south what the possession of La Charité ensured to those of central France, for it bridged the Garonne. Later, when Bernard d'Estérec, Baron de Mardomont, early in the following January, 1570, recovered Tarbes on the Adour, the Huguenots had a chain of fortresses running straight north from Béarn through Condom and Nérac to Bergerac and Angoulême, and Catholic Gascony and Guyenne were cut in twain. Montluc, having fortified Agen, the capture of which would have been another disaster to the Catholics, then set to work to contrive how to break the bridge of boats which Coligny had constructed. A mason who had once built a floating mill for the Marquis de Villers above Port-Sti. Marie came to him and suggested loading the mill with stone, cutting it loose, and letting it float downstream with the hope of breaking the bridge. The Garonne at this time was swollen with winter rains. The leaders were skeptical of the scheme, as the bridge was known to be protected by heavy cables above stream. But the Captain Thodias, an engineer with Montluc, supported the mason, after secretly surveying the structure. The novel battering ram accomplished the work intended. Shortly before midnight, the mill was loosed from its moorings, one of the soldiers being drowned in unchaining it. Coligny's artillery, when it loomed through the darkness, made a desperate attempt to sink it by fire from the batteries at either end of the bridge, but in vain. The mill struck the bridge with such a shock that cables, chains, and boats all went to pieces with a crash. 2 of the boats went down as far as Saint-Macaire, and some, it was said, were picked up as far down as Bordeaux. The destruction of the bridge was a heavy blow to the Protestants, for it cut their forces into 2 parts. Besides Montgomery, very many of the reiters were caught on that side of the river toward Gascony. But Coligny's enterprise robbed adversity of its sting. He improvised a bridge of 2 boats, upon which 5 or 6 horses could be carried at once, the boats being hauled by cable, after the Italian manner. It required an hour and a half to go and return, yet at last, with great pains and difficulty, the whole company of reiters was got across stream. Montluc had proposed to Candel and La Valette that an attack be made upon Montgomery, who was quartered at Condom, south of Nérac. But they were so slow in responding that Montgomery, too, was able to pass over, first his horse and then his foot, one after the other, it requiring 5 or 6 days for all his forces to make the transit. But the Admiral and Montgomery followed up this clever deed by a blunder so bad that the Reformed suffered for it for years afterward, and were saved from losing Béarn, perhaps, as they had almost lost it before, by the intervention of the Peace of Saint-Germain. Coligny's original plan was to pass the rest of the winter, and until harvest in Gascony and Guyenne, with Port-Sti. Marie as his base, and to have heavy artillery brought from the fortresses of Béarn, with which to take all the towns upon the Garonne as far as Bordeaux. The bridge assured them control of 2 of the richest provinces of France, for they were absolute masters of the field. By this means, Bordeaux would have been at their mercy, for the sea power of the Huguenots at Blaye was sufficient to close the city upon the seaside. It could not have held out for more than 3 months, for already corn was selling there at 10 livres per sack. Bordeaux itself was rich and strong but situated in a barren country, so that, deprived of the Garonne and Dordogne, it could presently be reduced to famine. As for the Protestant army, it would have fared well. The lesser towns like Libourne and Lectoure must inevitably have succumbed with their stores, and the Viscounts were in full possession of Comminges and Loménie, the most fertile counties of all Guyenne. There were numerous stores of grain here, for it was a practice of the dealers and even gentlemen to accumulate 3 or 4 years' store in anticipation of a dear year. Had the Huguenots once got Bordeaux in their clutches, they might have boasted that they had the best and strongest angle of the kingdom, both by land and sea, commanding 5 navigable rivers. The bridges over the Charente at Saintes and Cognac, being in their hands, no one could pass from Saintonge to Bordeaux where Lannoy lay, as valiant a man as any that ever was in France. The river system of the southwest, the Charente, Isle, Dordogne, Lot, and Garonne, could have been made to bind the whole region into a compact whole if this plan had been carried out, and from behind these natural barriers the Protestants might have defied all the king's armies. Yet, although Coligny's army tasted of Bordeaux wine and his reiters watered their horses in the Garonne, he did not go on. He failed to see that the most vital need of the Huguenots was to gain complete mastery of the sea. This is what Lannoy perceived, and Coligny did not. After the loss of Rouen, they had but one important port town at their command, La Rochelle, which the blunders of the government in the Second Civil War had permitted the Protestants to make their own, on which depended Brouage, reputed the fairest and most commodious haven in all the kingdom, and the chief staple for salt in all the southwest. The sequel to such a course, it is true, must probably have been the erection of the southwest of France into an independent state. Such a result, looking at the France of today, is repugnant to our feelings, but we must look at things as they were then and judge accordingly and without prejudice. In the first place, it is to be remembered that in Béarn there was already the nucleus of such a state to build upon. And secondly, that Guyenne and Gascony for centuries had been possessions of another sovereignty, and that their attachment to France was barely over a century old. In the 16th century, it was impossible to divorce religion from politics, and the only solution was the separation of those which disagreed on matters of religion, as the division between the Protestant Dutch and the Catholic Flemish provinces in 1578-79 proves. The Peace of Augsburg had laid down the principal cuius regio, ius religio, and no other policy could have prevailed in Germany at that time. But France was trying to make a monarchy, institutionally and necessarily Catholic, adapt itself to 2 religions, which could not be done as long as politics and religion, church and state, were united. Even after 28 years more of struggle, neither the trial and experience of all those years nor the genius of Henry Roman IV ever made the edict of not anything more than a modus vivendi, which first proved intolerable to the Huguenots because of their own political ambitions, and finally to the monarchy of Louis Roman XIV, whose motto was as truly un roi, une loi, une foi as it was, elat, c'est moi. The French monarchy in the nature of things, in the 16th century, could not be one half Catholic and one half Protestant, any more than the United States, as Lincoln said, could exist one half slave and one half free. What France would have lost by the creation of an independent state in the Southwest would have been compensated for by other gains in other ways. Such a state in Southwest Europe would have been an effective agency for peace in the 16th and 17th centuries. It not only would have relieved its Catholic neighbors of the religious dissidents within their borders, it would have been a checkmate upon the undue aggrandizement of either France or Spain, operating like Holland and Switzerland as a buffer state, and for the maintenance of the balance of power. The Spanish marriages of France in the next century probably never would have been, with their attendant train of dynastic and territorial complications during the reign of Louis Roman XIV. The Grand Monarch perhaps never would have conceived the thought of browbeating the rest of Europe, and certainly never would have been able to carry the idea out to the extent he did. In abandoning his original plan in January 1570, Coligny not merely altered the immediate future of France, perhaps he changed its destiny for centuries to come. Instead of securing peace and security for the Huguenots by cutting the Gordian knot and establishing an independent Huguenot state, with Béarn as its cornerstone, he threw the solution of the question back upon France. He had dreamed of a Huguenot France beyond sea. Why not one at home? Instead, Coligny had become possessed with the idea that neither the king nor his ministers would seriously think of peace as long as the war could be kept confined to provinces remote from Paris, and therefore, in order to force the hand of the king, it was necessary to force war upon him in the very heart of the kingdom. In other words, he conceived a new design, namely, to throw the war into the center of France once more, to march upon Paris, and before its gates, dictate the terms he desired. In pursuance of this new policy, the army of the admiral and the viscounts with Montgomery moved up the Garonne. Toulouse was invested for a month, January 22, February 20, 1570, as we have seen, without success, and the country fearfully wasted. Want of provisions for men and horses at the end of this time compelled the host to move toward Carcassonne and Montreal. As the country between Montpellier and Avignon was almost totally in control of the Huguenots, Coligny soon moved thither, whence he followed up the right bank of the Rhône to Vivarais and Fours. Illness overtook him here, and he was in great danger. For a time, it seemed certain that fate would call Louis of Nassau, who had joined him from Orange, to the leadership of the army. By the time of the admiral's recovery, it was time for action if his design was to be executed, for things were in a greater state of doubt and uncertainty regarding the peace than ever. Illustration: Huguenot attack upon a Catholic church. Bib Nat, Estampes Histoire de France QB. The prospect of peace darkened as the winter began to break and preparations in both camps grew more active. In February, the Marshal Cassé prepared to expel the Huguenots from La Charité in order to deprive them of their only means of communication across the Loire River, by which assistance could be brought from Germany. This place had been one of the cities demanded from the government as pledge of good behavior, but the crown was determined not to yield in this particular. Queen Elizabeth had strongly assured the king that she had not directed nor licensed any of her subjects to carry arms or munitions to La Rochelle, but guarded herself against possible compromising evidence being discovered in future by adding that she generally must permit merchants to resort indifferently to France. While the negotiations thus dragged on through March and April, a new element of excitement was introduced by the conduct of the Reiters in the Catholic army. These adventurers, many of whom were Protestant in faith, tired of idleness and determined either to renew the war or secure their wages, on April 17 sent the king an address in which, in the same breath, they asserted their loyalty to Charles Roman IX and their belief that those of the Reformed religion were only fighting for liberty of conscience and the preservation of their lives. Though guardedly put, reading between the lines, this memorial implied peace at once or immediate renewal of the war. Coincident with this manifesto, the princes of Navarre and Condé joined in a note to the king declaring their resolution never to yield. To these causes of disaffection must be added the further one that many in the rank and file of the Huguenot party believed that the Protestant leaders were seeking to serve their own ends more than the common good, and accused them of being more anxious for the preservation of their privileges than for the free exercise of religion. Matters continued thus to hang fire for several weeks. The king went to Mont Saint-Michel in the middle of May to keep the feast of Corpus Christi there, where, while professing his desire to conclude the peace, Charles Roman IX nevertheless imposed a tax of 60,000 francs monthly upon those who had failed to bear arms in the late conflict. At the same time, there was a large exodus of nobles from the court, many gentlemen, weary of long service in arms, soliciting and securing leave to retire. The talk of peace, too, continued to be current in the court, although Charles X's secret dealings with Montluc, the alienation of 50,000 écus de rent of the property of the church, and the fact that the Marshal Cassé at this same time advanced out of Orleans with 2,000 horse and 4,000 French footmen, and was soon joined by 8,000 Swiss and 30 companies of men-at-arms belied this. Montluc had been on the point of resigning his commission for months past on account of the friction with Damville, but repented when there was prospect of the liberal Marshal Cassé succeeding him, fearing lest, with another such as Damville, the Catholic cause throughout the South would be ruined. He still clung to the hope of seeing Béarn conquered notwithstanding Téride's failure, and in June 1570, the opportunity seemed to have come. With the aim of diverting the war from the Ile-de-France and throwing it into the provinces once more, the farther the better, Charles Roman IX grasped at a new expedition against Béarn. Montluc was given the commission. Notwithstanding his years and his infirmity and the penury of the government, which had neither munitions nor money to spare, Montluc managed to raise a considerable force. He had resolved to besiege the little fortified town of Rabastens, near Tarbes, which he had chosen as the point of attack because he could draw upon Gascony for supplies from this place more easily than by beginning at St. Severs, which bordered on the lands, a country only fruitful in sands. But the expedition came to an untimely end. In an unguarded moment, Montluc exposed himself, and a harquebus shot clapped into his face, with such force as to break his whole visage in, so that the cheekbones were taken out in splinters. The town was taken, nevertheless. How it suffered may be read in the words of him who meted out its punishment. My lieutenant, who had marked on the one hand of me when I went on to the assault, came to see if I was dead, and said to me, "Sir, cheer up your spirits and rejoice. We have entered the castle, and the soldiers are laying about them, who put all to the sword, and assure yourself we will revenge your wound." I then said to him, "Praised be God that I see the victory hours before I die. I now care not for death. I beseech you return back, and as you have ever been my friend, so now do me that act of friendship not to suffer so much as one man to escape with life." Whereupon he immediately returned, and all my servants went along with him, so that I had no body left with me but 2 pages, Monsieur de Laws and the chirurgeon. They would fain have salved the minister, and the governor, whose name was Captain Ladon, to have hanged them before my lodging. But the soldiers took them from those who had them in their custody, whom they had also liked to have killed for offering to save them, and cut them in 1,000 pieces. They made also 50 or 60 to leap from the high tower into the moat, which were there all drowned. There were 2 only saved who were hid, and such there were who offered 4,000 crowns to save their lives, but not a man of ours would hearken to any ransom. And most of the women were killed, who also did us a great deal of mischief with throwing stones. There was found within a Spanish merchant whom the enemy had kept prisoner there, and another Catholic merchant also, who were both saved. And these were all that were left alive of the men that we found in the place, namely the 2 that someone helped away, and the 2 Catholic merchants. Do not think, you who shall read this book, that I caused this slaughter to be made so much out of revenge for the wound I had received, as to strike terror into the country, that they might not dare to make head against our army. And in my opinion, all soldiers in the beginning of a conquest ought to proceed after that manner, with such as are so impudent as to abide cannon. He must bar his ears to all capitulation and composition, if he do not see great difficulties in his enterprise, and that his enemy have put him to great trouble in making a breach. And as severity, call it cruelty if you please, is requisite in case of a resolute opposition, so on the other side mercy is very commendable, and fit, if you see that they in good time surrender to your discretion. Since his assumption of the command at La Rochelle-Lanao had displayed an energy that drove the enemy to despair. On land and on sea he became a terror to them. Sometimes it was by arresting the king's galleys and bringing them as prizes to La Rochelle or Brouage. Sometimes it was by driving them out, as at Rochefort, by digging a trench which poured waters waist deep down upon them. Sometimes it was by battle in the open field. Lanao outmatched Piguillard at every point, notwithstanding that his antagonist had the king's picked troops. In the plain of Stee, Gem, near Lucan, their armies clashed in a fierce, stubbornly fought engagement. Nearly all the captains of his enemies, 2 regiments and 500 arquebusiers were killed, and as many more taken prisoner. The brilliant captain at last won, although he was so badly injured by an arquebus shot in the left arm that amputation was necessary. Yet in the hour of his own intense suffering he magnanimously lamented the death of so many brave gentlemen. Much more decisive than this engagement, however, was Coligny's action. The admiral had been lingering at Montbrison in Auvergne during May for the purpose of guarding the upper Loire. Alarmed by the formidable army under the Marshal Cassé, Coligny now determined to strike suddenly and hard in order to preserve La Charité. This resolution precipitated the Battle of Arnay-le-Duc on June 15, 1570. The result of this victory was startling. The government capitulated almost at once. All the essential terms of peace had been thrashed over during the spring, and in less than a week after the battle Charles Roman IX held in his hands the articles of pacification demanded by the Huguenots, chiefly stipulating for the free exercise of religion within 3 towns in every province, and at Charenton, amnesty for the past and restitution of offices and estates. But the crown flatly refused the right within 10 miles of Paris, or even for Protestant noblemen attending court in their own chambers, and offered 2 towns in each province instead of 3. When this was refused, it was finally settled to adopt August 1, 1570, as an annus normalis, and permit Calvinist worship to be held in all towns in the possession of the Huguenots on that date. The 2 points of contention still unsettled were the payment of the reiters and determination of the surety towns. The government at first proposed that the payment of the reiters be equally apportioned between the subjects of both religions, but finally shouldered the burden. As to the surety towns, the most important point of all as far as practical politics was concerned, great difficulty was experienced before agreement was made. The king at first offered to yield La Rochelle, Angoulême, and Montauban, and to trade Perpignan or Lansac for La Charité. Later, Angoulême was withdrawn and Cognac substituted, to the displeasure of the Huguenots, and La Charité definitely yielded. As to other matters, namely, restitution of honors, offices, estates, privileges, equality of justice, amnesty, release of prisoners, and the like, these of course were provided for, and Protestant nobles enjoying high justice were to be permitted to enjoy free exercise of the Calvinist faith, including baptism in their houses, for their families, and all others in their dependents, an evidence that the feudal element in the Huguenot party was more considered than the bourgeoisie. The papal nuncio, understanding that the Huguenots had demanded the exercise of their religion in the counties of Var and Avignon, which belonged to the Pope, declared that no peace could be made with those who were outside of the Church. At the same time, the Spanish ambassador, being informed that it was part of the Huguenot program to secure the restitution of William of Orange and his brother Louis of Nassau to their French possessions, also protested warmly against the peace. Spain offered direct assistance to France of men and money, and the city of Paris and the clergy offered to maintain the war at their own expense for 8 months longer. But these protests were ineffectual. The Spanish ambassador's mouth was stopped by the rejoinder that the French king had as much right to make a treaty of peace with his subjects as Philip of Spain had to make terms with the Moriscos. And so, though apprehensive of French and German Protestant assistance being given to Orange and fearful of an attack upon Franche-Comté, the Spanish ambassador was forced to be content with the promise of France that no hostility was intended or would be permitted in France toward Spain. The Peace of Saint-Germain was the broadest and most substantial body of privileges yet secured by the French Protestants. Antedating the Edict of Nantes by 28 years, it might have been as great and as permanent an instrument as the latter, if the ambition of the Guises and the intervention of Spain in French affairs had not overthrown it. France itself, government and people, was tired of 10 years of strife and disposed to peace. The economic interests of the country were anxious for peace. Only zealots for the religion and those who sought to fish in troubled waters reprobated the terms of Saint-Germain and sought to continue the struggle. It is true that mutual suspicion still prevailed. Some of the Huguenots anticipated new encroachments again, destructive of the peace, and that the king only aimed to disarm the Protestants in order to overwhelm them later. But time, in all probability, would have qualified this feeling. Religion, unless artificially exaggerated, had ceased to be the primary issue of France by 1570. The real issue was Spain. For all parties alike in France had begun to chafe because of the power acquired by foreign military influences, especially that of Philip, a feeling which ultimately was destined to unite the country on the basis of a national patriotism and embolden Henry of Navarre to expel the Spaniard and establish the Bourbon throne on a truly national basis. An incident which took place at the court in mid-July, when the terms of peace were under consideration, illustrates this all but universal hatred of Spain. One day the Spanish ambassador entered the king's chamber for audience. Soon afterward the Marshal Tavannes came in, who was somewhat deaf and accustomed to speak in a loud voice. Perceiving the ambassador, he gruffly remarked in a voice so audible as to be heard by a lava. These Spaniards would do better to govern their own members and not interfere by trying to govern other people's countries. For I well know that the Spaniards have no wish but to foment civil wars, so that both one party and the other may be weakened, and they themselves become stronger than both. For my own part, I would rather see 100 white capes than one red cross the device the Spaniards wore. Because, after all, the first are our brethren and our kindred, while the latter are the natural enemies of our country. It was an opportune time for France to undertake an anti-Spanish policy, and it was soon predicted that she would follow such a course. Aside from the discomfiture of the Guises owing to the peace, a condition which peculiarly discountenanced the Cardinal of Lorraine, the Duke of Guise was in disgrace also. For he was discovered to have made overtures of marriage to Madame Marguerite, the king's sister, and the lady herself, for whom a Portuguese match was being considered as a blow to Spain, was reputed to have expressed a preference rather to stay in France than to eat figs in Portugal. Guise, when the discovery was made that he had raised his eyes to the princess, hastily attempted to divert suspicion by marrying the Princess of Porcian. But the episode injured the influence of the Guises and brought Montmorency forward as the man of the hour. Under the new regime, the government set about carrying out the terms of pacification, enforcement of which chiefly depended upon the upright and just conduct of the four marshals. By the end of September, the camps were wholly broken up, and the reiters either over or on their way across the frontier. To be sure, radical Protestants continued to complain of infractions of the edict. But the one serious infraction of the edict was in the 15th article, providing that all scholars, the sick and the poor, should be received in the universities, schools, and hospitals without difference or distinction on account of religion. The Catholic party, in the hope of abridging the development of the competing religion, soon persuaded the king to nullify this provision. In compliance with a petition praying that the crown would forbid any of the reformed religion from holding any post of authority in the University of Paris, and also that the university authorities might have power to search for and seize all heretical books, Charles Roman IX on October 8, 1570, issued a proclamation forbidding any Calvinist from holding any office or teaching in the University of Paris, and giving the authorities thereof the right of search for heretical books. On November 20, this was followed by a more sweeping decree forbidding any persons from keeping schools or holding office in any college, or lecturing on any art or science in public or in private unless recognized and approved by the Roman Church. Nevertheless, these petitions, complaining of infractions of the edict, were more smoke than fire. The only internal issue of great importance was an economic one. Apart from the destructiveness of the war, nature again dealt hardly with France in this year. There were heavy rains over all Europe which either rotted the grain in the fields or washed it out. A great inundation of the Seine occurred on June 2, 1570, and the plague began to grow more virulent once more. There was a certain amount of reason in the demand for a new session of the Estates to consider the economic distress of France, but the king was wise in refusing the request, for in event of its meeting, the enemies of Spain would have been sure to endeavor to fan the ashes of the late civil war into flames again. As a solace to those demanding economic relief, Charles Roman IX promised to abolish sundry superfluous offices and to tax the nobles instead of the commons for the relief of his debts, which amounted to 37 million francs. An earnest of this intention is manifest in an ordinance requiring parish wardens to keep accounts and to make a declaration of the revenue of their churches, and to send this information to the royal bailiffs. Every parish was forced to obey this edict, which was a novelty indeed. But the parish authorities took advantage of the situation and not merely rendered an account of their incomes, but also gave the king a minute account of the ruin they had suffered at the hands of the Huguenots. The bailiffs received these declarations and sent them to the Privy Council of the king, where the evidence was reviewed and every church taxed accordingly. The churches which had been burned by the Protestants were lightly taxed, and those which were found to be incapable of payment were authorized to sell their possessions, their vessels, jewels, or lands, or else impose a tax on the parish. But the thrifty bourgeoisie of France were too lucrative a source of income for the king to keep his promise not to tax them more. In March 1571, an edict was issued providing that bolts of woolen cloth should be sealed with a leaden seal before sale, and that each bolt should be taxed 3 francs, 4 deniers. The new impost, which was very unpopular, was ascribed to the Italian influence at court. Chapter 15. The Massacre of Saint Bartholomew. The dominant politics of France in the years 1570–72 were foreign, not domestic, and had to do with Spain. The clouds hung heavy over Spain's dominions in spite of the suppression of the Moriscos, and dark was the prospect ahead for Philip Roman II. In the east only was light. The great victory at Lepanto over the Turks, fought on October 7, 1571, though of general benefit to Christendom, was of greatest advantage to Spain. It is at this juncture that the Duke of Anjou, the king's brother, becomes a conspicuous political figure, one, indeed, of international importance. In order to confirm the confidence of the Huguenots, but especially to strengthen France against Spanish preponderance, the idea was again put forward of marrying Anjou to Queen Elizabeth. At the same time, the plan was broached of marrying young Henry of Navarre to the sister of the Duke of Württemberg. But again Montmorency came to the forefront and revived the plan suggested in 1569 of marrying the Princess Marguerite, Charles IX's youngest sister, to Henry of Navarre. Coligny for the Huguenots, and Walsingham and Norris for England, urged the double plan. The Ridolfi plot proved to Elizabeth that England, like France, had her greatest enemy in Spain. Illustration: The Massacre of Saint Bartholomew. From a picture by François du Bois of Amiens, 1584 at Geneva. The original, in the Museum Herlaut at Lausanne, is 3½ times 5 feet. In the middle of the picture, Coligny is being thrown out of the window, below which stand the Dukes of Guise and Aumale and the bastard of Angoulême. Teligny, the admiral's son-in-law, is trying to escape over the roof. In the background is the Louvre, with pills being beset in the doorway. The bodies of Briquemont and Cavaignes are hanging from the gibbet in the street. On the hilltop in the right of the picture, the gibbet of Montfaucon is seen. On the left bank of the Seine, some Huguenots are escaping by the Porte de Nesles. Montgomery is the man on horseback outside the gate. The windmill stands on Mont Sainte-Geneviève. The consternation of the Guises and Spain at the discovery of this double marriage project was great. The Guises sought to break the proposed marriage of Anjou and Queen Elizabeth by offering him Mary Stuart, and that of Henry of Navarre with the king's sister by offering the Cardinal d'Este as a prospective husband, since he was universally expected to succeed his brother, the Duke of Ferrara, who was without issue. Tuscan influence was used to this end. Spain and the papacy, for their part, dangled before the eyes of the Duke of Anjou the post of command over the fleet preparing against the Turks. The gulf between France and Spain, however, was too wide to be bridged by such an offer. Disappointed at Bayonne, Catherine was dreaming of the elder daughter of the Habsburgs as the future wife of Charles Roman IX. Such a marriage appealed to her as a practical way of playing one house of Habsburg against the other, although she plausibly represented it as a new tie that would bind France and the Habsburgs in greater amity. The counterclaims of France and Austria to the 3 bishoprics, and the renewal by France of her former relations with Turkey, retarded this negotiation. The greatest hindrance, though, was the opposition of Philip Roman II. It was with the object of frustrating the designs of France that Philip Roman II had transferred his ambassador in France, Chantenay, from Paris to Vienna. At Bayonne, the Queen Mother had exerted all her influence in vain to prevail upon the court of Spain to commit itself. When Fourquevaux succeeded Saint Sulpice at Madrid, he, in turn, continued to urge that Charles Roman IX should marry the Princess Anne, that Marguerite of Valois should marry Don Carlos, and Henry of Anjou the Infanta Juana, Philip's sister. But Philip Roman II still hesitated between Mary Stuart and Anne of Austria, and suggested the younger daughter of Maximilian as prospective spouse for Charles Roman IX. Matters remained thus undetermined for years. The marriage of Mary Stuart to Darnley in 1565 and the death of Don Carlos in July 1568 raised Catherine's hopes. But they were dashed to pieces after the death of Elizabeth of Valois on October 3, 1568, when Philip Roman II himself became the suitor for the hand of Anne of Austria. French and Spanish diplomacy, thereafter plotted and counterplotted, until in 1570, the French king had to endure the chagrin of seeing his expected queen become the fourth bride of Philip of Spain and himself be satisfied with the younger sister, whose physical charms did not compensate for the injury to his pride. But Philip gained another point of advantage over the French king, a point which the latter never discovered. The Duchy of Lorraine was a fief of the empire and had been so ever since the Middle Ages. Situated in the penumbra between France and Germany, the Duke of Lorraine's position had become a complex one, and he was a vassal of France for the border Duchy of Bar. As a sign of his amity toward the emperor, Charles Roman IX at the time of his marriage agreed to release the Duke of Lorraine from his fealty to France. This waiver stirred the patriotic indignation of the Keeper of the Seal, Morvilliers, who resigned his office, declaring that he would not be an agent for separating from the crown of France any principality owing allegiance to it. Unfortunately for the future, the king appointed a secret partisan of Spain to the post. This was Baireux, a Milanese by birth, whose sinister influence was to play no mean part in the future. As might be expected, the winter and spring of 1571-72 were filled with cross negotiations of great importance. The greatest Catholic Spanish fear was lest a positive alliance be made between France, England, and Holland, and perhaps the Protestant German states for the liberation of the Netherlands, that league to have greater binding force through the double marriage of the Duke of Anjou and Queen Elizabeth and Henry of Bourbon to Marguerite of France. Spain, to prove France, made final demand of Charles Roman IX, namely, that he forcibly suppress the activity of the Prince of Orange in France, that Spain be permitted to levy Catholics in France to serve in the Low Countries, that France restrain the preparations of the Huguenots, especially those of La Rochelle, from aiding the Dutch cause on the sea, that France renounce her alliance with Turkey and join the Holy League against the Ottoman, and finally, that Charles Roman IX abandon the project of marrying his sister to the Prince of Navarre. Charles X's replies were very vague. To the first of these demands, he replied that his country was too much exhausted by the late wars to take up arms for any cause. To the second he said that if he permitted Catholic levies to be made in France, the Huguenots would not believe them to be for service abroad but would again take up arms. As to the preparations at La Rochelle, it remained to be seen if their purpose was not mercantile instead of military. The attitude of the various parties in France toward the Crown's Spanish policy was a peculiar one. The Huguenots and moderate Catholics, of course, urged the marriage of the king's brother to Queen Elizabeth with the greatest zeal. But even intense Catholics, like Tavannes, singular as it seems, urged the match, with Machiavellian ingenuity estimating that the king, by incurring the deeper enmity of Spain, would be compelled to avail himself of their services, and thus, in the end, the cause of Catholicism in France would be promoted. The Queen Mother, with characteristic caution, professed much inclination for the match, but urged that it could not be attempted without hazarding the king's honor. Meanwhile, Montmorency pushed it with all his ability, alternately urging Catherine de' Medici and Lord Burghley by an assiduous correspondence. How purely political as an issue religion had become by this time in Europe is made almost cynically manifest in the conferences between the advocates of the French-English match, for the purpose of overcoming the religious disparities represented by the principles in the proposed match. From the beginning of the negotiations, it was evident that every compromise made in religion would have to be made by France. The incongruities of age and religion and the complications of politics were great. The hardest thing, perhaps, to estimate is the influence of Elizabeth's vacillation. Catherine de' Medici, on the whole, seems to have been anxious for the match. So protracted and so intricate were the negotiations that the Duke of Anjou, with mingled prejudice and despair, declared that all was but dalliance. It was speciously urged upon the Duke that no attempt was being made to effect his sudden conversion to the Anglican religion, but that he should forego the use of private mass, and examine whether he might not with good devotion use the forms of prayers appointed throughout her realm, the same being in effect nothing, but that which the Church of Rome uses, saving that it is in the English tongue, which, if he pleased, might be translated into French. And further, that the usage of the divine service in England did not properly compel any man to alter his opinion in the great matters being now in controversy in the Church. To this, it was rejoined that religion was a constant persuasion confirmed by time, and that relenting in religion, being a matter of conscience, was an inconvenience of more weight than any that might happen to the queen. For a while Anjou, although after the Edict of Saint Germain he had staunchly protested that no preaching be allowed anywhere in his territories, which the king granted, wavered between policy and conscience. One day while visiting Madame Carnavalet, the wife of his tutor, he said with affected gaiety, "Carnavalet, thou and I were once Huguenots, and now again are become good Catholics." "Aye," she said, "we were so, and if you proceed in the matter you wot of, you will then return to be a Huguenot." Spain did everything possible to thwart the negotiation. Her ambassador in the presence of the king's council inveighed against the plan, asserting that the kingdom of France was going to ruin, but he was cautious not to allege any ground but that of religion. Finally, the counter-practices of the Guises and the Spanish ambassador, partly by appeals to religious scruples and partly by the means of lavish promises, overcame Anjou's hesitation, and he flatly refused to consider the marriage. The king was furious. "Brother," he said, "you should have used some plainness with me in this matter, and not leave me to wade so far to abuse a prince I so much esteem and honor. You allege conscience to be the cause, but I know it is a late pension offered unto you by the clergy, who would have you still remain here for a champion of the Catholic faith. I tell you plainly, I will have no other champion here but myself, and seeing you have such a desire to remain here on such respects, it behooves me the more narrowly to look to you. And as for the clergy, seeing they have so great superfluity, and I so great necessity, the benefices being at my disposition, I will take a new order. And as for those who make the offer, I will make some of them shorter by the head." Nevertheless, despite the fact that the cause was a lost one, the matter was protracted so long that the negotiators of the affair themselves perceived the humor in it. Elizabeth protested that, of herself she had no mind thereto, yet the continual crying unto her of her privy council, the necessity of the time, and the love of her subjects, had turned her mind to marriage. While the Duke of Anjou reasserted his belief in his future damnation if he yielded anything in the matter of religion. Smith, the English envoy, solemnly averred that the matter of religion would be the most honorable to break off with, both for his mistress and the Duke, and in the same breath asked whether it would suffice if the Duke were suffered for a time to have his mass private in some little oratory or chapel. This, so that there should be no scandal to any of the Queen's subjects. The Queen Mother replied that the Duke must have the exercise of his religion open, lest he should seem to be ashamed of it, and that he was now of late so devout that he heard 2 or 3 masses every day, and fasted the Lent and vigils so precisely, that he began to be lean and evil-colored, so that she was angry with him and told him that she had rather he were an Huguenot than be so foolishly precise to hurt his health. She told the English ambassador that he would not be content to have his mass in a corner, but insisted upon high mass and all the ceremonies thereof according to the time, and in song after all solemn fashion of the Roman Church, and a church or chapel appointed where he might openly have his priests and singers and use all their ceremonies. "Why, madame," ejaculated Smith, "then he may require also the 4 orders of friars, monks, canons, pilgrimages, pardons, oil and cream relics, and all such trumperies. The Queen of England will never agree to any mass, let alone great high mass, with all the ceremonies of Rome according to the season, priest, deacon, subdeacon, chalice, altar, bells, candlesticks, pat, and singing men, less quatermendiants et 2s less mille diables," at which tirade all but Anjou laughed. It is at this moment that the Duke of Alençon comes forward into the light around the throne. Since the Duke of Anjou was so extraordinarily, papistically superstitious, both sides turned toward him, notwithstanding the absurd disparity between his age and that of Queen Elizabeth. Even Elizabeth's hardy modesty blushed at the thought of such a match, and the objection of inequality in their ages was backed up by guarded expressions of repugnance on account of the disfigurement the young Duke had suffered from smallpox. The Huguenot pressure eagerly supported the proposed marriage between Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Alençon, for the Duke was as easy in religion as his brother was straight. The Admiral Coligny urged it upon Lord Burghley, pointing out that it would strengthen the Treaty of Blois, while others urged that England would have a practical advantage from the fact that Alençon was as rich in lands as his brother, and that the Duchy of Alençon adjoined Normandy, where the whole of the nobility was devoted to the Duke. and hoped by his means to be restored to their ancient privileges and liberties, and that then England could make a bulwark and defense out of Normandy for her own protection. It is a difficult story to take seriously, for each one of the actors felt its hollowness and unreality. One feels that it was a gigantic bubble produced by English and French counselors of state to amuse and occupy each other by its brilliancy and wavering instability. Yet the greatest statesmen in England were driven nearly to distraction by their endeavors to keep it in the air. At first, this diplomatic affair assumes an almost farcical comedy aspect, then it darkens into tragedy. It is a game of chess in which the players are grave and reverend statesmen, and the pieces queens and princes, with this distinction that the pieces are always likely to move of themselves and create unexpected combinations. Yet, for all its hollowness, the story deserves attention, for as long as it lasted it absorbed the attention of the persons concerned, and it illustrates most admirably Elizabeth's and Catherine's tortuous methods of diplomacy. When the negotiations began, Elizabeth was already 38 years old and of vast experience in promoting and then avoiding marriages. As a coy and bashful damsel, she could always plead her repugnance to the marriage state, and as the head of a Protestant nation, religion was another rock of refuge when anxious or angry suitors pressed her too closely. She had fooled Philip, and she had kept the poor Austrian Archduke gambling before her. What could the pockmarked François de Lenken expect but disaster? Yet it was he who came the nearest to pinning her down to a state of matrimonial stability. The two things in Catherine's character, which seem to be especially prominent in this tale of love and lying, are her thirst for power for herself and a mother's natural ambition for her children. Alenken's appearance is the one thing about him which is seriously discussed. He was born 1555 and was therefore 22 years younger than Elizabeth. This was, of course, an enormous objection, or, at least, one which could always be urged. His age is the official and public objection, but his face and stature affected Elizabeth far more. As to his character, we have the testimony of the English and Venetian ambassadors. Smith, in January 1572, calls him a good fellow and a lusty prince, and says he is not so obstinate, papistical, and restive like a mule as his brother is. Dale, in the quaint letter in a Hatfield MS, says of him, "As touching his behavior he was the most moderate in all the court, never present at any of the licentious acts of his brethren, nor here nor at Rochelle, of much credit, and namely with them of the religion, thus he wise and hath been hitherto, what may be hereafter God knoweth." On the whole, the English ambassadors favored him, Walsingham the least. Evidently he was not an unpleasant person, but a young and inexperienced lad, ambitious to do great things, resenting his treatment at the court, and so plunged into the current of things, only to be deceived and ruined by the superior cunning of his supposed friends. His shortcomings may be excused on the ground of his environment and bringing up, may even be praised as being more manly and significant than the effeminate Henry. Alenken's motives in attempting to win Elizabeth are obvious. His position in France was most unpleasant to him. Suspected by his brothers, made fun of and pestered by the Guises and the Mignons of the court. Condemned to a life of subordination and idleness by the accident of his birth, the prospect of the hand of the Queen of England seemed most glowing, even though she was a heretic and more than 20 years older than he. But why should Catherine and Elizabeth ever consider such an intrinsically absurd proposition? Elizabeth was face to face with several problems, foreign and domestic, upon the solution of which depended her throne and her very existence. It is hard to remember, as one looks back upon her long and splendid reign, that there was hardly a moment in it when she was free from the danger of overthrow and execution. This danger at this time had just manifested itself in the Ridolfi plot in which the Duke of Norfolk, the greatest nobleman of England, Spain, Mary Stuart, and the Pope had all combined. Naturally, the Catholic nobles rallied around Mary, the probable successor to the throne, while the Protestants were at a loss to know what to do in view of the unsettled succession. So great was the excitement that Elizabeth always hesitated to call a parliament for fear it would attempt to urge her on to marriage. Negotiations, not to speak of marriage, with France would immensely relieve the situation. They could be used before Parliament to show that Elizabeth was doing her best. Hopes of a settled succession would at once reassure the country and diminish Mary's importance, both as a center of conspiracy and as a source of danger in other ways. To be sure, this possible marriage might excite the Catholics to renewed efforts to save their faith, but the fact that France was Catholic, and that from it might come much of their help, would militate against disturbance. Negotiations might bring about most of these results, and would in any case gain time and postpone the solution of the difficulties. A second problem before Elizabeth was the maintenance of the Protestant faith. So far as this enters the negotiations, it is mostly a pretext, but there was, nevertheless, an actual problem. Negotiations for marriage with a Catholic prince might stir up the Catholics to renewed activities and raise hopes which it might be difficult to allay. But on the other hand, Elizabeth could hope for relief from the Huguenot movement in France and the rebellious Dutch, while the alliance with a Catholic prince would immensely strengthen her in her own middle ground. To allow him to bring the Mass with him might cause trouble, but still one prince could not do much when Queen and Council were carefully watching him. Scotland was another source of continual anxiety to the English ministry. The government was unsettled, and the power likely to fall at any time into the hands of those who would turn it over to France. Of course, this danger would be entirely removed by a French marriage, though as events proved, negotiations did not stop the intrigues. A similar point of attack existed in Ireland, where the least encouragement was sure to raise rebellion. A French marriage would make danger in that quarter also less likely. But perhaps the greatest source of danger was from Spain. There were countless reasons why Philip should declare war: religion, the seizure of his treasure by Elizabethan seamen, the treatment of Mary, though this did not at first much concern him, and Spanish repression in the Netherlands. English negotiation with France would be of value to England, if for nothing else, in keeping France and Spain apart. It was hoped, moreover, that once England and France were united, the combination might check Philip in his dealing with the Netherlands and the English Catholics, and in the cruelties visited on Englishmen in Spain. But there were grave objections to a marriage. It would introduce a new and unknown element into English councils. Suppose, as a Catholic, the king should join that party, or worse, ally himself with Mary herself, plot the death of Elizabeth and a Catholic restoration. Or suppose he should become king of France, or that his child should be heir to both thrones. The thought of becoming a French dependency was intolerable to England. In any case, it would mean a break with Spain, and how could England be sure that France was not merely tempting her to that, finally to leave her to face Spain alone? Plainly, marriage was too close and dangerous a union. As for negotiations, that was another matter, and it was simply for the negotiations themselves that Elizabeth entered upon them. This is proved, I think, by her entire policy. Whenever France seems most willing, she draws away. But when France seems likely to abandon such fruitless endeavors, she at once becomes affable and yielding. Sometimes her ministers urged her to definite and decided action, but she always managed to find a loophole if either they or circumstance had forced her into too dangerous agreement. France, on the other hand, could not be content with mere negotiations. She, too, had several definite problems. Rent by civil war, with enormously powerful barons on the one side and a clamorous people on the other, while outside the realm stood Spain and England, only too glad to promote and foster her difficulties, the crown was in a struggle for existence as real as that of Elizabeth. To join Spain would be for France to lose her integral existence and to be swallowed up in the maw of the Habsburgs. Therefore, the English alliance was the only refuge. Besides, there were many other advantages. It would stop England's meddling in French affairs and would calm and reassure the Huguenots. But there was the rub. Did the Huguenots need to be reassured? Could France safely commit herself to a liberal policy? To Catherine, it was not so much that, as the question of her own authority and personal ambition for her family. She had no intention of giving place to the Huguenots any more than she had to the Guises. And so, she wavered when the Guises were becoming too powerful and helped along the marriage. When the Huguenots began to be too authoritative, she frowned on it. To the Huguenots, the marriage was a question of enormous advantage. If it were accomplished, the Calvinists might hope, not only for success in France, but in the Low Countries as well. While to the Guises, on the contrary, the alliance meant the ruin of their hopes for Mary and for absolute dominion in France. But to all the risk was great. Elizabeth was by no means firmly seated upon her throne and seemed to be manifesting a reckless carelessness in the leniency of her treatment of the late conspirators. The English ambassadors noted that any roundness of treatment at home at once caused a quickening of the negotiations. The real objection, both with France and with England, was fear of duplicity. Neither could trust the other. Each insisted that the other should commit itself first. Neither would consent, with the result that all came to naught. This was just what Philip expected. Naturally, a French-English league would have seriously hampered him, but he had found by long and trying experience that when Elizabeth talked of marriage, she was only amusing herself with a polite fiction. Not once does he take the matter seriously. So the Spanish attitude was one of unconcern, which in itself added to the fear of both Elizabeth and Catherine, for each supposed some secret understanding with Spain on the part of the other. With such motives and in such troubled waters the negotiations went on. In the end, Elizabeth could not digest the inconvenience of the proposed marriage, and failing to cement the new friendship of France and England by this form of alliance, it was then suggested that a political compact, not a marriage alliance, be made between the two powers. But there were great difficulties in the way of this project. For, although the English desired a closer union with France, they were nevertheless not unprepared to treat with Spain, and to use the prospective alliance with France for the purpose of bringing Philip Roman II to terms. England was unwilling yet to be considered as an open enemy of Spain, in spite of the fact she was well aware of Alva's plot with Lord Seaton and other Scotch and English refugees in Flanders. Trade considerations were of great influence in governing this attitude. England could not afford to forfeit her commercial intercourse with Spain and Flanders for the none too sure friendship of France, since the staple in Flanders was worth between 2 and 3 millions. France could not offer any staple or port advantages to England comparable with those England enjoyed elsewhere. England accordingly proposed that the League be extended to include the Protestant princes of Germany, and that they should join together, in defense against any who for matters of religion should use force against any of them. Secondly, that France would bind herself not to support the cause of Mary Stuart in Scotland. And thirdly, that France would not seek any greater trade advantages in the Low Countries than she had in former times. France balked at the proposed extension of the alliance to Germany, and it was dropped. As to Scotland, she was willing to make a partial sacrifice of honor for the sake of political advantage. But England's fear of contributing to the aggrandizement of France was too keen to permit her to have free rein in the Netherlands, though Walsingham proposed a way to prevent the possibility of French ascendancy there, and declared that the grandeur of France abroad was less to be feared by England than the continuance of civil war in France or the destructive policy of Alva in the Netherlands. Burghley was as cautious as his mistress. "If the seaports fall into the hands of the French," he wrote, "they will regulate not only the commerce of our merchants abroad, but the sovereignty of the Channel, which belongs to us." The jealous determination of England to monopolize the commerce of the Low Countries was the greatest obstacle to the formation of the alliance. For England, most of all feared lest France would not content herself with Flanders and Artois. In the delicate business of state which burdened him at this season, Charles Roman IX showed more acumen than either his newfound friends of Protestant faith or the Catholics had expected to find. Because while exerting himself to keep the peace with Spain on the one hand, on the other he endeavored to conciliate his Protestant subjects. Unlike his elder brother, Francis Roman II, Charles Roman IX was of strong physical frame, being big-boned and vigorous, until the fatal taint of his heritage and his excesses undermined his constitution and brought on the disease of consumption of which he died. He was gross, even brutish in inclination, rejoicing in base physical sport and disinclined to books. But in the present politics, Charles Roman IX showed little of the rashness of his physical nature. Nevertheless, the king went farther than caution approved in dealing with his newfound friends. He would have disarmed the suspicion of Spain, and the Guises to some degree, at least, if he had drawn close to the Duke of Montmorency, whose moderate Catholicism, however impeachable, was not the detested heresy of the French Protestants. But instead of so doing, the king, unable to dissemble as much as his mother, openly manifested a great admiration for the Admiral Coligny, than whom neither the Guises nor Spain had a more resolute foe. The admiral was received in Paris upon his arrival there early in September 1571 with distinguished honors. His popularity with the king was at once a menace and a challenge to Philip Roman II and the Guises. An added difficulty, as the result of this policy, was that Catherine de' Medici, seeing her son so well affected toward the admiral, grew jealous of the latter's influence, lest it supplant her own, and intrigued against him. Despite the failure of the marriage alliance, France still had two strings to the Ulysses bow she was drawing against Spain, support of the Dutch, and the union of France by means of the marriage of Henry of Navarre and the Princess Marguerite. Spain's suspicions that the Huguenot naval preparations at La Rochelle were in favor of the Dutch had not been based on groundless suspicion. William of Orange's own brother, Louis of Nassau, had remained in France after the Peace of Saint-Germain, urging an alliance between France and England against Spain, or else French intervention in the Netherlands. The Count of Nassau enlarged upon the vast designs of the Spanish monarch and showed how sinister they were to France as well as Holland, artfully alluding to the Peace of Cadeau-Cambrésis, a peace dishonorable to France. He dwelt upon the tyranny of Alva and the horrors of the Inquisition. He demonstrated that all the inhabitants of the Low Countries, both Catholics and Protestants, hated the Spanish domination. That all the maritime towns were ready to receive French and Dutch garrisons, if but those of Spain could be driven out. That with the sea power of France thrown into the scale, the Dutch could conquer Spain, and finally proposed the formation of an international league to overthrow Spain, and asserted that France might acquire Flanders and Artois and the Empire Brabant, Gelders, and Luxembourg as reward of their services. So alluring was the prospect portrayed to Charles Roman IX that he almost cast off the mask he wore of pretended friendship for Spain. He told Philip's minister, Alava, than whom there was no prouder man or one more disdainful in countenance, when the ambassador complained to the French king that certain ships of the Prince of Orange were being harbored at La Rochelle, that his master should not look to give laws to France. Meantime, the proposed marriage of Henry of Navarre to Marguerite, the king's sister, progressed. A full year before the nuptials were concluded, the jewels and apparel for the ceremony were already provided. The difficulty of arranging a religious form for the ceremony acceptable to both Catholics and Protestants was the great hindrance. Again, Spain made unavailing protest. Henry of Bourbon still bore the title of King of Navarre, though the kingdom had been lost to the house long before his birth, and was, in fact, entirely in the possession of Spain. Her fear was lest the new bond of marriage might unite the parties of France in war for the acquisition of Navarre. It was in vain, however, that Spain sought to prey upon the fears of Charles Roman IX, endeavoring to excite the king's jealousy against the growing power of the House of Bourbon, and pointing out that of the 12 provinces of the kingdom 10 were in the hands of governors who were bound by blood or interest to the Bourbons. So eager were many of the gentry of France for war with Spain, either in Navarre or Flanders, that one of Coligny's officers, when asked whether France meant to lose the favorable opportunity of attacking Spain, scornfully rejoined, "What can we do? We are good for nothing, for we have to deal with a scared king and a timid queen who will not come to any decision." By December 1571, war with Spain was on every lip and the government began to collect money. At this juncture, when all Europe was keyed to concert pitch of political tension, when anything seemed likely to happen and no one of the great powers dared make an overt move, the Gordian knot was cut. On April 1, 1572, the most notable event in the Low Countries since the iconoclastic outburst occurred. For on that day, the Count Vandermark, commander of the Beggars of the Sea, captured the port of Brill. From that time onward, the Dutch and Flemings had a maritime point of their own on the mainland and were no longer dependent on the precarious shelter of English and Norman ports. The effect of this blow to Spain was great. Within the week on Easter Day, Flushing, and soon afterward Middelburg, rebelled against the billeting of Spanish troops sent by Alva to replace the Walloon garrison there. The Gueux were masters of the sea, and when Dordrecht also rebelled, the inland water routes were endangered too. No vessel could come from Holland, Gelders, or Frisia, and no communication could be made from the north with Brabant. Even Amsterdam could be starved, and Alva determined to retire all his forces to Ghent and Antwerp. On April 14, William of Orange issued a proclamation from Dillenburg expressing his grief at the miseries suffered from the exactions, outrages, and cruelties inflicted by the Spaniards, and assured the people of his determination to liberate the land from their tyranny. As many towns and ports had already recognized him as their ruler, he urged others to follow their example, pledging his word to use all his power to restore the ancient privileges and liberties of each. When news of these wondrous deeds reached France, Charles X's hesitation was swept away by the combined fervor of Louis of Nassau and the Admiral. On April 19, the Anglo-French Treaty of Alliance was signed at Blois. Du Plessis-Mornay, a young Huguenot gentleman of 23, of marked literary ability and destined to be the intellectual leader of the Protestants in coming years, who had lately traveled through the Netherlands and visited England, in collaboration with the Admiral, drew up a remarkable memorial advocating French intervention in the Low Countries, which Coligny presented to the king. English and French volunteers soon poured into the land. Louis of Nassau left for Valenciennes, which had successfully revolted, accompanied by Lannoy and Genlis. On May 24, by a stratagem, Genlis secured possession of Mons, one of the most important fortresses to Spain in the Low Countries in the present state of mind that France was in. From this point of vantage, he wrote hopefully to Charles Roman IX for more soldiers, a good minister, a surgeon, some cannon founders, and drugs. While these events were happening on land, on the sea the Zealanders attacked and dispersed the Spanish fleet in the Slies on June 8 and seized 20 merchantmen under its convoy. And, to the elation of France, far down in the Bay of Biscay, the fleet of Flushing 3 days later scattered another of Spain's armadas. All Holland, Amsterdam, and Rotterdam excepted, was lost to Spain. Sir Humphrey Gilbert, with 1,200 English and some French and Walloons, landed in the Low Countries on July 10 and captured Sluys and Bruges. Money poured in upon William of Orange, who in June went to Frankfurt to purchase supplies and enlist men. The Duke of Alva was in desperate straits. The Walloons everywhere in the army mutinied and deserted, and he was short of munitions. But such successes were too great to last. Louis of Nassau found he could not hope to hold Mons for long with the slender forces at his command and sent Genlis back to France for reinforcements. Charles Roman IX, under pressure from Coligny, provided men and money secretly, but Genlis' relief column was intercepted on July 16 and captured by the Duke of Alva. It was only a question of time before Mons surrendered. The blow was a heavy one to France. It mattered little to France that French subjects were killed or taken prisoner during the siege. But it was of tremendous consequence to France that Alva found on Genlis' person a letter written by Charles Roman IX to Louis of Nassau on April 27, 1572, in which the king said that he was resolved, as soon as the condition of affairs at home permitted him, to employ the armies of France for the liberation of the Low Countries. Well might Alva's secretary write, "I have in my possession a letter of the King of France which would strike you with astonishment if you could see it." Spain possessed indubitable proof at last of French duplicity. The capture of Genlis and the knowledge that Spain had penetrated the whole secret of her design filled the French government with consternation, though Charles Roman IX affected a show of courage he did not feel. That consternation became abject dismay when it was learned that Elizabeth of England, partially out of reluctance to have war with Spain, more because of fear lest French foothold in the Low Countries would jeopardize her commercial ascendancy there, repudiated the Treaty of Alliance. As one reviews the months before the massacre, one asks just how far Elizabeth herself may have been responsible for it. It was she who, by her tortuous and insincere policy, alarmed Charles Roman IX and Catherine, causing the Flanders expedition to be abandoned. It was this which caused Coligny to turn upon Catherine in the king's council, saying, "This war the king renounced. God grant he may not find himself involved in another less easy to renounce." The line comes straight from Elizabeth surely, but can be emphasized too strongly. That some blame must rest on the English cannot be denied, however. Did Catherine de' Medici plan the massacre of St. Bartholomew to save herself from the wrath of the Huguenots? Or, in her terror, did she seek to appease the wrath of the Catholic dragon with human lives? Was the massacre of St. Bartholomew the bloody price of Spain's satisfaction? But there is another element to be considered in any endeavor to unravel the causes of that event. All the art of Catherine de' Medici for years past had been expended in an endeavor to maintain control by balancing the parties against one another. At this minute, she was insanely jealous of the Admiral Coligny, whose political ascendancy seemed all the greater because of the conduct of the Protestants who crowded Paris for the coming nuptials, enjoying their superficial popularity with too much arrogance in many cases, and angering the sentiment of the Parisians, the most Catholic populace in France. The massacre seems primarily due to the jealousy and hatred felt by Catherine de' Medici toward Coligny on account of his great ascendancy over Charles Roman IX, coupled with panic after the failure of her deliberate attempt to have him murdered, and fear of war with Spain. A fear all the greater because of England's desertion of France in Flanders at this critical moment, lest English commercial ascendancy there should suffer. It was a crime of fear, a horrible resource in a difficult emergency, partly a craven attempt to placate Spain for what had been done against her, partly a crime of jealousy. Perhaps jealousy of Coligny was even a stronger motive than fear of Spain. The attempt upon Coligny's life on August 22 would seem to indicate this. Was the general slaughter of the Huguenots the consequence of the failure of this attempt? If the shot of August 22 had killed the admiral, would the massacre have taken place? I think not. The failure to kill the admiral was the immediate occasion of the massacre of St. Bartholomew's Day. If Coligny had been killed then and there, the massacre probably would not have happened. The failure to compass the death of the admiral made Catherine frantic with mingled rage and fear lest the Huguenots concentrated in Paris would rise in reprisal. She took counsel with Guise, Anjou, Madame de Nemours, and Gondi, the Italian Bishop of Paris. The resolution of the king, who at first believed that the Duke of Guise was the author of the attempted assassination, was beaten down by his mother, and when his fierce instincts were at last aroused, the way was easy. The hatred of Paris could be relied upon to do its worst, under the guidance of the provost who was taken into the plot. There is no need to detail the history of this famous day. At 1:30 on the morning of August 24, the tocsin sounded from the tower of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. Coligny was the first victim. From the Louvre, the murderous spirit spread to the Ville, to the Cité, to the University Quarter. Henry of Navarre and the Prince of Condé saved themselves by abjuration. Montgomery escaped on a fleet horse to the south. Estimates of the dead are so different that any positive opinion is impossible. La Popelinière gives 1,000 for Paris, the Tuscan ambassador 3,000, de Villa 10,000. Brantôme says nearly 4,000 bodies were thrown into the Seine. From Paris, the massacre spread to the provinces. On August 25, the fury reached Meaux and Troyes, on the 26th La Charité, on the 27th Orleans and Bourges, on the 28th Caen, on the 30th Lyon. Bordeaux and Toulouse followed. At Rouen, Carouge, the governor, would not obey the king's warrant until doubly convinced, when he retired to his country house and refused to execute it, though he did not have the courage to prevent the massacre, as was the case at Dijon, Limoges, Blois, Nantes. There is no reason for doubting that the massacre of St. Bartholomew was unpremeditated. It was not plotted years before, or even many days before. The light of modern investigation has proved this to the satisfaction of every unprejudiced historian, whether Protestant or Catholic. The combination of causes that led to the action, the motives of the principals, the responsibility for the massacre are today known with as much certainty as moral forces having relative and not absolute values can be. Even unprejudiced contemporaries, Lannoy and Henry Roman IV himself, did not believe the massacre to have been premeditated. A general slaughter of the Protestants was an old idea, but never regarded as a practical one, save by the papacy. The guilt of the massacre in all its monstrous proportions and consequences rests upon Catherine de' Medici first of all. Fundamentally considered, it was the crime of a tigerishly hateful and essentially cowardly woman's heart. Catherine was the author and instigator of it. The Guises entered into the plot chiefly to avenge themselves upon the admiral and really had little interest in prosecuting it beyond his death. The Duke of Anjou and Tavannes were the fanatics. Charles Roman IX was the creature of his mother's malign influence and the victim of his own ferocious temperament which he had long indulged, and to which he now allowed monstrous license. For the rest, the massacre of St. Bartholomew was perpetrated by men whose natures were compounded out of religious bigotry, political enmity, personal resentment, or mere ruffianism and love of violence. The massacre of St. Bartholomew could not possibly have been of the remotest political benefit to any person. It was both a crime and a blunder. But Catherine de' Medici was a ruler whose political conduct was governed by her personal feelings and prejudices. In the crisis in which she had not the acumen to discern or the courage to dare to follow the course that lay open before her if she had eyes to see and an understanding instead of a passionate heart. That course lay toward Italy and not toward the Netherlands. If France had reasserted her claims to Naples and Milan, then in the possession of Philip Roman II, the nation would have been united in a common cause that would have appealed to ancient pride and achievement as well as existing animosity against Spain. England would have had no reason to be jealous, for her hand would have been free in Flanders. Moreover, in Italy France might have looked for support from Tuscany and Ferrara. Switzerland would have supported the enterprise, Venice would have made no opposition, and the emperor, for all his Spanish attachments, could not have done so. With the Turk in the Mediterranean on her side, France could have gone into war with Spain and the Pope without fear and with great promise of success. Chapter 16. The Fourth Civil War. The massacre of St. Bartholomew, like a bolt out of a clear sky, precipitated a new storm, the Fourth Civil War. La Rochelle was the storm center, though Sancerre and Montauban were rocks of safety for the Huguenots of the center and south of France, no less than 3,000 Protestants and politiques of Toulouse finding refuge in the latter place. When Charles X's murderous passion was overpast and reason returned, he attempted to avert a new war by offering favorable terms to the Rochellois. But when the town fortified itself and refused to trust the favorable terms offered by Bayern and turned toward England for aid, the marshal was commanded to take the city by storm. The government was heavily embarrassed in its military preparations. Money was scarce, and the rate of interest 15%. Soldiers of judgment and experience pointed out that without either Swiss or Germans, the king could not successfully batter the town. For Frenchmen were not fit for the keeping of artillery, or to make the body of the battle of footmen. And the Swiss Diet refused to let France draw more mercenaries from the Alpine lands. The king was equally unsuccessful in his endeavor to recruit footmen in Germany. The enigmatical policy of Elizabeth was also a deterrent in the beginning of the war. While she sent the Earl of Worcester into France in January 1573 to treat of commerce and to dangle the prospect of her marrying Charles X's youngest brother, the Duke of Alençon, before the eyes of the French court, the English queen did not turn a deaf ear to the petition of the Rochellois. If after the massacre there was less fear of strengthening France by giving aid to the Low Countries, on the contrary it became doubly necessary for England not to break with Spain, so that the policy of Queen Elizabeth was a timid and hesitating one. When England's policy was perceived to be so weak, the government pushed forward its military preparations against the city, and the Italian artillery commander, Strozzi, in mid-December, took Marins, not far from La Rochelle, and put the garrison to the sword. But the Rochellois maintained the ramparts against all onslaught. The attacking army, under command of the Duke of Anjou, lay in the dike under the curtain of the town walls, but could get no farther. To add to the discomfiture of the Catholics, the king's army was in want of foodstuffs on account of the rising of the country roundabout, especially Poitou and Limousin. The dearth, however, was more than local. The winter of 1572-73 was again a hard one, and though the spring of 1573 opened early and mild, there came recurrence of cold. So much so that processions were held, imploring the grace of God upon the fields where much of the grain was killed. The ensuing high prices of grain were made higher owing to the fact that great amounts of it were stored by the dealers against the market. There were bread riots and popular tumults in various localities, and many towns fixed a maximum price. This condition of things aggravated the state of war throughout the country. Multitudes of people crowded the towns. These refugees brought their possessions with them, their linen and household goods, their sheep and their cattle, which they were forced to sell for a song in order to buy bread. The hard times also led to the migration of people from province to province and increased the vagabondage that already existed. The hunger was so great that men and women devoured vegetables and even grain raw. In consequence of the lack of food or the way in which it was consumed, suffering and disease ensued. Those who were fortunate enough to possess a garden plot with a few vines or fruits or vegetables were compelled to guard them by night and by day against the spoiler. It was considered an act of charity for those who had fruit trees, after themselves gathering the fruit, to permit those more wretched than they to strip the branches of their leaves and consume them. Paris suffered with the rest of France, for it was impossible to supply the city with food from the Beauce and Picardy and Champagne. Grain was imported from Spain and even from the Barbary coast, the timely arrival of 6 vessels, on one occasion, saving the capital from the pinch of famine. The hard times, which lasted more than a year, naturally bore heaviest upon the poorer classes, whose wretched condition contrasted with the luxury and vanity of the wealthier classes, with whom extravagance reached an extreme. During the winter, there was a complete cessation of hostilities before La Rochelle. Not a cannon was discharged all through the months of December, January, and February. In derision of the king's camp, some of the more daring of the Huguenot soldiery strutted about adorned with cards and dice to signify that the king's troops were better gamesters than soldiers. The truth is, Protestant France was not all of one mind to continue the resistance. There were 2 parties in the Huguenot capital, the irreconcilables, who wanted war to the knife and favored looking to England for support, and a more moderate faction led by that Bayard of the Protestants, the heroic Lannoy, who, believing that the great enemy of France and of the Huguenots was Spain, with proper guarantees stood ready to forget and forgive the massacre, so far as it was possible for human memory and feeling to do so, recognizing that that event was a catastrophe to Catholic as well as to Protestant France. That, however monstrous it was as a crime, as a blunder its effects were even more calamitous. As for the crown, it was even more anxious than the moderate Huguenots to avoid a protracted siege and come to some form of settlement. With this aim, Charles Roman IX, through the medium of the Duke of Longueville, governor of Picardy, early in October had made overtures to Lannoy, who was still in Flanders. After some hesitation, Lannoy came to Paris, where he had a conference with the king and the queen mother. So trusted and so capable was he that Charles Roman IX gave him practically discretionary powers to bring about a settlement, and in the middle of November, Lannoy went to La Rochelle. For days, the intrepid leader vainly endeavored to secure entrance into the city. Finally, on November 26, he was reluctantly admitted. During the cold and weary weeks of December, January, and February, while besieged and besiegers were lying on their arms upon the walls or in the trenches, Lannoy alternately entreated and expostulated, urging the necessity of peace in the face of vilification, the Huguenot minister Laplace even calling him perfide traister, deserteur de son parti. "The word of the king," said Catherine de' Medici to the deputies of the Reformed on one occasion, "ought to be sufficient for you." "No," replied one of them, "not since St. Bartholomew." Even Lannoy's influence could not overcome the radical party in La Rochelle, which imprisoned as many as advocated capitulation, no matter what the terms might be. At last, on March 12, 1573, the brave man gave up hope of persuading the zealot populace and returned to the king's camp. Angry at the failure of these pacific overtures, the government forces redoubled their attacks. On March 22, the royal artillery opened a terrible fire upon the city, more than 1,500 cannonballs being thrown. On April 7, there was a furious assault, even women fighting on the wall, and the attack was repeated on the 10th, 13th, and 14th, on the last day there being 5 separate attempts to take the city by storm. Montgomery, who had been sent to England for assistance, appeared with about 70 ships and was on the point of giving battle in the bay, when a fleet of 40 vessels from the ports of Brittany and Normandy hove in sight. These ships, with what Anjou could muster, made too great a body for Montgomery to risk an engagement, and so he retired to Belle Isle, which was made a Protestant naval base. Illustration: Plan de la Rochelle, NMDLXC. From Histoire au siège de la Rochelle en 1573, Traduit du Latin de Philippe Coriana, La Rochelle, 1856. Meanwhile, the Swiss in camp had toiled in the trenches, and Swamp Angel guns were established in the marshes to batter the port of St. Nicholas. On June 11, the supreme assault on La Rochelle was made and repulsed. The attacking force by an escalade gained possession of the rampart, but found a mighty trench before them, so that they were constrained to beat their way along the rampart in the hopes of finding a place to cross it. Those in the camp, seeing their comrades gain the ramparts, cried, "Ville gagne." But the Rochellois lured the enemy along the wall, and when they were entered set upon them both before and behind with such fury that they were all either slain or hurt, and the rest who were coming to succor the foremost were repulsed with great loss. After the failure of the great assault, because the soldiery without was so much discouraged by failure, angry for lack of pay, and weakened by losses and disease, the only recourse of the crown was to capitulate with the Rochellois with as much reservation as possible. Villeroy's report on the condition of things before La Rochelle was too convincing to be ignored. In the first week of July, after 2 days' deliberation, Charles Roman IX signed the terms, although they were not published at once. The general provisions were that those of La Rochelle should have life, goods, and liberty of conscience, and that the town, together with Montauban, Sancerre, and Nimes, should also have free exercise of the religion and find a garrison for themselves. The edict declared that the memory of all things which had happened since the 24th of August should be extinguished, that the Catholic religion was to be established throughout the country, except at the 4 cities named. Bailiffs and judges ordinary were to see to the decent interment of those who died in the Reformed religion. Those who gave security that they would change their religion should be admitted to the universities, schools, hospitals, without hindrance, and finally that any French Protestant might sell or alienate his goods and retire to any country he pleased, provided it were not to the territory of any princes where war obtained, a provision obviously intended to protect Spain in the Netherlands. But the Fourth War of Religion was not yet entirely over. While La Rochelle with 2,000 men daily labored to repair its battered walls, Sancerre was not to be tempted by the terms, and the south of France still held out. The heroic resistance of Sancerre, perched like an eagle's nest on a steep hill above the Loire, is one of the epic stories of the 16th century. For nearly 8 months, January 3 to August 19, 1573, the city withstood every assault and only succumbed at last when reduced to direst famine. Horses, asses, dogs, cats, rats were all consumed. Soup made of boiled parchment became a luxury. The inhabitants ate pain de pale haché, et d'ordures y meslant du fumier de chevox, et tout si quils, pensient avoir quelque suc. Even the bodies of the dead were disinterred and consumed. When human nature could endure no more, Sancerre threw itself upon the mercy of its conqueror. It was granted liberty of worship, and the people spared from massacre and pillage for the price of 40,000 livres, but its medieval glory was shorn from it. The splendid clock tower of the town was destroyed, its ramparts razed. In spite of the pacification at La Rochelle and the fall of Sancerre, the Midi still resisted. In Languedoc and Dauphiné, the Huguenots were especially strong. Their harvests were garnered into walled towns, their army included 2,000 arquebusiers besides the Huguenot gentry, and they were well prepared for further war. On the anniversary of the massacre, August 24, 1573, deputies of all the churches of the South convened at Montauban and took the preliminary steps in the formation of the great Huguenot Confederation, which in December assumed the direction of the war, the regulation of finances, civil administration, and religious protection. Languedoc was divided into 2 governments with Montauban and Nimes as centers under the authority of the Viscounts of Paulin and Saint-Romain, each assisted and controlled by a council. The councils, in turn, in all important matters, were required to consult the local assemblies of Protestants. All these assemblies were elective. The Protestant organization thus constituted an all but full-fledged state within a state, asserting its own power to lay taxes, to administer justice, to carry on war, and to make peace. It was estimated that 20,000 men in these regions were able to bear arms. In consequence of the continuance of the war in the south, the Swiss and the rest of the soldiery, not yet licensed, were sent from the camp before La Rochelle into Dauphiné and Languedoc. But the government was heavily embarrassed financially and had been compelled to resort to forced loans in Paris and the old shift of mortgaging the revenue until the grant of the clergy was made in June. Even then, it did not urge war. Charles Roman IX, jealous of the Guises and of the military reputation which his brother had acquired, was again manifesting his hatred of the restraint imposed upon him and desirous of recovering his independence. The tendency of France was to return to its earlier policy, which had been interrupted by the massacre. Charles again inclined to sustain Holland in its rebellion against Spain, at least underhandedly. To strike Spain was at the same time to strike at all the influences which he hated. Accordingly, France made overtures anew to the Prince of Orange, although it was not without repugnance that William of Orange brought himself to listen to them. But the voice of policy was stronger than sentiment. For on December 11, 1572, the famous siege of Haarlem had begun. It was Alva's purpose by the capture of this city to cut the communications between South Holland, where the Prince of Orange was, and North Holland. From Germany, the faithful and far-sighted Skommerg earnestly urged the project, and so artfully did he fulfill his mission that the Elector Palatine, the Landgrave, and the Archbishop of Cologne all espoused it. The repose of the kingdom, the security of the state, the ruin of the great enemy of France, direct and firm alliance with the princes of Germany, the subversion of all the designs of the House of Austria, and the culmination of your desires is in the hands of your Majesty," he wrote to Catherine on March 23. At last, after months of deliberation and delay, the threads of these tortuous negotiations were all drawn together at a secret interview of Catherine de' Medici with Louis of Nassau at Blamont in Lorraine, in December 1573. But there was yet another reason why the Crown of France was desirous of closing the conflict at home, which goes far to explain the government's willingness to compromise with La Rochelle. The throne of Poland had become vacant upon the death of Sigismund Augustus, the last of the Jagiello house, on July 7, 1572. The Crown of Poland was an elective one, the suffrage being in the hands of the Diet, composed solely of the two privileged orders. In the factional strife that too often ensued, the deadlock was sometimes broken by the election of an outside prince. This vicious and unnational policy triumphed in 1573. The Emperor, the King of Spain, and France had each a candidate. But Poland had no mind to experience the fate of Bohemia and pass under the suzerainty of the Habsburgs. Spain, too, in the person of her ambassador, was deprived of a hearing and compelled to make overtures in writing. In this wise the way was cleared for French diplomacy. In the autumn of 1572, Charles Roman IX had been sounded by the Poles as to the candidacy of the Duke of Anjou and had intimated the conditions to be expected. On December 19, the secretary of the Bishop of Valence, the French agent who had been hastily dispatched to Poland, arrived in Paris and gave great hope for the election of the Duke of Anjou, though the Polish Diet had not met yet on account of the plague. When it convened on April 15, 1573, the dexterous feat was accomplished by the papal legate, Cardinal Commendone, who, for his spiritual master, was hostile to the emperor for having lately made a 3 years' truce with the Turks and thus marred the glory of Lepanto, and opposed in principle to the widening of Spain's activities anywhere, in view of the supreme struggle of the faith in France and the Low Countries, where the cause of Rome was in sore need of Spanish support. The French envoys then skillfully introduced the name of the Duke of Anjou, lauding his Catholic virtues in the ears of a Catholic populace, promising that if elected Henry of Valois would spend all his revenues, how little these were the Poles could not know, in Poland for the benefit of the kingdom. They promised, too, that the prospective king would recover from the Muscovite all the territories whereof the kingdom of Poland had been despoiled in times past, as well as Wallachia from the Turks. The arguments told, and on May 19, 1573, the Duke of Anjou was elected King of Poland. On August 8, 1573, the official deputation of Polish nobles sent to France to notify the Duke of Anjou of his election reached Metz, and soon afterward, June 24, St. John's Day, arrived at Paris. They were the advance guard of almost 2,000 Polish nobles and gentry who visited the kingdom during this summer. They were all magnificently lodged and entertained in the city at the expense of the crown, or rather at the expense of the people, for a new tax was imposed for purposes of entertainment. The appearance of the Poles struck the French with amazement. They were all tall, handsome men, speaking Latin down to the very hostlers, but marvelously given to drink and great gourmands. The wine shops of the capital were almost drunk dry. 2 Poles, the saying went, drank more wine and consumed more meat than 6 Frenchmen. The honor of the crown of Poland salved the wounded pride of Anjou, still before La Rochelle. But the army murmured so much that a royal mandate was issued making it a misdemeanor to argue or to discuss the Polish election in the streets of Paris, or to discountenance the election of the Duke of Anjou to the throne of Poland in written work or speech. Without victory, without pay, without even enough to eat, the soldiers grumbled to the point of mutiny and averred that the government was bribed, and took the Huguenot money in order to provide funds for the king's trip to Poland. Henry dared not openly leave the camp for fear of their rebellion, and was compelled to make a feint of going boating in the bay and then effect an escape by sea to Nantes. Distance lent enchantment to the view. Poland was in a wretched condition through the dissensions of the nobility. The emperor was angry and talked of stopping the Duke en route. Lithuania seceded and entered into an alliance with the Duke of Prussia, the King of Sweden, and Russia to overthrow the Polish government. The Hanseatic cities, too, like Danzig, Riga, and Revel, were very dissatisfied, for it was open knowledge that Poland aspired to the control of their commerce. The Poles themselves soon discovered that their new king was a goose without a golden egg. For the French lawyers found an interpretation of the promise that the French would discharge the debts of the realm to the effect that the promise meant only those arising since the death of the late king. The Polish agents in Paris made wry faces at the finding, but so the agreement was registered by the Parliament of Paris on September 17, 1573. In the same month, the Duke of Anjou set out for his new kingdom, going via Nancy, Heidelberg, and Frankfurt to Krakow. Metz he avoided because the emperor, still sullen and still smarting from the loss of the city 21 years before, 1552, had commanded the imperial commissioners appointed to conduct him, to receive him in Metz as though it were a free city of the empire, which the French naturally refused to permit. Again the foolish affection of Catherine de' Medici for one of her children, again her political fatuity, threw France far off from the course she should have followed. As before the massacre, so now that course was the path to Italy. Instead of narrowing the field of her ambition for her children and concentrating her power, not content with Poland for the Duke of Anjou, she even dreamed of the Habsburg crown for Charles Roman IX and that of England for Alenkin. Skommerg's missions in 1572-73 to Germany were not merely to dispose the German princes in favor of France's projected enterprise in the Netherlands, but also to persuade them, especially the electors of Cologne and the Palatinate, in favor of the French king's imperial ambition. France's policy in Poland and her policy in Germany were two parts of one grand design and in a large sense had to stand or fall together. Peace with the Huguenots was an essential element in the forwarding of this project, especially with the Protestant German princes, as Skommerg pointed out. But there were two great obstacles in the way of advance: German resentment because of the massacre of St. Bartholomew and the counter-diplomacy of Spain. The Guisard Spanish party at home naturally exerted itself to thwart the prosecution of these designs. Morvilliers warned Charles Roman IX that their continuance would involve France in a war with Spain. Chapter 17. The last days of Charles Roman IX, the conspiracy of the politiques. The war in the south, during the months of these negotiations, had gone on in its own course almost unhindered by the government. Many of the men of service had gone with Anjou into Poland, and many others, especially the Swiss, were licensed. In consequence, the Huguenots made themselves masters of the Rhone, even seizing Avignon, to the great anger of the Pope, who refused to receive Paul de Foix as French ambassador to Rome on the double ground that he was of the Huguenot persuasion, and because the French king would not give safe conduct to troops from Italy to go to Avignon for the purpose of recovering it. After the departure of his brother for Poland, Charles Roman IX weakly took up the Protestant issue again, and he and his mother spent 3 days at Chantilly with Montmorency in consideration of the course to follow. Deputations from various provinces came to the king to petition immediate reduction of the taxes on account of the exhausted state of the country, but there was a unanimous wish against calling another session of the estates on account of the expense. As an earnest of the king's good intentions, the Prince of Condé was made governor of Picardy, an office made vacant by the timely decease of the Duke of Longueville, the prince, to the chagrin of the Duke of Nevers, who was an aspirant for the post, having recovered from the smallpox, with which the Duke of Alenkin also fell ill. The king had planned to convene deputies of the Huguenots of Languedoc and Dauphiné at least at Campigny, but fell ill of smallpox, and the project came to an end. To add to embarrassments, Paris and Rouen, where the populace were of the opposing religions, entered into war for the restraint of foodstuffs, Paris stopping all wine passing down the Seine, and Rouen in turn preventing corn from passing up the river to Paris. The economic condition of the country gave the government great concern. Hard times and high prices still prevailed, and the measures of the government only irritated things the more, though some of them were wisely meant. For example, in February 1574, an edict of the king forbade the circulation of all foreign silver coin, as well as that which was mutilated or debased. When the merchants of Troyes learned of this condemnation of all foreign or cut coin, they sent a deputation to remonstrate with the king, saying that their town and the county of Champagne, as well as all Lorraine and Burgundy, abounded with this money, and no other. And it was not possible to exclude these coins from the country without entailing ruin if the edict were enforced. They further urged that the edict would act as a serious bar to traffic across the frontier. But the king refused to rescind the ordinance. In consequence, those familiar with money palmed off the forbidden currency upon the simpler folk, who found to their dismay that they had been cheated when the king's officers refused to accept these coins in payment of taxes. Nevertheless, in the long run, the action raised the standard of coin in France. Less wise action was the new sale of offices, those of the procureurs du roi, and it was even suggested that the office of advocate be made a saleable one, but fortunately for the administration of justice, this was not done. Popular suspicion was also attached to an ordinance commanding the governors of the provinces, through the bailiffs and seneschals, to take a census in their localities, giving the name, surname, and employment of all men between the ages of 21 and 60. It was beyond the imagination of the people to know the reason of this action, or to divine what the king meant to do. Some thought that the crown was going to establish a local constabulary for the arrest of the numerous robbers and vagabonds, who, under the guise of war, looted and pillaged the country, and that men would be chosen in each parish, like the Frank archers of the days of Louis Roman XII and Francis I. Others thought that the king merely wanted to raise a new army to send into Languedoc, where the Huguenots and the Politiques were now making common cause together. Others still thought that the device was one for taxing purposes. Worst of all, however, was an event that happened late in December 1573, which threatened to make the war general again. This event was the discovery of a plot to overthrow the Protestants in La Rochelle. The king seems to have been innocent of the project and repudiated the government's part in it. The author of the plot was La Haye, the president of Poitiers, who ingratiated himself with the people of the town and managed to secure some of his accomplices' positions in the guard. The gate of the city was to be treacherously opened to a strong force secretly brought up under cover of darkness on the night of December 15. But on the day before, one of the company betrayed the plan to the authorities of the city. Tremendous indignation prevailed in Huguenot circles as a result of this disclosure. English merchants in Rouen, Dieppe, and the Norman ports for a time apprehended local massacres, for Montgomery was known to be in England. In the provinces, from day to day, news came of the doings of the Huguenots. Lannoy was in Lusignan. There were Huguenot movements in Poitou, Limousin, and Guyenne. Again it was word from Sedan, the seat of the Duke of Bouillon, that there was a suspicious rendezvous of Huguenots there. Another time that there were 500 Protestant horse and 1,200 footmen assembled at Saint-Lô. The government was under apprehension lest suddenly, either at home some danger might assail France, or that abroad, by the actions of Germany and England, material assistance might be given to the Huguenots to carry their designs into effect, for the waters of the Channel and the Bay of Biscay swarmed with privateers. On February 25, the Reformed Party issued a famous declaration, printed at Rochelle in diverse languages, that the truth of our cause and purpose may be known to all Christians. Finally, news of real material importance came that Montgomery, whom Guitery had joined, had landed near Coutances and marched to Carentan, which surrendered within 2 days. Since then, Montgomery had taken various forts and castles, among them Argentan, and 10 pieces of artillery. Charles Roman IX immediately commissioned the Sieur de Torcy, lieutenant general in the government of the Ile-de-France, and the Viscount of Turenne to treat with him, making promise of favor and protection if he would lay down his arms. But Montgomery replied that the memory of Saint Bartholomew was too fresh for him to do so. And for that matter, he would have to refer the king's terms to the body of the Reformed, of which he was only a member. The Huguenots possessed a hierarchy of religious assemblies which served to unite their forces, through consistories, colloquies, and provincial synods, into a national body. Yet there was not an absolute uniformity in this organization. In the north of France, each town maintained its own particular administration, separate and distinct. La Rochelle is a type of this kind and was fiercely jealous of its franchises and liberties after the manner of the German cities. In the south, however, these local governments fused to form the Great Association, which rendered possible the creation of a genuine Huguenot political state. This development was materially aided by the politiques. For one of the results of the massacre of Saint Bartholomew was the crystallization of the liberal Catholic element represented by the Marshal Montmorency and his brother, Damville, into a real political party. It was composed of a group of young nobles, ambitious and ill-satisfied, with whom politics was of more importance than religion, and who were hostile to the Queen Mother and to the Guises. Among them were the Duke of Alençon, who perhaps dreamed of succeeding his brother, when Henry of Anjou was far away in Poland, for Charles X's days were evidently numbered. The young princes of Navarre and Condé, who had been driven to espouse Catholicism by terror, the Viscount of Turenne, and the whole house of Montmorency. Even in the camp before La Rochelle, this faction of the politiques laid its plots, endeavoring to put the fleet under command of the Duke of Alençon, and probably upon the advice of the King of Navarre, opened intercourse with Lannoy. Lannoy was persuaded that much might be gained by the fusion of the Huguenots and the politiques. The significance of this development must not pass unnoticed. The whole character of the war was ultimately changed by it. Lannoy first, and later Damville, became the genius of this alliance. He negotiated with Damville, with Alençon, with Henry of Navarre. He sent Du Plessis-Mornay to England, but his greatest feat of diplomacy was the persuasion of the people of La Rochelle to adopt the new course. It required all the eloquence, all the charm, and all the strategy of a born leader of men to convince the hot-headed and impetuous Rochellois, but he finally succeeded, and the alliance was at last concluded between the Huguenots of religion and the Huguenots of state, the connecting link being the new party of the politiques. The Protestants and the politiques speedily converted theories into practice in the south of France, where their confederation spread over all Languedoc and much of Guyenne. 2 towns in each province were appointed as confederate towns. Special parliaments pronounced upon all law cases which arose between litigants of either group. Liberty of worship was recognized as sacred right, and this de facto government even undertook the trial and condemnation of the authors of the massacre of 1572. We get clear intimations of these new political ideas in the literature of the time. In the last days of Charles Roman IX, a political treatise appeared entitled Du droit des magistrats sur les sujets, purporting to have been published in Magdeburg, which advanced the thesis that the kingship, although established by God, was a popular institution, and that, if the king were unfaithful to his office, he could be set aside. The Franco-Gallia of Hauptmann proclaimed the sovereignty of the people and the dependency of the crown upon its will. The same idea dominates the Junius Brutus of Hubert Langt. Popular sanction, he says, alone makes the king. Election is an inalienable right of the people to whom the king is responsible. A pamphlet inspired by the Montmorencys and called La France-Turquie compared Charles Roman IX to the Sultan and accused him of endeavoring to reduce his subjects to Eastern servility. An incident that occurred at this time shows how far the idea of limited monarchy obtained among the Huguenots. In the course of one of the negotiations, the Prince of Condé was asked to sign a paper for his party. His reply was that he and the King of Navarre had no other authority in that party than that which they had received with the articles of their election, which did not attribute a monarchical power to them, the party being composed of a great number of the nobility and the Third Estate, who had given power to them. Yet there was not complete homogeneity in the new order of things. The politiques, except high nobles, and the rank and file of the Huguenots represented liberal democratic ideas. But the nobles could not forget their ancient lineage. The Assemblées de Généralité, created in 1573, included the chief members of the nobility, and although the Third Estate occupied an important place in them, the generals were all nobles. The nobility were not slow to resume their ancient superiority owing to the influence of the King of Navarre, who was not as pliable as the Prince of Condé, particularly after the Huguenot alliance with the Politiques. An enormous amount of provincial spirit had been aroused during the course of the wars. One of the speakers in the Réveillé Matin speaks of the half-independence of Dauphiné and points out the strong tendency to re-establish the ancient provincial organization. This theory of the Huguenots was in harmony with their constant assertion that they were restorers of the past, not revolutionists. Feudal traditions were too strong in France to be displaced by this new change. While the bourgeoisie formed town groups, the Protestant and politique nobles appealed to the provincial spirit. By a species of political atavism, the regime of the Middle Ages began again to prevail. Every captain considered himself a petty sovereign. When the king ordered Montbrun to respect the majesty of the law, the haughty rejoinder was that arms made men equal in the game of politics. In time of war, when one carries a weapon in his hand and sits in the saddle, the whole world is comrade. The government accordingly made renewed endeavors to carry on the war. The provost of Paris was authorized on March 30 to make proclamation that all vassals and others in Paris belonging to the ban and arrière ban should assemble, fully equipped, on April 15. All gendarmes were ordered to repair to the governors and lieutenant governors of their several provinces by April 20. Montpensier was sent into Anjou with instructions to do nothing against Lannoy, but to keep the passages of the Loire and prevent him from joining with Montgomery. The hope was yet to arrange terms with the Huguenots, and for that reason Strozzi, for whom Lannoy had been exchanged after Moncontour, and Pinart were sent to Lannoy, bearing credentials from Henry of Navarre, and Villeroy dispatched to Languedoc. Simultaneously, emissaries were also sent to Sedan, for fear lest the Prince of Condé and the Duke of Bouillon might conspire with Louis of Nassau. East, west, south, the clouds of war hung over France. In the court, intrigue and accusation were rife all this time. In February, the Duke of Guise feigned, or believed, that he discovered a plot to assassinate him, of which Montmorency was the author. The absence of Henry of Anjou at this critical stage filled Catherine with alarm, and strenuous efforts were made to bring about a settlement. A secret agent of the Queen Mother named Pierre Brisson at this time tried to bribe Lannoy by the offer of 10,000 écus de rent to retire to England. It must have been a great temptation, for already the intrepid leader was ruined by the war, but his nature was too noble to accept the terms. Charles Roman IX for a season shook himself out of the apathy of mortal illness, while the Huguenots and the Politiques bent every endeavor to perfect their plans during the absence of the heir to the throne in Poland. The scheme was to declare Henry of Anjou deprived of his rights to the crown, and to recognize the Duke of Alençon as heir presumptive with the title of Lieutenant General of the kingdom. Elizabeth of England and William of Orange were counted upon for influence and assistance. With this purpose, a conspiracy was set on foot much like that attempted at Meaux in 1567. The Duke of Alençon and the King of Navarre were to make their escape from court and effect a union with Guitry, chief of the Confederates in Normandy. They were then suddenly to seize Saint-Germain and carry off the king and queen mother. The plot was that the King of Navarre, the Duke of Alençon, and some of their gentlemen should go forth from the court on the morning of this day as if to hunt, and ride toward Mance, which was a town in the appanage of the Duke, and garrisoned by a company of the Marshal Montmorency under the command of a brother of Du Plessis-Mornay. The gate was to be opened upon their appearance. March 1, 1574, was the day set for the enterprise, but there was a misunderstanding between the leaders, and unfortunately, as in 1560, there were too many informed of it. Catherine had vague information and was on her guard, but final failure was due to a false move of Guitry, who arrived upon the scene a day ahead of the appointed time and with insufficient forces. Success depended upon Guitry, arriving at the hour of 6 on the morning of March 1 with 300 gentlemen and some footmen, but on February 27, the wild rumor was spread that there were some 700 or 800 horsemen of the religion seen within 3 leagues of Saint-Germain. Everybody made ready for flight, removing of stuff, as if they had fled before an enemy. In the morning, the march was made in battle array to Paris, Charles being so weak that he could scarcely ride his mule. At Paris, fearful of going to the Louvre, the king lodged in the house of de Retz in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré and then went to Bois de Vincennes. Failing in his purpose, Guitry sought to cross the Seine at Mantes, probably with the intention of joining Lannoy, who, having taken Lusignan and other towns in Poitou, as unsuccessfully was endeavoring to cross the Loire to join Guitry. When the first alarm was over, the king and queen mother tried to make light of the episode. But it was a symptom the lesson of which could not be mistaken. It is plain that Charles Roman IX and his mother feared greatly what Alencon might be planning, but he affirmed vigorously that he was only trying to escape from court. When questioned, he disclaimed any treasonable intent or purpose to disturb the kingdom, but admitted his hatred for the court party and his sympathy for the politiques. In a long harangue, the Duke accused the king of undue favoritism of his brother, the Duke of Anjou. The ground of his reproaches seems to have been pique because of the fact that, while in camp before La Rochelle, affairs of importance were never discussed in his presence. After the departure of the King of Poland, when he hoped to have more insight into public affairs, he had not been admitted, nor was he able to obtain the dignity and functions which had belonged to his brother. And these facts had lowered his reputation in the court to such an extent that the Guises not only desired to quarrel with him, but were continually laboring to effect that result. Further, Alencon complained that the king and his mother threw difficulties in the way of his intentions in Flanders, and made use of such well-reasoned arguments that it was clear the case that he put forward had been prepared by persons possessing greater experience and knowledge than his capacity could pretend to have. But he did not reveal any names. He alleged that he would have to remain a poor prince unless by force of arms he could acquire a position whereby he might obtain a sufficient reputation to accomplish a marriage with the Queen of England. That in France the authorities and powers enjoyed by his brother, the King of Poland, were not given him, and that what little power he had was only in name, while, on the other hand, the Prince of Orange has sought his aid by very large offers, and many great promises had also been made to him from Germany and England, and that in the Kingdom of France many persons had pledged their word to follow his fortunes everywhere. The Guisard faction and Biragues, the Chancellor, in order to strike Montmorency, who with Damville was the leader of the politiques, urged a drastic course. At the meeting of the King's Council, the Chancellor said to the King, "You should take into account the continual fear for your own person, and the imminent ruin which threatens the whole kingdom given you by God, the Governor. And these considerations, without doubt, should move your Majesty to follow the example of King Louis XI, your ancestor, who was so renowned in history, and to cause the world to know that while your Majesty is full of clemency, so you can also punish when the occasion demands." In view of the high estate of those involved, Catherine de' Medici, however, refused to follow out this resolute policy. But both princes and Montmorency were kept under surveillance, though nominally allowed their liberty. This Scotch verdict of not proven was a great disappointment to the Guises, who probably are responsible for the conspiracy, trumped up 2 weeks later. It was alleged that a plot had been discovered against the king and the queen mother, which was to have been carried into effect on Easter Day. On April 8, Alencon, Henry of Navarre, and the Marshal Montmorency were together in the castle of Bois de Vincennes when suddenly the gates were shut and double guards set, for there was a rumor of the appearance of strange horsemen in the vicinity. At the same time, the gates of Paris were closed, and no one was permitted to pass out with any horse or weapon. La Mole, one of the gentlemen attached to Alencon, was suddenly arrested, and with him another gentleman of Alencon's entourage, the Count Coconnas. Both were imprisoned in the conciergerie and refused converse with the Duke. The Prince of Navarre, Alencon, and Montmorency, however, still were suffered to go abroad, but with such company as might be masters. Things now rapidly passed from farce to tragedy. Alencon and Navarre would confess nothing, the latter showing a very bold face without any fear of consequences. The examination was with the purpose of acquiring colorable information from the inquisition of La Mole and Coconnas in order to implicate the Duke of Montmorency. The poor wretches had nothing of the divinity that hedged the princes of the blood, and were inquisitorially examined and judicially murdered. The Duke of Alencon in vain entreated for the lives of his friends. Charles Roman IX, who was morbid and savage and stricken unto death, would only allow that, instead of being executed in public, they should be put to death in prison. On April 30, La Mole and Coconnas were beheaded and quartered. But for once the ascendancy of the Queen Mother over the king was of good effect. Charles Roman IX was urged to mete out the same penalty to his brother, the Marshals Cassay and Montmorency, and Henry of Navarre. If it had not been for powerful intervention, this might have been the case. Imagine the astonishment of the world that expressed surprise when Philip Roman II imprisoned his son if such an act had been done. In the ferocious mood now become habitual with the king, such a thing is conceivably possible. But Catherine de' Medici spared Henry of Navarre now, as in the massacre of St. Bartholomew, because the Bourbons were needful as a checkmate to the Guises. Such conduct, too, might have driven England and the German Protestant princes into active support of the Huguenots, a consideration which had made Catherine hesitate before August 24, 1572. A living dog was better than a dead lion. The king told that he should bear in mind that while the Duke and Navarre were alive, he could do what he pleased, but if they were dead, there would be no remedy. The real motive and animus of the whole cruel affair, the destruction of the Montmorencys by the Guises, was not long in forthcoming. Hitherto the Duke had been allowed guarded freedom, even to go hunting. But within a few days after the death of La Mole and Coconnas came word of the capture of Damville, Montmorency's brother, in Languedoc. Immediately the Duke of Montmorency and the Marshal Cassay were shut up in the Bastille. The ancient and bitter grudge of the Guises against the Montmorency chatelain house, half of which had been paid in the murder of the admiral, narrowly missed being sated at this hour. In the bloodthirsty mood in which the king was, the purple of kingship probably would not have protected the Duke. But at heart Charles Roman IX and his mother were craven cowards, and the latter, at least, was not wholly lost to prudence. Fortunately for the Duke of Montmorency, and for France, the word of Damville's capture was a false report. He had intercepted the instructions sent to Joyeuse and the governor of Narbonne for his apprehension and taken his precautions. Damville was too great a lion to rouse the anger of, while he was at large, and nothing but treachery could overthrow him. For he was in possession of Béziers, Montpellier, Pesnes, Beaucaire, Bagnelles, and Pont-Saint-Esprit, and as leader of the United Politiques and Huguenots of the South, in control of Languedoc, Dauphiné, and Provence. The great political anxiety he labored under aggravated the condition of Charles Roman IX, whose constitution, undermined by smallpox and his indulgences, had now been attacked by consumption. He was reduced to skin and bone, and so weak that he could not stand and suffered from effusion of blood through the mouth. But the ferocity of his nature remained unsubdued. The faculty of medicine, the members of which were called in consultation, pronounced the king's condition hopeless. "I believe you speak truly," was Charles' comment on the verdict. "Draw the curtain down that I may have some rest." On the night of May 29, a violent hemorrhage foretold the end. The king died on May 30, 1574, at 2 hours after noon. The Queen Mother at once assumed the regency in compliance with one of the last commands of Charles Roman IX, and removed from the Bois de Vincennes to the Louvre, where Alencon and Navarre were kept under close scrutiny. For until the return of Henry from Poland, there was great uncertainty as to what might happen. The two were without money to corrupt the guards if so dangerous an expedient were hazarded. The windows of their chamber grated like a prison. Catherine's policy was to promise redress of grievances and reconciliation of all at the coming of Henry Roman III, who learned of his brother's death at Krakow on June 15. To that end, she appealed to Lanau and Damville, but the iron arm flouted her overtures from his strongholds of Lusignan and Niort, condemning the queen for her treatment of Montmorency, and the imprisonment of Alencon and Henry of Navarre. Illustration: Letter of Henry Roman III of France to the Duke of Savoy. Relates to the pay of his troops. Written from Lyon, September 20, 1574, within a few days after his arrival in France from Poland. Original owned by the author. Illustration: Letter of Henry Roman III to the Swiss cantons. Regrets his inability to visit Switzerland on his way to France and assures them of French protection. Written from Mantua, August 3, 1574. Original owned by the author. The last stage in the eventful career of Montgomery was also reached at this time. He had suddenly left Carentan with about 650 horse, attacked the city of Alencon, and then attempted to raise the siege of Saint Lo. But Matignon had more forces than he had supposed and drove him into Domfront. After a vigorous defense, he yielded the place upon the promise that his life would be spared. But Catherine de' Medici hated him above all men in the earth and had no scruples about inaugurating the reign of Henry Roman III with bloodshed. She refused to honor Matignon's pledge. Montgomery was brought under heavy guard to Paris, being viewed by curious gazers all along the road, and was beheaded and then quartered on June 26 before an enormous crowd of people. Chapter 18. Henry Roman III and the Politiques. The Peace of Monsieur, 1576. The attention of Europe was fixed upon France by these events. What was going to happen in the absence of the heir to the throne? Would a frightful wave of retaliatory vengeance for the massacre of St. Bartholomew and the process of Vincennes sweep over the land? These were the questions that were asked, not only everywhere in France, but in many quarters of Europe. The Tuscan ambassador wrote that the chateaux of the Montmorencys were filled with provisions and munitions of war. The Politiques, as a class, being imbued with Hauptmann's teachings in the Franco-Gallia, inveighed against Catherine for having assumed the regency without consent of the estates. They and the political Huguenots were at one, and demanded searching reform. It was their hope to prevail upon the Queen Mother to come to a definite agreement before the arrival of Henry Roman III in France, in the expectation that the king upon his arrival would find it expedient to accept it. They demanded the reorganization of justice and the army. They condemned the alienation of the crown lands, increase of the tithe, and the new taxes. They insisted upon an examination of the accounts of those who had managed the public finances and the royal revenue. This investigation to include not only the ministers who had enriched themselves, but also the superintendents of finance from Henry Roman II down to the present time, not excepting the Cardinal of Lorraine. They demanded the expulsion of the foreigners, naming the Chancellor Bairregues, the Marshal de Retz, and the Duke of Nevers, who were all Italians. They hated the Guises as a foreign house and quasi-German. It was high time for some sort of settlement. The country was crying out against the thieves and brigands who frequented the roads in great numbers under the guise of war and pretended to be in the service of the king. But Catherine refused to deal with any matter of state until the arrival of the king. She showed an almost feverish anxiety for her son's coming, fearing that the Duke of Alencon would be put forward for the crown by the Politiques. In Germany, at the same time, the Orange Party, with the aid of Schaumburg, labored to promote the cause of the Politiques and liberal Huguenots, and in September a deputation came from the Count Palatine to urge the cause of toleration in France. But it was slow and hard work, for as Lannoy had bitterly said the year before, the iron of the German nation was heavy and hard to work. It was silver that made things move. Moreover, the agents of Spain and the Guises were encountered at every turn. In the meantime, Henry Roman III had left Krakow on June 16, running away from his kingdom like a thief in the night, and came home by way of Italy via Venice, where he was extravagantly entertained by the Senate, Ferrara, July 29, Mirandola, Mantua, and Turin, which he left on August 28 and arrived at Lyon on September 6. Catherine, who showed great impatience, met him there. She arrived at Lyon on August 27. So fearful was she lest Alencon and Henry of Navarre would escape that the young princes had traveled in the coach with her. The procession moved as if through a hostile country by way of Burgundy and Chalon-sur-Saône, some of the guard marching in advance, the rest bringing up the rear. Marshal de Retz was always on the wing of her. Some of the guard marched 2 leagues before and some 2 leagues after. Those who were at all optimistic had clung to the belief, until the development of events shattered their hopes, that Henry Roman III would endeavor to pacify his subjects, arguing that if he were inclined to war, he would not have refused the assistance proffered him in Italy of men and money, and that the French crown could not further hazard the reduction of the kingdom piecemeal. Damville had met the king at Turin, having come there under a safe conduct of the Duke of Savoy, to persuade Henry Roman III to adopt a conciliatory policy, which he at first inclined to follow. But the moment he came under the sinister influence of Catherine de' Medici, he cast this prudent advice to the winds. It was she who dissuaded him from what was wisely counseled, and in advance of his arrival had made military preparations to resume the war by importing Swiss mercenaries and German reiters again. Accordingly, instead of extending the olive branch, the king expressed his determination to wage unremitting war upon the Huguenots and Politiques rather than grant the demands they made. The deputies of La Rochelle who came to Lyon, requesting a surcease of arms, were repulsed by the king and told it was but a scheme of the Huguenots to gain time for preparation. The establishment of 3 camps was ordered, one in Dauphiné, the second in Provence and Languedoc, and the third in Poitou. At the same time, Scaumurg and Fragoso were sent into Germany for assistance. When Henry Roman III definitely resolved to follow out a policy of suppression, Damville was summoned to Lyon to answer for his governorship. It was a fatal blunder on the part of the king, for the action of the crown hardened the tentative cooperation of the Protestants and the Politiques into a positive alliance. At Milhau, in August 1574, the Protestants recognized Damville, while he in turn admitted their leaders into his council. The form of government established at Montauban the year before acquired new strength and greater extent. Provincial and general assemblies were formed without distinction between Protestants and Politiques, upon the basis of mutual toleration. In places where the 2 creeds obtained, each side promised to observe the peace, and Damville engaged not to introduce the Catholic religion in any town of which the Huguenots were masters. The men who took this step justified it by alleging that a foreign faction had acquired control over the sovereign, that it was destroying the kingdom, the nobles, the princes of the blood, and with them the very institutions and civilization of France, and that it was their hope to arrest this process. The program of the Huguenot Politique Party, in addition to complete religious toleration, insisted upon the abolition of the practice of selling offices, the convocation of the States General, the reduction of the taxes. In this demand, they were supported by the provincial states of Dauphiné, Provence, and Burgundy. The confessional idea was deliberately kept in the background. Men no longer talked of a war of religion, but of a guerre du bien public, as in the reign of Louis XVI. With the nobles, Damville was a name to conjure with. A large portion of the Catholic nobility, who for a long time had been severely reproached for not seriously opposing the Huguenots, sympathized with his attitude. If the bench and bar of France was strongly attached to the principles of the Catholic religion, the nobility who were hereditary enemies of the legists, whose teachings had for 3 centuries tended to abridge their feudal rights, out of sheer self-interest, aside from any other motives, now inclined toward the Calvinists. Only radical Calvinists, like Du Plessis-Mornay, opposed the union and were bitter in denunciation of the overtures made by their more moderate brethren, notably Lannoy, to Damville and the Politiques. A royal edict let the Huguenots understand what was to be expected. The king's determination was to clear the valley of the Rhône from Lyons to Avignon with the aid of the Swiss, and then to subdue Languedoc on the one side and Dauphiné on the other. Such a plan was more bold than practicable, and Henry was likely to find it too hard to accomplish, especially by winter sieges. The Protestants had fortified themselves in Livron on the left bank of the Rhône and at Pouzin across the river, which was inaccessible except by one approach, and then only 4 men could advance abreast. But there was another matter, the difficulty of which Henry Roman III underestimated, namely the army. The Protestants were so entrenched in their strongholds as to make the use of horsemen against them impracticable. The Swiss were low-class mercenaries, good as ordinary footmen but useless for a siege. Moreover, all of them, reiters and Swiss, were not disposed to move unless they saw their pay in their hands and were utter strangers to discipline, wasting the country to make a Christian man's heart bleed. In one case, the wretched peasantry followed their despoilers to the confines of Lyon and fell upon them in desperation, recovering what had been taken from them. What did the king do? He actually had to punish these wretched subjects of his in order to retain the services of the reiters at all. Yet the king for a moment showed some of the old fire he displayed at Moncontour and amazed the Protestants by taking Pouzin after 3 weeks of siege. The victory was marred, though, by the shameful conduct of the Swiss, the reiters, and the Italians in the royal army, who sacked and burned it. Much the same state of things prevailed wherever these riotous plunderers penetrated, in Picardy, in Champagne, in Poitou. But Henry Roman III, having reached Avignon, discovered that he was no better off for his success. Meanwhile Damville, with whom the Duke of Savoy had honorably dealt, returned from Turin and reached the vicinity of Montpellier and Beaucaire before the king was aware of it. When the king sent the Cardinal of Bourbon to talk with him, Damville sent back word that he thought the example of his brother too dangerous to come to court where they who sought the ruin of his house had too much credit, and advised the king to remove the strangers within his gates, meaning bairagues and durettes. Henry Roman III could accomplish nothing at Avignon and yet knew not how to get away. He could not go upriver on account of the current. The Huguenots at Livron barred the road on the left bank. Montbrun was in the hills in Auvergne. Lanau's men were stopping the king's post daily, and Damville controlled Provence and Languedoc. La Haye, king's lieutenant in the Seine-et-Chaussée of Poitou, seceded to the Politiques. Vivarais declared its neutrality and refused to side with king or Politiques. The people of Toul refused to pay taxes either to Catholics or Protestants until overpowered by the latter, and thus the country continued to endure a war which it hated. Henry truly was in a plight. He was without money, too, and could not hope to get any so far from Paris. He even feared that the soldiery with him might be bribed to desert. To crown the royal anxiety, Damville's declaration was so public and so bold that the king feared that foreign aid would soon be forthcoming in the Protestant service. The fear was not without ground, for the marshal actually proposed to make a league with the Sultan and introduce a Turkish fleet into the harbor of Aigues-Mortes. Coupled with this possibility was a projected enterprise against Spain in Franche-Comté, in which the Huguenots of Champagne and Burgundy were interested, but which was primarily the project of the Elector Palatine and the Prince of Orange. It is a significant fact that the war has now lost almost all confessional character and become a factional conflict between the rival houses of Guise and Montmorency. Catholicism and political corruption on the one hand were opposed to administrative reform and religious toleration. After the creation of the Politique Party, the Huguenots of state had merged with them. Except in the case of radical Calvinists and bigoted Catholics, religion had become a minor issue with the French unless it were artificially exaggerated. It was a mortal enmity on either side, and one which there was slight hope of settling. The hostility of the Guises and the Montmorencys was the real seed of the Civil War. It depended upon the individual in almost every case whether his participation one way or the other was motived by convictions as to the public good or by private interests. The number of those who directly or indirectly were attached to the warring houses almost divided the realm between them, and the wretched people were badly treated by both parties. So widespread and deep-rooted was this mutual enmity throughout France that the Venetian ambassador, no mean observer, wondered when it would end, because it was to the interest of each to sustain it. The king was a shuttlecock in this game of political battledore. The ruin of the crown, instead of being feared by them, was regarded as a possible way to give their enmity freer rein. Each party counted not only upon paying its debts, which were enormous, by victory, but in establishing the power of its house more permanently than ever for the future. While the war cost the king and the country écus par milliards, it cost them nothing, at least of their own. The weakness of the crown was the strength of the rivals. They fattened on war, for peace deprived them of their authority, their power, and their partisans. Until one or the other faction was crushed, the hostility was certain to endure, and thus the war seemed doomed to last indefinitely. If, as the result of fatigue or a truce, a respite was made, the time was brief, and was terminated as soon as one or the other side had accumulated some substance again. The only remedy for such a state of affairs was to be found in a foreign war, either in Flanders or Italy. The union of the Huguenots and the Politiques made them very strong, especially in the south. But on the other hand, the Duke of Guise received much assistance from Flanders. When the successor of Alva, Requesens, learned of the death of Charles Roman IX, he had offered the aid of Spanish troops to Catherine de' Medici. Although the proffer was declined, the practical result was the same, for owing to lack of pay in the Low Countries, thousands of Reiters and Walloon and German footmen flocked across the border in the summer and autumn, where they were welcomed by the Duke of Guise, who, somewhere and somehow, found the means to pay them. But below the stratum of professional soldiers in France, there was another class in arms which feudal society was not used to see in such a capacity. This was the people, not town militia, for town and provincial leagues had made men familiar with them, but the peasantry. The protracted wars, by economically ruining and morally debauching this class, had generated a breed of men who sprang from the soil like the dragon's teeth of Greek fable, men who by observation and practice were used to the matchlock and the sword, brutalized by oppression, long made desperate by burdensome taxes and the wrongs of war. Illustration: pikeman and color-bearer. Tortoral and parison. The weariness of vigil in the depth of winter and overconfidence seemed to have relaxed the alertness of Henry II's foes. At any rate, having extorted 50,000 francs from the noblemen and gentlemen in his train in order to pay the soldiery around him, the king, raising the siege of Livron on January 24, 1575, managed to slip through the defiles to Rheims for his coronation. The coronation was a triumph of the Guises. For far from being set back by the death of the Cardinal of Lorraine on December 29, at Avignon their star seemed to be higher than before. The Cardinal of Guise took the place of his deceased uncle as Primate of Rheims, the Duke of Guise was Grand Chamberlain, and the Duke of Mayenne and the Marquis d'Elbeuf were the chief lay peers. The sole outsider was de Retz, who officiated as constable for the occasion. The crowning took place on February 15. Shortly after the event, apparently in a sudden whim of passion, Henry Roman III married Louise de Vaudemont, whose father was uncle of the Duke of Lorraine and whose mother had been sister of the unfortunate Egmont. But the marriage was without political significance. Indeed, the new queen was of so little station that Catherine de' Medici, in a letter to Queen Elizabeth, expressed her humiliation at her son's marriage. Illustration: arquebusier. Tortoral and parison. The main issues of France, religious toleration and political reform, were now more obscured than ever by the rivalry of the factions around the throne. The Queen Mother bore the Guises greater hatred than before because of their new ascendancy, and had little less spleen toward the Montmorencys, but carefully dissimulated and sought on one pretext and another to remove them from around her son. For this purpose Bellegarde, who was an old attaché of the House of Montmorency, and owed his popularity with the king to a handsome face and a well-turned leg, was made a special ambassador to Poland in order to get him out of the way. His comrade on the mission was Elbeuf, an ill-matched pair indeed. Their business was to carry 200,000 crowns of the Paris bourgeois to Poland to bribe the Polish Diet not to elect a successor to the absent Henry. If the Poles were obdurate, Elbeuf was to advocate the election of the Duke of Ferrara, who had Guisard blood in his veins. At the same time, Bayern and Matignon were made marshals to counterpoise the influence of de Retz, who forthwith resigned his office and vowed he would meddle no more. There were heartburnings, also, over the bestowal of the government of Normandy, vacated by the death of the Duke of Bouillon. The Duke of Nevers claimed that it had been promised him while in Poland. The Duchess of Nemours demanded the post for the Duke and declared that Nevers was a foreigner. Henry Roman III finally sought to compromise by giving the office to his insignificant father-in-law, whereupon the Duke of Nevers quit the court in a rage. Squabbles of precedence, too, vexed the king's mind. Montpensier challenged the claims of the Guises to court precedence before the Parliament, and Madame de Nemours therefore quarreled with her daughter. They were all bent to preparations of war, quaintly wrote Dale to Walsingham, but these domestic discords do tame them. It is a very hell among them, not one content or in quiet with another, nor mother with son, nor brother with brother, nor mother with daughter. The state of the finances was deplorable, and Henry resorted to various devices to provide himself with funds. The mission of Elbeuf and Bellegarde to Poland was delayed, while the king implored the Pope, the Duke of Savoy, and Venice for the money needed. The pay of the king's household servants was 9 months in arrears, and the last money wages of his guards had been paid by an assessment levied by the king upon the noblemen and gentlemen of the court. Paris, as usual, was heavily mulcted by a forced loan of 600,000 francs, besides heavy contributions extorted from the foreign merchants there. But the mass of the money had to come from the church lands. A letter patent in the form of an edict was forced through the Parliament authorizing the alienation of 200,000 livres to rent of the temporalities of the clergy, the king reckoning to raise 1.5 million of francs by the process, but few were ready purchasers. In addition to these practices, the parties casuals were farmed to a Florentine money broker named Diacedo for 60,000 francs per month. Henry Roman III resorted to worse expedients than these, though. He sold 4 seats in his council for 15,000 livres each, forced the collectors of the revenue to anticipate the revenue for a 12-month, and then dispossessed them of their posts after he had deprived them of the profits thereof and sold them to others, and dilapidated the forest domain by selling 2 trees in each arpent. The position and conduct of Damville afforded the greatest hope for the future if Henry Roman III could have been made to see things in the right way. Damville himself dominated all Languedoc and Provence. His lieutenant, Montbrun, controlled Dauphiné. Turenne was in possession of Auvergne. The Rocheleois had agents at court seeking for a firm settlement of affairs. Even the Cardinal Bourbon and the Duke of Montpensier leaned to the side of the politiques. In 1575, the existence of the old party of Huguenots, the Huguenots of religion, was practically at an end. Individual radical Calvinists there were in plenty, but the Protestant organization was that of the political Huguenots. It was manifest by the spring of 1575 that the Prince of Condé and Henry of Navarre on the one hand, and Damville and his brother, together with a Lenkin, were bound to join hands in the common purpose to establish permanent religious and greater civil liberty in France. Liberty and reform was the policy of the hour, if not the watchword. The declaration of the Assembly of Milhau in August of the previous year had been the handwriting on the wall, a message which the misguided Henry Roman III obdurately refused to read. On April 25, 1575, that message was repeated in even clearer terms in the form of a manifesto issued by Damville, which defined the joint policy of the politiques and the political Huguenots. It was the declaration of a patriot, and not a partisan, least of all a rebel, who, like Cromwell, found himself compelled to lead a movement for political reform against an obstinate crown that either would not or could not understand the issues. Reading between the lines of the Constitution agreed upon at Nimes, the republican nature of the government therein provided for is noticeable. The right to exercise the sovereign rights of legislation, of justice, of taxation, of making war and peace, of regulating commerce no longer were vested in the king where the Act of Union prevailed, but in a representative body. Languedoc, Provence, and Dauphiné were de facto independent of the crown. Supplementary articles of Condé and Damville, and of the Catholics and Protestants of Languedoc, Provence, and Dauphiné demanded 1. That freedom of exercise of religion without distinction be permitted. 2. That the parliaments should be composed half of Catholics and half of Protestants, the latter to be nominated by the Prince of Condé. 3. That justice be done upon the authors of the massacre of St. Bartholomew, and the forfeit and attainder of the admiral be reversed. 4. That the places at present held by the Huguenots be retained besides Boulogne and La Charité, and that for additional defense, the king should give them in each province 2 out of 3 towns to be named to him by the Prince of Condé. 5. That the king pay 200,000 crowns for expenses of the war. 6. That neither the Marshal de Retz nor the Chancellor Bairagues should have any part in the negotiations for peace. 7. That the Duke of Montmorency and the Marshal Cassé should be set at liberty, and their innocence declared in full Parliament en robe rouge. 8. That the heirs of those who have been murdered should have their estates returned to them. 9. That the Queen of England, the Elector Palatine, and the Dukes of Savoy and Dukesponts should be parties to the peace. 10. That within 3 months after peace, the States General be assembled to establish good order in France. For a while there seemed to be a prospect of the king yielding to these demands. He was growing jealous of the influence of the Guises and began to perceive that coercion was impossible. At the first audience, Henry received the deputies graciously, saying he liked their speech, but their articles were hard. The articles were debated seriatim by the king, both with the deputies and with the council. The chief hitch was upon the 4th demand. The king was willing to permit exercise of Protestant worship in 1 town in each bailiwick, except closed towns, whereas the deputies demanded freedom of worship in all places in the suburbs, as provided by the Edict of January. As a matter of prudence, it would seem to have been better policy for the Crown to permit worship in the suburbs of all towns rather than exact a provision requiring concentration of the Protestants in 1 place in each bailiwick. However, the king probably thought Calvinism would be less likely to spread under such a restriction than if the Huguenots enjoyed numerous places of worship. The Queen Mother sought to persuade Montmorency to use his influence to abate the demands with promise of release from the Bastille as his reward. But the Duke replied that, if his imprisonment might do the king pleasure or profit, he was content to be there all his life. But to meddle in the peace, or to write of that matter, never understanding their doings, were to make himself guilty in it, and to be thought to make himself to be an instrument to their ruin, and therefore it were ill for him. Thereupon Henry Roman III broke off the negotiations, hoping still, as earlier, to be able to separate the Huguenots and the United Catholics. Events thereafter thickened rapidly. Narbonne, Périgueux, and Tournon and Lyonnais were taken by the Huguenot politique armies. The last place was got by Damville himself. Tournon was an especially strong town on the Rhône about 3 leagues from Valence, with Livron to the south of it. The capture so discouraged the Duc d'Uzes that he requested leave to resign on account of the desertions among his following. Instead, command was given him to spoil Languedoc in order to famish them against winter. But the Duke was too wise to obey, and Damville was permitted to gather in the harvest without molestation. For if the king had tried ravaging, the whole country would have risen against him. Saint-Jean d'Angely, Angoulême, and Nérac revolted so far as to expel the garrisons in the town. In Burgundy, where Tavannes had founded the League of the Holy Spirit, a politique league was formed. The narrow escape Damville had at this time from death by poison drew men more than ever to him. As a climax to the woes of Henry Roman III, on July 15, 1575, the Polish Diet declared the throne vacant, absolving all from allegiance to him. The spontaneous nature of the rising of the country in the summer of 1575 is an interesting historical phenomenon. It was by no means confined to the south of France. In Champagne, the nobles, some of them vassals of Guise, and peasants united to fall upon the Reiters. Madame de Guise fled from Joinville in fear of being surprised by a 16th-century Jacquerie. In Brittany, there was a similar stir when the king attempted to confiscate the extensive lands of the Duke of Rohan upon his death. Certain things remind one of happenings in the French Revolution. Many in Champagne left the land and went into the borders of Germany like the immigrés after Auguste IV, 1789. In Paris, there were house-to-house visits not unlike those of September, 1793. There was universal feeling against the Reiters. In Normandy, an association of gentlemen was formed for the special purpose of protecting the country from them. The anxiety of the government was all the greater because it was not exactly known what relations existed between the Huguenots and politiques and the English. The treaty which had obtained between Charles Roman IX and Elizabeth was renewed by the latter on April 1, 1575, and confirmed by Henry Roman III on May 4. But Elizabeth was not the person to be bound by official word. On the Picardy-Flemish border, mutual distrust prevailed. In December 1574, Requesens had advised Philip Roman II of his fear of the renewal of Huguenot activity in the Low Countries, which had been dead since the Genlis disaster, and the garrisons on the frontiers had been increased accordingly. The marriage of Henry Roman III to Louise de Vaudemont gave the Spanish governor great inquietude, for the unfortunate Egmont was her uncle, and Egmont's eldest son, in March, visited his royal cousin of France. Requesens was apprehensive, too, of a marriage between the Duke of Alençon and the daughter of William of Orange, and over the fact that the French envoy in Flanders, the Sieur de Mondauset, prudently avoided using the official post, but employed his own couriers in dispatching missives to Paris. All the neighboring states are actuated by malicious intentions, he wailed to Philip Roman II. The French and the English are in correspondence, and both are inspired by the same spirit of hostility against the Catholic religion and against your Majesty, as the sole protector thereof. The arrest of a secretary of Montmorency at Boulogne in March, as he arrived from England, and who admitted he was going to find Damville, coupled with the absence of the Prince of Condé and Charles de Meroux, the youngest Montmorency, in Germany, so disquieted the king that early in June Scamargue was dispatched across the Rhine to discover what Condé was doing. If he found that levies of cavalry were being made for service in France, he was instructed to enroll 8,000 soldiers for the service of the king. Scamargue proved a good agent, for he shortly afterward wrote that he believed a secret engagement existed between Queen Elizabeth, some of the German princes, and the enemies of the French king at home, and that Condé, having expended 30,000 crowns, had raised 8,000 cavalry which might be expected to arrive at the frontier by the middle of August, although it was given out, and believed by some that these reiters were intended for service in the Netherlands. On the strength of these suspicions, especially when the Duke of Guise sent word in the first week of September that 2,500 reiters had crossed the Rhine, the English ambassador, Dr. Dale, who hitherto had lodged in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, was advised to remove into the city, ostensibly for his greater security, but really to prevent him from receiving unknown persons secretly at night, as was possible where he resided. At this juncture, when everything was tense and everybody was on edge, the Duke of Alençon managed to make his escape from the court, September 15. While not actually confined, like the Duke of Montmorency, he and Henry of Navarre had both been kept under continuous surveillance for months, and various efforts made by them to get away had failed. Dismay prevailed at court when the escape was known. The king was as a man out of courage, and betook himself to extravagant religious demonstration, as before, when at Avignon, going from church as though deserted by all his people. He knew that his brother's presence would draw many of the gentry, who were yet hesitating, to the ranks of the politiques. He had no means to levy an army, nor the resources to sustain it. In this crisis, Catherine de' Medici kept the clearest head of all at the court. While she sought to wheedle the runaway prince with smooth words, going as far as Dreux to meet him, detachments were ordered out from Rouen, Orleans, and Chartres to surround him. But Alençon was not to be trapped, and rode swiftly off toward the Loire in the hope of falling in with Lannoy or the Viscount of Turenne. At the same time, the Duke of Guise was ordered to make a vigorous resistance against the coming of Condé's reiters. But even his army was in a bad state on account of the defection of officers and men who had gone over to Alençon, so that new troops had to be sent him. Almost all the soldiery in the service of the king was withdrawn from Dauphiné and Languedoc and concentrated in Burgundy and Champagne. Much depended upon the result of the coming battle with the reiters. If the king's troops were beaten, Paris would be in a serious strait between the king's enemies. Already, in consequence of the withdrawal of troops, all Auvergne, Bourbonnais, Nivernais, Gâtinais, and the Beauce were in arms, and the gentlemen of these regions had gone over to the Duke of Alençon. Only the vigilance of the garrisons at Orleans and Tours, Moulins and Nevers, enabled the crown to maintain the line of the Loire River. The reiters attempted to evade Guise and find another way of entrance into France, so that the Duke left his artillery in Lorraine and by forced marches went to Sedan, with the intention of giving battle there. But the reiters, about 2,500 under Thoré, avoided an engagement and maneuvered to join a Protestant force of 2,000 Picards, and Guise fell back on Reims in order to hold the crossing of the Aisne, meantime asking the king for reinforcements, which were so slow in coming that the Duke was compelled to retire to the Marne. On October 9, he established his headquarters between Châteaudière and Épernay, near Port-à-Pinson. The encounter took place near Fismes, on the Marne, above Dormans, on October 10. Not more than 50 were killed on either side, and the combat did not deter the reiters from continuing their course and crossing the Seine near Nogent-sur-Seine, which they were able to do on account of low water. Their chief loss was of 2 or 3 cornets of reiters whom Guise bribed to desert. De Thoré owed his easy escape, however, to the serious wound which the Duke of Guise sustained. For a bullet struck him in the side of the face, tearing his ear clear away, and so mangling the cheek that he was fearfully scarred for the rest of his life, and always wore a velvet mask. The insignificance of the victory of the Duke, however, did not deter the king from proclaiming a solemn procession and Te Deum in honor of the day. The victory also was made the justification of a new tax. On October 12, 1575, by command of the king, the burgesses of Paris assembled in the grand room of the Hôtel de Ville, where the provost of the merchants, Charon, made known a new demand of the king for aid in the form of a capitation tax upon the burgesses of the city and other places in the Prévôté of Paris for the payment of 3,000 Swiss, making half of the 6,000 which the king required for defense of the realm, in addition to the sum of 15,000 francs expected for each of the ensuing months. Once again were the people of Champagne made the victims of the spoiler. All the horses of the poor laborers whom the reiters encountered on the road were forcibly seized, as was also the case in the hostelries where they lodged. A single parish lost 30 horses. The only payment the poor peasantry got was to be beaten for their protests. For the space of 3 or 4 days one might see along the roads and in the villages soldiers all of the time, making for the crossing of the Seine at La Motte de Tilly. 2 troopers rode 1 horse, and their presence was hard upon the merchants and the priests, whom they met in the way. The smaller merchants were despoiled of their property, and those known to be wealthy had their riches extorted from them by force, or else were held prisoner until ransomed. To make matters worse, in the wake of the army came a rabble of looters and plunderers, mostly French. It was obvious that as long as the rioters were in the field, the king could send no force against his brother. He blamed the Queen Mother for everything that had happened, especially for the escape of Alencon, and Catherine, by way of reply, is said to have sent him a copy of Comines to read with the advice to emulate the policy of his crafty predecessor. But as a contemporary scornfully observed, Henry of Valois was not Louis. What could be expected from a king who spent his time going from abbey to abbey and devising with women? In sorrow and anxiety, sustained by the Dukes of Montmorency and Montpensier and the fine old Marshal Cassay, Catherine made earnest efforts to negotiate a truce with the Duke of Alencon. Prefacing his demands by the caution that he could not negotiate finally without Condé or Damville, Alencon demanded surrender of Pontoise on the Loire, besides La Charité, Bourges, Angoulême, Niort, Saumur, and Angers for the Huguenots, and Mézières in Champagne, Langres in Burgundy, or La Fère in Picardy for the Prince of Condé, a large settlement for himself, a promise that the States General should be convened for the politiques. The crown to pay 200,000 crowns to the Protestant rioters, the exercise of Calvinist worship in as ample terms as obtained in 1570, till more fully provided for in the ultimate Articles of Peace. The revolted provinces to remain in arms, except in the case of mercenaries, it being understood that no acts of hostility be done and commerce, and trade to be free during the interim. The King's Council, when these sweeping terms were laid before it, advised the king to yield, seeing no way out on account of lack of means to carry on the war. But Henry Roman III was furious and threw the articles in the fire. In defiance of the advice of his friends, who told him to employ what few funds he had in corrupting the rioters with Condé, he sent 30,000 crowns more to Germany to purchase assistance. In this strait, money came suddenly, as from heaven. The papal nuncio proffered 100,000 crowns at once and promised 200,000 more, while the Venetian government, in memory of his visit there in the year previous, made him a gift of his jewels that were in pawn. Finally, to crown the king's jubilation at this sudden turn of events, word came from Germany that the rioters hired by Scaumurg and Bassompierre were coming, and would not be stayed by the truce. Henry Roman III at once broke off negotiations. The hope was to sever Alencon from the Prince of Condé, and then, preferably by bribery, by war if necessary, overcome the latter, for Scaumurg persuaded the king that this course was practicable. To this end, commissioners were sent abroad to levy new taxes. Great ingenuity was shown in the devising of new forms of taxation. In June 1575, 2 edicts had been issued, one requiring the fixing of new seals to bolts of woolen cloth and the establishment of a greffier des tails in each parish, the other creating the office of 4 arpenteurs, land commissioners, in each jurisdiction of the realm. The number of notaries was also augmented. In December, the king made a pretext of the coming of the rioters to demand a new subsidy from the pliant and obedient people of France, under cover of raising men for the war. Of the Parisians, he demanded the sum of 200,000 livres, to pay 3,000 Swiss. Another pretext was the repair of the bridge at Charenton, which the Huguenots had broken in 1567. These taxes fell all the more heavily because, in addition to the ruin of the country by war, the crops were short throughout the land on account of the dry summer. The rivers everywhere were so low that in many places one could wade them. Every morning the sun rose, and every evening it set red and inflamed. In the meantime, fear prevailed in Paris lest the forces of Damville and the Viscount of Turenne would effect a junction with those of the Duke of Alencon and the united body march upon Paris, and garrisons were hastily put in Montereau, Corbel, Charenton, St. Cloud, and St. Denis. The old trenches on both sides of the river were repaired and platforms erected in the fields around the city. Montmartre especially was fortified. The townspeople of the capital, as well as villagers from the outside, were impressed into the work with picks, shovels, and baskets. Mills were erected within the city, and the city was provisioned. The king issued an edict ordering the peasantry within 30 leagues around the capital to thrash their grain and to store it in fortified towns known to be faithful to the crown, unless they were dwelling within 9 leagues of Paris, in which case the grain was to be brought into the city. All the passages of the Loire were guarded. The result of all this was a reign of terror in the Île-de-France. The soldiery indulged in all sorts of brigandage, so that in sheer desperation the villagers sometimes fired their towns. Provisions were commandeered without recompense. To such outrages were the poor people subjected that the inhabitants of one town, Jogny, begged the commander to have mercy upon them. But instead of so doing, Piguelard loaded the little deputation with reproaches and had them beaten by the soldiers in the presence of all. With the memory of the elder Prince of Condé's presence before the walls of Paris and the Battle of Saint-Denis, where the Constable Montmorency was killed, the Parisians were willing to labor in the trenches for the safety of Paris. But they were not willing to be taxed further. In a remarkable remonstrance, joined in by the clergy, the Parlement, the Chamber des Comptes, the Cour des Aides, the Provost of Paris, and the bourgeois and citizens of every quarter of the city, protest was made against the extortion of 200,000 livres, which Henry Roman III proposed to raise in this hour of extremity. After reciting that civil discord had prevailed in France since 1560, and that during the space of 15 years, the crown had obtained 36 million francs from Paris and other towns, and 60 million from the clergy, besides other gifts and subsidies, with little progress to show either in politics or religion, the memorial proceeded to point out some of the causes of this universal corruption in scathing terms. Simony is openly permitted. Benefices are held by married gentlewomen who employ the revenues far differently to the intention of the founders. The people are left without religious instruction and thus stray from the true religion. There is but little justice to be obtained through the venality of the tribunals, causing their neighbors to hold them in abomination. The number of those holding office is very great, and part of them notoriously incapable, and the rest poor, being thereby prone to evil actions. Justice is further impeded by the impunity with which murder is committed. Great cruelties and barbarities are committed by the foot soldiers and by the gendarmerie, which does not now consist of gentlemen, but of persons of vile condition. Not only by these, but by the soldiers of his guard, is pillage made on the houses of his people, ecclesiastical holdings, and hospitals even in Paris itself, so that the poor cannot obtain common necessaries. During these weeks Montmorency had earnestly labored in favor of peace, pleading, arguing, expostulating both with his own younger brothers and a Lenkin. He was as earnestly supported by Catherine de' Medici, now converted to a peace policy by the force of events, but both were continually thwarted either by the king's inconstancy or the machinations of the Guises. The illness of the Queen Mother. She suffered so much from sciatica that often she was unable to leave her chamber, and the frivolity of the king were a positive advantage to the Guises' policy. It will be remembered that the fortress of La Fère had been tentatively demanded of the king for the Prince of Condé. Henry Roman III had replied offering Doullens in Picardy instead of either La Fère or Péronne, which was later suggested, on the plea that he could not exact obedience from the inhabitants of the latter places. This demand for a border fortress near Flanders was made by the Duke of Alençon, in reality to further his own advantage in the Spanish Netherlands, and he took the method of having Condé take title to it as a means of concealing his purpose. The possible disposal of any border fortress in Picardy in such a way tremendously alarmed the King of Spain and the Guises, who concerted to break the peace. This plan is the true origin of the formation of the famous Holy League, which, although it assumed organized form only after the Peace of Bergerac, September 17, 1576, nevertheless existed in a tentative state this early, in the combined action of the Dukes of Guise, Nemers, Mayenne, and Nevers, Biragues the Chancellor, and other satellites of the House of Guise to prevent peace being made on such terms, and to break it in event of its being made. Twice this cabal called upon the king to give battle before all the forces of the opposition were united, and twice the Queen Mother foiled their purpose by securing delay. On February 22, a violent scene took place between her and the council. Henry Roman III was sick, in which Catherine branded those who said her son was a traitor as liars and declared that in spite of opposition, it shall be peace. The indifference of Henry Roman III to the gravity of the situation and his supreme egotism are remarkable, yet thoroughly in keeping with his character. For hours together he would prate of poetry and philosophy, de primis causis, de sensu et sensibili, and such like questions, with his favorites, in the retirement of a cabinet, while the realm was going to rack and ruin. The Venetian ambassador describes one of these symposiums with minute care in a dispatch of February 3, 1576. For the last few days, His Majesty has taken his pleasure by retiring into a small apartment which has no window, and to his apartment His Majesty summons 4 or 5 youths of the city who follow the profession of poets and light literature. And to meet these people His Majesty invites the Duke of Nevers, the Grand Prior, Biragues, Monseigneur de Sauer, the Queen of Navarre, his sister, Madame de Nevers, and the Marshal de Retz, all of whom profess to delight in poetry. When they are thus assembled, His Majesty orders one of these youths to speak in praise of one of the virtues, exalting it above all the others, and as soon as he has concluded his reasoning, each person in turn argues against the proposal which has been made. His Majesty consumes many hours in this exercise, to the small satisfaction of the Queen Mother and everybody else, who would desire to see in times so calamitous His Majesty attending to his urgent affairs, and not to amusements, which, however praiseworthy at other times, are now from the necessity of the case condemned by all. Seeing that the king for this cause fails to be present at his council, and there to discuss matters, which are of the greatest importance and which, having regard to his own position, and that of his kingdom, can easily be imagined to require attention. Strange as it may seem, the Guises' determination to continue the war comported with the wishes of some of their enemies, a circumstance which illustrates how singular was the alliance existing between the Huguenots and the Politiques. The religious Huguenots already, in the middle of December, had remonstrated against the terms of peace proposed on the ground that the offers made did not promise as much of advantage or security as a continuation of the war. It was argued that the truce would result in greater prejudice to them, since the king would still be prepared for war, and that if they now let the opportunity pass of establishing their fortune by the aid of the Reiters, the result would bring calamity to them. These narrow-minded dissidents looked with ill favor upon the politic course of the Duke of Alençon in avoiding the pillage of the towns he took, even of trusting to their loyalty and refraining from putting garrisons in them. Some of these towns were Dreux, Romorantin, Thouars, and Loudun, and censured him for his pacific overtures to the Parlement of Paris. Accordingly, they hailed with delight the escape of Henry of Navarre, February 5, 1576, and his immediate abjuration of the Catholic faith, which he had been forced to confess on St. Bartholomew's Day, and the renewed advance of the Reiters into Burgundy and Auvergne, and thence across the Loire into Bourbonnais, notwithstanding the fact that these mounted mercenaries made a terrible spoil with fire and faggots wherever they went. The Reiters took the road toward Langres, crossed the Seine above Chatelain into Auxerre, making for the passage of the Loire River at La Charité, in order to effect a junction with the Duke of Alençon, who was in Berry, not far from Bourges. Champagne and Brie were filled with robbers in the wake of their advance, who, pretending that they were soldiers, plundered the townspeople and robbed wayfarers and travelers. There were regular bands of these freebooters, the members of which were paid regular wages by their captains. But the anarchy in the provinces did not compel the king to stop his dallying with philosophy or his love for madcap pranks. He went off on a Shrovetide frolic in March, riding about the town to cast eggs and such other disorders, leaving Mayenne to labor with those nobles who refused to be commanded, by a boy that never saw wars and a soldiery whose pay was a whole quarter in arrears. Mayenne made his headquarters at Moulins to prevent the Reiters uniting with Alençon and the Huguenots of Poitou and Guyenne. It required all the address of the Marshal Bayern to restrain the young commander from throwing himself upon them, almost careless of the outcome, for defeat could have been little worse than the daily shrinkage of his army from desertion. Henry Roman III at first had pretended to make light of the escape of his cousin, but the presence of Henry of Navarre in the field soon had an important influence. It was the one thing needful to complete the organization of the Huguenots, many of whom looked upon the Prince of Condé more as a politique than as one of them. The harmonious working of the two parties opposed to the crown was now possible in greater degree than before. Henry of Navarre, the Prince of Condé, the Duke of Alençon, and Damville united, were in a position to bring things to a focus. The actual territory controlled by Henry Roman III at this time was little, if any, greater than the ancient Ile-de-France, Burgundy, and Champagne of his ancestors in the 12th century. The Huguenots and politiques so divided the realm among themselves that a map of the kingdom at this time reminds one of that of France in the feudal age. Henry of Navarre had made his headquarters at Saumur, and thus was able easily to control Anjou. The allegiance of Guyenne, Béarn, and Poitou was certain. The Duke of Alençon was in occupation of the Midlands, Berry, except Bourges, and most of Bourbonnais and Nivernais. Young Coligny, who had succeeded Montbrun, was in Dauphiné, and his fealty to the religion was unswerving. Damville and his lieutenants controlled all Languedoc, Provence, and Auvergne. Young Montgomery was in Lower Normandy, where English assistants secretly helped him, while the Prince of Condé, backed by the Count Palatine, endangered Picardy. The winning cards were all in the hands of the Huguenots and the politiques. Without territory, without funds, with an unpaid army or hireling mercenaries only, the crown had no other recourse than to accept the situation and make peace unless Henry Roman III and the Queen Mother stooped to the worse humiliation of receiving the support of Philip Roman II. And so it came to pass that while Paris daily expected to withstand a siege, and the faubourgs and gates were so crowded with those living outside the walls and refugees from the environs, that a man could scarce enter the gates for the people, carriages, and cattle, Henry Roman III signed the Act of Peace, May 2, 1576. The Peace of 1576, sometimes called the Peace of Monsieur, from the Duke of Alençon's prominent part in its formation, was the most complete and elaborate charter yet given the Huguenots, embodying the wisdom that experience had taught. It is to be noticed that the settlement involved both toleration of the religion and political reform. The provisions of this composite peace may be classified under four heads, each of which was an essential element in the late opposition to the crown, viz., the Huguenots, Henry of Navarre, the Duke of Alençon, the politiques. The king granted to the Huguenots public exercise of the Calvinist religion throughout France, except within 2 leagues of the court and 4 leagues of Paris. The Huguenots were declared eligible to all offices and dignities without discrimination on account of religion. As a security for the king's justice against possible abuse of these rights, the crown engaged to establish mixed parliaments, half Catholic, half Protestant, at Poitiers, Bordeaux, Toulouse, Montpellier, Grenoble, Aix, Dijon, Reims, and Rouen, and a new chamber in the Parliament of Paris with 2 presidents and 18 councillors, 9 of them Catholic, 9 Protestant. Protestant advocates, procureurs généraux and greffiers civil and criminal were to be connected with each of these mixed parliaments. For further protection of the Huguenots, 8 cautionary towns were to be ceded to them, to wit, Aigues-Mortes and Beaucaire in Languedoc, Périgueux and Limoges de Verdun in Guyenne, La Rochelle in Poitou, Ussoir in Auvergne, Niens and Serres, Château included in Dauphiné, Sens, La Grande Tour at Le Circuit in Provence. Additional demands were for general oblivion for all conduct and action by persons of either side, revocation of all decrees, judgments, and proclamations hitherto made, rehabilitation of the memory of Admiral Coligny, and restoration of their livings and honors to his children, as well as in the cases of Montgomery, Montbrun, Briquemalt, and Cavaignes. No prosecution was to be made with regard to the actions done at Saint-Germain-en-Laye and Bois de Vincennes. 2 of these provisions were received with great dissatisfaction by the Huguenot deputies, and when published were decried by many of the Protestants. The first of them was the prohibition of Protestant worship within the faubourgs of Paris, the act specifically declaring that Saint-Denis, Saint-Maur-des-Fosses, Pont-de-Charenton, Berg-Larieny, and Port-de-Neuilly were within the prohibited confines. The other one which met with great objection was that touching the security towns. The deputies demanded 2 towns in every government, there were 14 governments. But the king would yield only 8, these to be chosen from the towns already in possession of the Huguenots, a proviso which eliminated such important points as Niort, Angoulême, and Cognac. In the case of La Charité and Saumur, over which the longest discussion arose, a compromise was reached by giving them to a lenken in appanage. Long and acrimonious debate was made over this article, and at one stage, the negotiations were so nearly broken off that Paris was notified to be prepared for a renewal of the war. The Crown's demands in this matter were really not unreasonable, for these 8 towns were not included in the number given to Henry of Navarre or the Prince of Condé, or in the appanage of the Duke of Alençon. If the demands of the Huguenots were excessive, those of Henry of Navarre were still more sweeping. He not only aimed to live like a king in the future in his own country of Béarn, but sought to commit the crown to the recovery of the Kingdom of Navarre as well. All the past claims and grievances of his ancestry were embodied. He demanded that the King of Navarre command in his government of Guyenne extending from Pils to Bayonne in such manner as his ancestors had done, that all captains and governors obey him as the governor and lieutenant general of the king, that he have the providing of the necessary garrisons, that all his lands and seigneuries should recognize no other government than he appointed, and that all towns and fortresses belonging to him should be at once surrendered, that his right to his kingdom be preserved, and that his subjects should not be taxed for the services of the King of France, according to their ancient immunities, that all gentlemen being his servants, officers, or subjects should come and go and traffic freely through all France without molestation, that his officers and servants should enjoy such privileges as if they served the royal family of France, that he and his heirs should be discharged from the guarantee given by himself and his mother toward the purchases of ecclesiastical property, and for the payment of the reiters, that in view of the fact that the late king had granted 200,000 livres to his mother, the late Queen of Navarre, for the celebration of the nuptials of himself and his queen, the king's sister, which has never been paid, and furthermore, because there was also yet due 120,000 livres, arrears of the pension of the late King of Navarre, he prayed the king to deal with him as favorably as he could for payment, that if any offices or benefices fell vacant in seigneuries of the King of Navarre, he should have the nominating and presenting of such persons, that the king would preserve to him in his lands and seigneuries his privileges and accustomed sources of revenue, such as the droit de tabellionnage and de sceaux. Having so far required everything that could conceivably be based upon things present, Henry endeavored to revive the ancient claims of his house in a startling fashion. The old feudal spirit of William of Aquitaine and Raymond of Toulouse seems to have been reincarnated in his person at this time. For Henry demanded further that he be recompensed for the 6,000 livres promised in time past, in virtue of the right that Francois de Bretagne, wife of Aline, Sieur d'Albret, father of John of Navarre, had had to the Duchy of Brittany. But even this was not all, for Henry of Navarre finally made the demand that the pension of 46,000 livres which his grandfather had enjoyed in recompense for the loss of Navarre, from which his great-grandfather had been expelled in 1512 by Ferdinand of Aragon, be continued to him, and that the King of France should promise to help him to recover Navarre. In the nature of things, not a tithe of these demands could be granted by the crown, least of all the last. The massacre of St. Bartholomew had proved how perilous it was to try to drive Catholic France into a war with Spain, and France was less ready now than in 1570-72 to join battle with Philip. Perforce Henry of Navarre had to be content with a restoration of things as they were on August 24, 1572. The Duke of Alençon had created for him a position stronger than that of Henry of Navarre. As a prince of the blood, and as a politique, he occupied middle ground between the crown and the Huguenots. In consequence, many of the places which neither of the chief principals was willing to resign were included in the grant to him. While technically all the territories so concerned were regarded as appanages, it is plain that a distinction may easily be made between the duchies of Alençon, Maine, Anjou, Touraine, and La Roche, which had originally been given him as a prince of the blood, and places like Bourges, Moulins, Laux, Saumur, La Charité, Pont-de-Celle, Amiens, Moulins, and Mantes. These latter possessions were practically a class apart of security cities entrusted by compromise to the Duke. This was particularly true of Saumur and La Charité, which ensured the Protestants of passage across the lower and upper Loire, and so linked the south with Normandy on the north and the Palatinate and the German Protestant states to the east. Moreover, moulins in Bourbonnais and bourgs in Berry assured the Protestants of position there, so that the whole left bank of the Loire from Auvergne to Nantes was in their control. Mantes was meant to compensate the Huguenots in the vicinity of Paris for the loss of Charenton. The king yielded the government of Picardy again to the Prince of Condé, but the matter of what town should be his created much heated argument. The prince himself at first stoutly contended for Boulogne, although he did not say that its convenience to England was the chief reason for his desire. But Henry Roman III as stoutly refused. Then Amiens was suggested, and as compromise this city was given to the king's brother. Condé then demanded Péronne. Although the king would have preferred Doullens or even Saint-Quentin to this concession, he yielded. The only other detail concerning the prince was the obligation to pay his and his father's debts in Germany, which the crown assumed. Damville did not come in for as much honor as his colleagues, but was far from being ignored. As the chief of the Politiques, or Les Catholiques Associés, as they were defined in the interest of peace, Damville was and remained the leading man in Languedoc. Aside from the retention of Damville in his government, promise was made the Politiques to summon the States General at Blois within 6 months for the reformation and reorganization of the administration. It follows as a matter of course that the maintenance and protection of the multitude of social and civil rights that made the web and woof of a civilized society was guaranteed, such as the validity of Protestant marriage, land and property titles, freedom of education, commerce and trade, etc. A very delicate matter to adjust was the future relation of the electoral Count Palatine and the Duke John Casimir, his son. A secret alliance had existed between the Count Palatine, England, and the Prince of Condé since July 1575. In November, Alencon and the Politiques joined the alliance. One of the terms of that alliance was that Metz, Toul, and Verdun were to pass to Casimir as the price of his support, and both Huguenots and Politiques, at least Alencon, stood pledged to assist him in securing these 3 bishoprics. But it was manifestly impossible to expect the French crown to grant such a cession, nor is it probable, now that peace had come, that any in France looked with amiability upon this article of the contract of Heidelberg. It were too great a humiliation to have this brilliant conquest of 1552 thus passively surrendered. Fortunately, it was found possible to placate John Casimir with less distinguished sacrifices. His claims were purchased for an enormous sum of money, or at least the promise of it. No less than 2 million florins, 3 million francs, part to be paid in the coming June and the balance at the next 2 fairs at Frankfurt, in addition to which he received the whole seigneury of Châteaudière, worth 20,000 francs per annum, a perpetual colonelcy of 4,000 horse, a company of 100 men-at-arms and 12 riotmeisters, all of which was confirmed by Henry EI's declaration that he would repute and esteem the Count Palatine and Duke Casimir as good neighbors. The terms of the Peace of Monsieur were exceedingly unpopular in Paris, whose citizens had been the heaviest contributors to the expenses of the war thus closed, and who had made strenuous military preparations in defense of the capital. And the unpopularity of Henry Roman III was not enhanced in the eyes of the Parisians by the king's repudiation of a part of the rents, the incomes of which were the chief means of support with many. But when Charon, the provost of the merchants, and the councillor Abbot, at the head of a deputation of the foremost citizens of the capital, protested against this high-handed action to the king's own face, Henry Roman III, with a sneer which carried with it a covert threat, rejoined, "Hang a man and he tells no tales." The camps of the Duke of Alencon and the Protestants were broken up when the peace was published. The soldiery around La Rochelle and in Poitou, Anjou, and Berry returned home, except some troops which were reserved until it was seen what Casimir and his reiters, who were near Langres, would do. These marauders, with many French of Champagne and Brie, crossed the Yonne above Sens and arrived in Champagne between May 10 and 11 and remained there for a week, living on the land. After having sojourned 6 or 7 days between the Seine and the Vaucluse, on the 16th they moved on to a place between Troyes and the village of Murray-sur-Seine, where they remained for 15 days to the distress of the people and absolutely destroyed the little village of Marigny, which had but 2 persons left in it. In order to find food, they foraged for miles. The peasantry turned their cattle loose or drove them, together with their possessions, into the fortified towns or chateaux. But the gentry were less safe than the peasantry, even for the latter had already been so despoiled that nothing was left to be taken. Out of this frightful state of affairs rose an organized resistance which is very interesting to observe, for the nobility and gentry of the region and the local peasantry, forgetting their class antagonism, made common cause together. Whenever these vigilance committees found themselves to be stronger or happened upon stragglers from the main band, they threw themselves upon them. Sometimes the victims were bound and cast alive in the river Aube or Seine. Between Saint Loup de la Fosse-Gelling and Saint Martin de Bossuet, a group of 10 or 12 rioters were thus set upon, and only one escaped. But the vengeance their comrades meted out upon the offenders was terrible, for the troopers, numbering over 100 horsemen, the next night burned all the villages round about. Not until September was this scourge removed from the land. By that time they were bought off and were conducted to the frontier by Bassompierre, the Alsatian gentleman in the king's service, who was well rewarded, as he deserved to be, for the accomplishment of the perilous task. But the licensing of the regular troops immediately afterward still prolonged the agony of the province for a season. The Peace of Monsieur may fittingly be said to have terminated the period of the religious wars of France. The dominant issue of the succeeding years of conflict from 1576 to 1598 was not a religious, but a political one. Why permanent peace did not result, it is not the work of this volume to narrate. Suffice to say that Spain and Spain's instrument, the Holy League, were to blame for the ensuing years of strife. The germ of the provincial Catholic leagues had been the desire, on the part of the Catholics of France, to resist the progress of Calvinism. But in the hands of the French nobles, these local leagues, controlled by the aristocracy, and welded into one mighty organization under the leadership of the Duke of Guise, backed by Spanish gold, became a new league of the public weal, which, under the cloak of religion, revived the feudal ambition of the French nobility to acquire power at the expense of the crown. Chatelain Coligny. John Roman III, 1480. James Roman II Gaspard I, married 1512, 1522. Audit, Gaspard Roman II, Admiral Coligny François Dandelot Bishop of murdered at 1569, Beauvais Saint Bartholomew, 1572, 1571, Louise M. A. Charles de Teligny. 1572, B. William the Silent. Montmorency. William, 1531, A. Louise of Anne, D. of Montmorency and Constable of France, Montmorency killed at Battle of Saint Denis, 1567, A. Francis, Marshal Henry Damville, Gabriel, Sieur de Charles, William Montmorency Governor of Montbarron. Killed Sieur 1579, Languedoc at Battle of Dreux de Meru de Thoré, 1614. Henry Roman II, Charlotte, M. Henry Roman II, 1632, Prince of Condé Louis Roman II, the Great Condé. House of Lorraine and Guise. René Le Bon, D. of Anjou and titular King of Naples and Sicily. M. Isabella, D. of Lorraine. Margaret M. John Roman II, D. of Yolande, D. of Lorraine, M. Henry Roman VI, K. of Lorraine and Ferry Roman II, C. of Vaudemont, England Bar Guise, etc., Nicholas, D. of Lorraine René Roman II, D. of Lorraine and Bar. 1473, No and Bar, C. of Vaudemont, Male Issue Guise, etc., 1508. Antoine, D. of Lorraine Claude, C. of Aumil and Bar, 1544 D. Of Guise, 1527 Francis I. D. of Charles Card. Louis Card. Lorraine and Bar of Lorraine of Guise, 1574-1578. Francis D. of Claude D. Mary, M. James v. Guise, assassinated of Aumil of Scotland before Orleans, 1563. Charles I. M. Mary, Queen of Claude of France Scots, 1587. Charles Roman II d. Henry d. of Guise, Charles d. Louis, Cardinal of Lorraine, assassinated of Mayenne, of Guise and Bar. 1608, 1611, 1588. House of Bourbon. Louis Roman IX, 1270. Philip Roman III, 1285. Robert C. of Clermont M. Beatrix, heiress of Bourbon, 1317. Philip Roman IV, 1314. Charles C. of Valois, 1325. Louis D. of Bourbon, 1341. Louis X. Philip v. Charles Roman IV. Philip Roman VI, 1316, 1322, 1328, 1350. Peter D. James, C. de la John Roman II of Bourbon March, 1361. John I, 1364, 1356. 1431. John, C. de la Louis D. March, 1393. Of Bourbon M. Catharine, 1410. Heiress of Charles V. Duke of Vendôme, 1380. Andrew Barry Burgundy. John D. of Bourbon, Charles Roman VI. Louis D. of 1433. Louis C. 1422. Orleans, 1407. Of Vendôme, 1446. Charles Roman VII. James C. de la 1461. Marquet, 143. John C. of Vendôme, 1478. Charles D. John C. of Charles Louis C. of Louisy of Orleans Angoulême. D. of Montpensier, 1483, 1467, 1467. Bourbon, a 1456. Francis C. of Vendôme, 1495. Gilbert C. O. Montpensier, 1496. Charles Roman VIII. Louis Roman XII. Charles C. 1498, 1515. Of Angoulême, a 1496. Charles of 1488. Charles D. of Vendôme. John Roman II. Peter Roman II, 1537, 1488. Francis I. 1547. Charles Constable Francis of France, 1527, 1525. Antoine D. Francis C. Charles Louis Prince Marguerite of Vendôme of Enghien Cardinal of Condé. M. Duke of M. Jean, 1546. Of Bourbon, killed at Nevers. D'Albret Q. Charles X. Jarnac, 1569. Of Navarre, 1562. Henry Roman II. Henry I. of Condé, 1588, 1559. Henry Roman IV, 1610. M. 1. Margaret of Henry Roman II. of Condé, Valois M. 2. Mary M. Charlotte of Montmorency, de Medici, of whom was born the great Condé. Francis Roman II. Henry Roman III. Elizabeth M. Margaret M. 1560, 1589. Philip Roman II. Henry Roman IV. Charles Roman IX. Francis D. of Claude M. 1574. Alençon, 1584. Charles D. of Lorraine. Appendices. Appendix I. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 13, No. 456. The Cardinal of Lorraine and Duke of Guise to the Queen Dowager of Scotland. Madame nous avons reçu votre lettre par si marinier, present porteur et su parcelle lestet, en quoi sont les affaires de la, 2 pages in cipher. Quant aux nouvelles de Canus valens bien que vous saches, que depuis quins au 20 jours aucans, malheureusement saic demector et fin une conjuration quils, avoyant faked porteur Leroy et ninus, y oublioyant tout cela fond sur la religion dont aucans, des principaux authors et pugnes. Mais tant plus nous allons avant et plus trouvons nous, along que iant est bastide along main, et appui par d'aucans gr, sont trouves bien trompes. Car noster, seigneur bien su défendre sa cause. Est quasi la mesmes train quiant prins vos rebelles mais ils, valiant commencer, par la sang et l'espion otter fois vous en scores plus par le menu. Et pour fin de ceste letter vous dirons madame quella campagne faked de mercy, trespon cheer et nous recommandons trechemblement, a votre bonne grace. Priant de madame vous donner en sant trespon et tres longue vie. De Marmouster la ix, aujour d'avril 1559. Vos trechembles et tresobissons frere si, car de Lorraine franques est de Lorraine. A la roine douairière et regent discuss. This is dated more Gallicano, which commences the year at Easter. In 1560, Easter Day fell on the 14th of April. Consequently, this letter dated on the 9th would appear to be, as it is dated, in 1559, being in fact 1560. Number 460. Estant que avix plus de commodité, et de moyen vous n'avez esté, et nestes secaru autant que nous voyons, et jugens trop bien quil, serait nécessaire si que n'a pas est retardi par faute de devoir de sewing et de diligence. Car nous en avons church, moyens possibles et mesmes, po esser si est roin d'Angleterre s. Adauser et contenir par quelques remèdes qui en son indroict, car après avoir faked du causte du retout. Depenser poli oster la jalousie, et la soupçon quel monstero, nous y avons employ le roi catholic tant, que par son ambassadeur illi, quil ni souffrirait pas quel donest favorox rebels, alcune chose au préjudice des droits, et authorite du roi de, philenescus, depuis y est envoyé elevesque de valence conseillero. Poli render racin plus pertinent de l'intention du roi, et quil ni ch. El obeisance de ses subex, resolute retirer ses forces après, restables au bon chemin, tout cela en adherine serviciel vous avez pu voir par les articles lef. Son ambassadeur si hontu que nous croyons quel sas, nous en inferiens renet parens il passerait olter, qui est de la guerre, dont nous verions pu de moyen de, si en est po, refuge el, de sire de gléon quesles. Y envoy poli en parler des grosses cons ayant de liberci, obstini de secourir le roi de tout si de la quil voudret, accord li bailor gens et veas, po remetter l'obeisance, dont il est prince au mot, et y est envoy, scavoir de la duchesse de Parme de quel nombre ou, lad, dame charge express den accommoder le roi de tout. Cependant madame nous ni perdens point le temps affaire ad. Qui sera d'un si bon nombre de vaisaux, et si bien formi de gens, et de toutes choses convenables que nous espérons quelad. Roigny ses forces, en orant pas le moyen de les garder de vous secourir tout le pays. Arians est quel ni pult ester prest, que vers la fin de iwilit. Mais si ferans nous tout, si que sera possible au monde polometer plustost à la voile, et ni espargner argent sewing, ni diligence que nous assurans, que vous croyez bien. Et niet meins churchens nous tous, alters moyens de vous faire secourir de deniers, soit de Flanders ou de Lours, et aussi ni craindrons nous, en adventure par petites pommes cependant, et pour y commencer avons nous advise vous renvir. Yerdidons vng alter petit vaso, quelli avons fake de quipper, ni li, espargni aussi argent car il a eu po ester venu ici, et la hazard quilla 2 cents francs quella roi li, a dons et 3 cents escus po son retour. Avec li nous vous envoyons par un clerc qui la campagne la somme de 1000 livres, et 20 cax de putter menu gravé par si que nous avons, su par les letters des sieurs de la brossette d'oisel, qui vous en avez besoin par de la sira pour attendre touts, jours milks estants bien de liberesde. Herder une seule occasion de vous secourir ainsi, par le menu danger. Herder quelque chose. Cependant, madame, il faudra que de vostre cost vous fassiez le milks. Pour it sur tout, quil soit donné order à tenir les places bien. Arnais loin sama bien fort la défensive sur la quelle les capitaines de la, sont d'advise, que vous medis qui est un moyen pour avoir la racine de la légérite, et mal considéré entreprise de lad. Roin don't nous espérons, quelle mal tomera la fin, sur elle qui dini lacera impune la faute quelle faked. A est grande consolation au roi et a tout cest compagnie devoir entendu, les soldats de la ayant si bonne volonté, cela nous faked, de qui tout ira milks quelle ni voudrait car si led. Nur roi catholic chemin en ceci de bon pied, don't il nous assura il est impossible quella chose ni tourna sa confusion. Quant aux nouvelles de canus voulons bien que vous scaches, que depuis Roman 15, ovink jo alkans, malheureux ant saic de metter et fin une, conjuration quils, avoyant faked potuer le roi et ni nous y oubliant pas. Tout cela finde sur religion don't alkans des principaux authors, ant este pris et punis. Mais tant plus nous allons avant et plus trouvons nous que cette conspiration along qui ayant est basti de long main, et a pai par dalkans grands qui si sont trouves bien trompes. Car noster saine bien su defender sa cause, cest train qui ant prins vos rebels, mais ils vouliant sang et lesbi. Un otter fois vous en scores, et po fin de cest letter. April, 1559, 1560 card. And D of guise to the Queen Dowager, whereof another copy was sent to the Q ma the 3 of April, and was dated at Maramoustier, the viage of the same. State Papers, Scotland. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 3, Number 58. Translation. The parts in italics have been deciphered. Madame this bearer hath made very good diligence to bring us yo letters, whereof we were very glad. for that by the same we understood yo news, and the wrath, for that we had received none from yo, sins the commenge of Protestant the Couron. Sins, which time the Queen of England hath ever kept us in alarm to bedgen the war, and to show by all her dealings that she had sent to be doinge and stirringe the coals. We believe she hath forgotten nothing, werby she might think to draw any fruict of her evil disposition, if she had found things in case to go through her business. Nevertheless, she hath jiven us the fairest words of the world. Whereunto the French king hath not so much trusted, but that he hath advertised the King of Spain of all that she hath done, who having well considered the matter, hath made answer that there is no cause why to disallow his intent specially to go through the maters on that side, and that to chastise the rebels he will jive the king, as manny vessels, men, and victuals, as he will, and so hath written to the said queen, who knowing that she can hope for nothing of that she maketh a rekenning of, begenith to use auth language, and causeth her ambassad to say that she hath done hath been for none auth cause, but for the jealousy she hath of her realmy, and fearinge to be soddenly taken unwares. So that it seemeth that she repenteth to have gone so far furth in the matter. And we believe that before these letters come to yo hands, yo shall have well perceived that her intents are waxed for yet cold. And if that which she hath caused to be said by her ambassado be true, yo shall have understand all the whole story, by a man whom the to sever the king's ambassad in England, hath sent unto yo. Nevertheless, we have thought good to send yo backy again this said bearer, by the way of Flanders to advertise yo, that we think that your rebels will be far from their rekenninge, if they make their accompt of the said lady's protection. Or else there is much dissimulation. And yet the king knowing after what sort he must trust Englishemen, leaveth not of, to prepare exige great ships to thin tent, if need require. And that it do appear, that the said lady doth continue her evil disposition, to do order the same and auth forces he keepeth in a readiness, to succour yo in such sort, as he shall have the reason that he requireth, of thone and thoth. In the meantime he hath sent the bishop of Valence, counselo in the privy council, towards the queen, to understand plainly her meanage, and in case that the same be good, then to come to yo good and large memorials, to essay to appease thinges on that side, and to fin the means to win time. The thing, madame, that grieveth us most, is that the means is hindered and stopped, to sauco yow money as oft and as readily as we wold be glad to do, and as yo have need of it. Which we durst not aventure, nor also o brother Mons la Marquis for the evident danger that might happen. But it cannot be lunge before we see some way open, and yow may be sure, madame, that we will not lose 1/4 of an hour. Now, madame, we must yo lament the evil, that the mater of religion may bring into a realmy, which hath so gone to work on this side, that in these Zig or Roman 15 days, there is discovered a conspiracy, made to kill us both, and then to take the king, and jive him masters and governors to instruct and bring him up in this wretched doctrine. For which purpose there should assemble a great number of persons hereabouts who are not out the comfort and favor of some great ones. And betwixt the 6th and Roman 15 of this month, they should execute the same. So that out the help of God and intelligences we have had from all parts of Christendom, and also of some of the conspirators that have disclosed it, the matter had taken effect. But God hath provided herein for us. The matter being discovered, and manni being prisoners, we hope that the same shall be bolted out, and so the danger avoided. Whereof, and how the same shall break out, yo shall be more particularly advertised hereafter, specially if the way be freer than hitherto it hath been. In the meantime yo shall receive, if it please yo, our humble commendations praying God and see Montignac is presently arrived upon the depetch, whereupon order shall be taken out of hand. This and other deciphered letters, Queen Dowager of Scotland to Doysel and de la Brosse 29, and a private man's letter to Doysel 1560, are written on the same sheets of paper, and are endorsed together. The intercepted letters deciphered, and endorsed in Burghley's hand. B12, Mardii, 20. Mardii letters deciphered from France to the Q Dowag. Appendix Roman II. Archives Nationals. K 1494, piece number 70. L'ambassadeur de France, Mr. de l'Aubespine, Évêque de Limoges au Roi d'Espagne, Philippe Roman II. Told, 4 Avril 1561. Au Roy. A Sous Magestead, del Obispo de Limoges, a Oderbril 1561. Sire, par si quella roin aura pu escrire a vostre majesté, et monsieur le prince de Valli aussi. Vous aurez entendu l'estet aquel les choses si retriuviant parmi les estats particuliers, en France il, y avec jours par la malice de quelques uns mal sentens de la foi. Lescals avoyant faked une mené, en certaines provinces, afin, que elan faced tomer le gouvernement du royaume, en otter main que celle de la roin vostre mire. La sentence ferme et constante a en engera lours errors et a les punir. Depuis est a reve elun de mes gens, avec du paquets de monsieur de Chanton, lescals ja faked mector, entre les mains de sages. Emidvertisant ladict dame par la mesmi courier, quella roy de Navarre est, monstre si conforme en tout sequel, a désiré et pu approuvant la témérité de tels entreprinces. Quil est accommodé pour aussi recevoir, quoique luet contentement d'ester sur lieutenant general, du roy vostre bon frere, en France saubs ladict dame. Afin quella multitude des autres seigneurs et gouverneurs de tout, le royaume en amnest, point la confusion qui y estate. Que elan just quelque dresse, et que, par si moyen aussi il fust plus honoré et respecté dung chascan sans aucune diminution de l'autorité de ladict dame, laquelle, sire demure chef de toutes choses, ayant les quatre secrétaires d'estat saubs les paquets, finances, dons et autres graces avec la personne du roi, et commande au conseil ainsi que de costume, tellement que chacun espère, que aussi faked sa majesté et ainsi quel me commande vous dire, sire. Que desormes il y a certain apparence de toute tranquillité et repose, car si que dessus est passé, or resté et signé entre yulks et de leurs mains pour articles irrevocables. Ayant pour cest, cosmende aux estats quils usent, ni penser ni disputer plus sur tels points. Ein seulement en ce qui concerne le mesnage du royaume, les reculons et remettans et assembler et la fin de l'este prochain. Et si pendant, souvent l'instante request du pupil, le roi vostre bon frere, sire, partira de Fontainebleau incontinent après si quasimodo pour si faire sacre rimes de dans le Roman 20 de mai. Et incontinent après ses lemois de juing faire son entrée à Paris. Dotant que si est du acts solemnels, donnant plus d'autorité et contentement à tous nos subjects. Et que cela faked, la roin vostre mire pour aussi, comme el désir. Plus soignusment user de la main forte et justice en tout si qui si presentera. Si que dessus, sire, amendera, esil vous plaist, en vostre androit el opinion mauvaise, quenus avians quant j'y parle, a monsieur le prince de Valli de el issue de nos estats, lescals, par si remède, sont frustres de plus rien toucher ni negatier qui concerne le gouvernement. Mi commandant très expressement la roin de remercier fort affectionnement, vostre majesté, des bonds, et roids offices, disquels monsieur de Chantenay, a usé prise del pendant ces disputs. Et assurant vostre majesté que s'il est obligation, tel quel pult faire estet de son amour et affection, autant que de sa propre mire, comme de son coste el si confie tant en sa bonté et amitié que, si elan just voulu faire plus de tour de son honor et préeminence. El just usé de si que Dieu mise. Sire, saubs vostre obeisance, comme de son malheur ami, desirant que vostre majesté face en semblable estet de tout si que sire en el. Sioux, sire, qui avoyant treme si que dessus pensuant remuer en nostre conseil, et autres en droits les hommes et honors à leur guise. Mais, par si moyen, ils sont hors de leurs dissangs. Assistant monsieur le prince de Condé contenté d'une déclaration quan lie a donné pour sa justification. À la charge quil pust, quant bon lie semblerait, ester à la court prise ladic dame, ainsi quil y a esté permis. Monsieur le constable a sire, fake de bonds at sages offices NCET establishment, me chargant de vous presenter ses tres humbles recommendations. Vous requerent, comme font leurs majestés, quil vous plaise en sa favor confirmer en Flanders une abia de dames, à l'une de ses parents, quelles religieuses desirant fort depuis le décès de feu Madame de Lalaine, comme j'ai écrit à Monsieur le Comte de Horn. Si que, sire, j'ai eu de bouche esté faire entendre à vostre majesté. Mais la crainte que j'ai eu de la troubler parmi, ces 5 de vots jours et m'excusera, et s'il la plaist, et commandera écoute Monsieur le Prince de Valli qui s'y est. De me faire donner quelque réponse sur cette lettre, et c'est une précédente que je vous escrivis il y du jours. Afin que je puisse faire entendre à la roin vostre bon mire le contentement, que recevres de si que dessus, et vostre bon conseil. Quant mon courrier partit, Monsieur le Comte de Hue avoit disgeste licencié du Roy et de la Reine Mère. Et suis attendant, sire, Monsieur de Montreuil, lieutenant de Monsieur le Prince de la Roche-sur-Yon. L'equal arrivera ici dedans 4 ou 5 jours. Venant devant pour préparer si quil sera de besowing et pour aussi visiter la Roine. Qui me faked estimer queletic seigneur Comte ni sira pa inceste ville que 4 ou 5 jours après quasi modo. Don't nas dames ni sont pas contents, la Roine pour le désir quel a de revoir vostre majesté plus dust, et les autres pour leur interest particulier. Sire, je me recommande très humblement à vostre bonne grâce. Priant le créateur vous donner en très bonne santé, très heureuse et longue vie. De Toledo, CEI d'Avril 1561. Vostre très humble serviteur S. De l'Aubespine et de Limoges. Appendix Roman III. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 38, Number 179. Extract de la lettre de Guise, Escript de sa main au Cardinal. I vous envoici porteur en diligence pour vous advertir que tout fut your accord. Et puis vous dire que le commencement est el honor de service du roi bien, et repose de si royaume. Sed it porteur est suffisant, et norant nos chers cardinaux, que part cest letter comme aussi noster marshal de Brissac qui king noestra, quil y, en a qui sont bien loing de leurs desseins. Noster mirat son frere ni durant que par la foi quils, nous doivent et quils, ni violent plus de conseil, que de sioux que scaves qui vont le bon chemin. Conclusion la religion reformi, en nous conduisant et tenant bon sen, va baslo et les amiraux mal si qui est de possible. Touts nos forces nous demurant entierment, les leurs rompus les billies rendus, sans parler dedix, ni de preces et administration, des sacraments, à leur mode. Ces bons seigneurs croirant sil, leur playest sedit porteur de si quil, leur dire de la part, de toi de leurs malheurs amis, et base la main. De Bogency C. Roman 25, jour de Ewing 1562. Extract d'une lettre escript de la main de M. de Guise, au Cardinal de Lorraine d'Aix, Ewing 1562. Appendix Roman 4. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 39, Number 211, VJ. Madame, je viens presentement de recevoir la lettre quil, vous a plus mescriper, touchant quelques marchands anglois quel ambassadeur de leur roine. Vous a faked entendre, avoir est prise par les gens de guerre, qui sont ici prise de moi pour le service du roi, et le vostre. Don't encore Madame Genevois au parler, bien de quelques soldats anglois qui furent pris, waises long temps par le esteléger qui valiant, entre Rouen et l'escals tost après G fis renvir sinon quelques uns, qui si sont volontairement, mais a vostre service parmi nos bands, vous pourront assurer madame. Quetant sen fault queji permect, tels choses quetout si, quej en plus grand recommendation. Est de les laisser librement, et tous les autres étrangers, qui sont ici mesmes vos subjects de quelques, religion quils, soyant de trafficker et negatier comme ils, facient auparavant ses troubles. Sachant trop bien de quelle consequence, cela est pour vostre service. Et ni puis penser devindrait cest, prise si nest par sioux mesmes de rouen deep, et la haver qui pillant et prenant indifferemment, sur les uns, et les autres sans aucune exception. Tautas fois madame, je mectre pain de faire si bien rechercher, parmi ses troupes que sil y en a aucans, qui en ayant quelque chose je la ferai de livre, et nen sira perduang sul denaire. Ainsi que je lay, faked entendre a si present porteur quel edit ambassadeur mon voy express. Madame G. prie vous avir en sant et donner trespon, et longue vie. Au mesnal devant es Catherine le Roman 9 jours de Juillet, 1562. Vostre treshumble et tresobissant servitor, et subject Claude de Lorraine et Juliae, 1562. The copy of the Duke d'Aumale's letter to the Queen Mother. Enclosed in a letter from Throckmorton to the Queen, from Paris, 12 July, 1562, number 211. Appendix V. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 46, number 973. Mons le Comte. Attendant quelle commodate si, present plus proper de vous pouvoir voir et deviser privement, avec vous envoyant maintenance cest, dépêche en Angleterre je n'ai voulu oublier à vous ramener voir le besowing, quenus avons de joie, en vostre secours. aquil jesper moyenant la grace de demi joinder de brief, pour par après mector quelques fin, attant de calamides. Simons Leconte de Montgomery est de retour avec quelques forces, G. serwa bien d'advise pour nous devancer, vous aikmenices droic de Honifleur pour plus faciliter le chemin, et a lune, et a l'alter army. Mi recommandant sur cette espérance of vostre bonne grâce, G. suppliere le créateur vous donner mons Leconte avec, sa trescinct grâce, si que plus desires. Escript au camp de S. Arnal C. Ziage jour de December, 1562. Vostre plus affection, et parfait Amy Lois de Bourbon. A Mons Leconte de Querwich. 184 December. Prince of Conde, to the of Warwick. Appendix VI. State Papers Domestic. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 29, Number 50. I am sure that yo are advertised of the appointment for New Haven. I would gladly understand the Queen's ma pleasure for my farther service. I left the Philip and Mary the Lion the Sacar and two Gales, W. Viage Victuallers, with M. Winter in the road of New Haven to join W. the ships under his charge, for the dispatch of the men, and such things as is to be brought thence, and left M. Hallstock, to assist M. Winter, and I. W. the Elizabeth Jonas, and the Victory cam hither this evening. And since my coming W. the advise of M. Vice-Chamberlain, I have dispatched a sufficient number of ships that I found presently here to Goot. New Haven to fetch all thinges thence, that is to be brought. I cam to New Haven yesterday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and departed thence at 2 o'clock this morning, finding my Lord of Warwick a shipboard ready to depart. And at my feast coming Edward Horsey, came to me W. Monsieur de Linerals, from the French King the Queen and the Constable, as he said to viceit me W. offer of anything that was there for my commodity, and said that the King desired me to come on land to him, and there W. he told me the appointment for New Haven. I said to him that the plague of deadly infection had done for them, that I think all the force of France could never don for if the mortality had not taken away, and can summon it our captains and soldiers in so great numbers, they could never a prevailed nor approcht so near the town, yet wise it apparent vnto yo, the noble courage of the Lord Lieutenant, and the valantness of his soldiers, hath been shewed as mock as might be in men, having fought against an unseizable plague of pestilence. Whole force of France, and as I do reix that my countrymen hath so worthily behaved themselves, so am I heartily sorry that yo chance is to recover that town. And so I desired him to give my humble, thanks to the King the Queen and the Constable for their courteous message, and offer sent to me, but I having charge by the Queen's ma commandment, my mistress of these ships and nommers of men, I cannot depart from them. And so we departed and afore the coming of Edward Horsey, and the said French man to me, I not knowing at that time, where my L of Warwick was sent William Drury, W. a trumpet to New Haven to speak W. my lord from me. And at his landing, the Prince of Condé and divers of the noble men found him there, and used him very courteously, and offered him a horse to ride to see the town and a gentleman to attend on him, and declared to him that my Lord of Warwick was gone to the sea, and had taken a ship to depart. And this moch I thought meet to let yo understand praying yo, that I may know the Queen's ma pleasure for my dispatch hence. Thus I take my leave. From Portismouth the last of Ely of 1563. Your assured friend to Comend E. Clinton. To the right Hono Abel. S. William Cecil, Knight Principal Secretary, to the Queen's ma. XXXJ, July 1563. To M. Secretary from the L. Admiral. Appendix Roman VII. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume LXXV, Number 846. The copy of the Prince of Conde's letter to his sister, the Abbess of Chelles. Ma soeur, Lenau Gisways de Linger, quelana fake de Monsieur le Cardinal de Lorraine, misolict, comme vous dire Vosterham, de la fâcherie que j'ai de voir ainsi tracter les princes. Comme fake dire que l'union de nos masons est plus que nécessaire. Comme elle le pult bien qu'un noester assest hura, et s'il lust plus dost faked, il lust tenu en pour et craint sioux qui nous doivent obeisance, et non par les armes you sent puissance de commandment. Cirque j'ai faked a si pour tour entendre mon opinion, et de la facin que mondict seigneur le cardinal si doibt gouverneur. Qui me gardera vous en faire plus long letter, hors mir que j'ai vu confessor que si jus si qui si est pass. Jus vu l'histoire pour empêcher un tel haunt et outrage, qui est plus grand que je n'ai jamais ouï parler que prince it eu. Gili sues et sere, tel que gili I promise. Et si jus est opers de li, gili jus facte preview de ma volent, plus par effect que par parole. Gi vous irez voir quan le me mandares. Qui sire la fin après avoir pride etc. March 1565. Copy of a letter from the Maréchal Montmorency to the Duke of Montpensier, and a letter from the Prince of Condé to the Abbess of Chelles. Appendix VIII. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CXI No. 612. Side note, Aunt defers avec la Sires de l'Arrêt de Mirepoix et Negrupellis. Side note, la Sire de Marchesettle est un jeune gentilhomme d'une mais de Roman 12 et Roman 15. Mille livres tournois de rente et a fiancé négres la sœur de Monsieur de Crassal. La Sire de Montluc charge devoir intelligence, avec le roi d'Espagne pour mettre en ses mains la pais de Guienne de Coy, il restait accuse envers le roi de France, et la roine Samir par la Sire de Perse en Quercy. Et son, fils la Sire de Marchesettle beau-frère du Sire de Crassal, qui ont envoyé exprès un gentilhomme, en court assest fin instruit de letters, et mémoires par l'escals est port que le sénéchal de Quercy. Edit ostit Sires de Perse et Marchesettle quil, avoit est. Solicite de faire mutiner la ville de Montauban, a fin de donner, occasion audit de Montluc de la Pillar si plainant, Quaces services, nestant reeking news, mais quil sen vengeroit et plusieurs auteurs propos sembles quils violent maintenir, avoir est profres par l'edit de Montluc qui est aussi char de sester, assemble lunam granel distant quater luz de Thalos, avec le cardinal d'Armagnac, et un seigneur d'Espagne, pour conferer de cest, affaire d alter part quelles. Prelats de Guyenne et Languedoc ont fait certains, assemblies et accord, entre yulks quelques levies de deniers, et contributions nécessaires à cette entreprise, et ont dépôt secrètement, l'évêque de Lodin vers le roi d'Espagne. Le sénéchal de Quercy, arrivant négres en court adverti de si que de Suze, si viult perjure à l'évêque de Valence frère dudit Sire de Montluc, descent niscavoir que sestoit et quan le metait, a tort en cest affaire. Tautus fois ledit Sire de Valence hom collar de son natural, et passion, et l'affaire de son frère Aisne estant de telle consequence, obtient du roi quelesdit sénéchal de Quercy, et gentilhomme serient ouis au conseil prive au le sénéchal, a ni publiquement, si que de Suze nintmoings le brute est, quen particulier parlant, a la roine li eadit beaucoup de grands choses. Le gentilhomme apercevir monstrant sesdites letters, et mémoires, et quil estoit prest, si render prisonnier, o submetter a tel otter pain pour soustenir son dire. Comment aussi ferient sulks qui le voyant en voilescals viennet maintenant, en court pour maintenir tout le contenu, distites mémoires, et proposer plusieurs alters griefs contre l'edit de Montluc. Tel est le brute la roine après avoir oui lesdits, sénéchal et gentilhomme, dépêche un nom duplicis varlet de chamber du roi vers l'edit Sire de Montluc. Pour entendre la verit lequel de Montluc, au lieu de si perjure commenca a halt lauer says fakes et services, et si plainder de la mesquignoisance quen, avoit le roi et don't pouvit venir, quan saubsen de lie et mauvaise opinion, que sestoit tausters honestment, acquict des charges quan li avoit donis. Bien acte confesse, avoir par le granel avec le cardinal d'Armagnac, mais que sestoit en passant kemen pour aller a thalos et communiquer, avec les des affaires du roi Hollande dit sester, trouve un nom don Pierre de Navarre, bastard d'Albert Yves de Cummings. Si quanquers est trouve mauvais pour si quelun et lauter nen ont rien, escript au roi ny et la roine. Pourquoi sant Mandez en court lesdits de Montluc, et Marchesettle, pour si représenter devant leurs majestés. C'est la cause pourquoi le Sire de Montluc, envoie cartel contre tous ses adversaires, and si descent que tous sulks que voudront maintenir quil acte intelligence, avec le roi d'Espagne ont menti sauf, et except les princes du sang et otters, ses supérieurs osquels il doit honor et reverence quil est, presse de les combatter à tout sorties d'armes, en quoi il espère ni faire moings de devoir quil ne voit, que vingt ans, ans en sio martia. Information contre Mons de Montluc. Appendix Roman IX. Bibliothèque nationale. Fonds Français, Ms. No. 3197, F92, recta. Copy, de Mons de Saltzed à Mons d'Ausences, du Roman II Juillet 1565. Cause de l'empêchement, fake de Monseigneur le Cardinal par le est de Salcide. Monsieur, comme le diable qui ni search jamais que de mecter des choses en avant, il est survenu que, Estant arrivé Monseigneur le Cardinal de Lorraine à Ramberviller. Ces officiers aimant dict alter commandement de publier et attacher par touts, les villes et chasselenais la protection et sauvegarde, quil a recouvert de l'empereur. Le double de laquelle je vous envoie signé, et collationné de son chancelier. Et avec cela, je suis esté adverti de bon lieu certainement, quil viult et a dispatché capitaines pour metters place lescals, je conserve il y a environdix, ans aux dispens du roi et avec ses soldats. Et voir assest Huron remuement, devant moi avec cest salvagarde, et une particularité, quagisque geni sois délibéré de la souffrir que premièrement le roi, et la roine vous, comme les représentants. Vous n'ayez bien pensé le fait, et la conséquence que cela peut advenir pour l'advenir. Je vous assure, monsieur, que je suis bien mérequent tant fait de services à Monseigneur le Cardinal, et à sa maison, comme tout le monde skate bien. Il me contraine pour mon honneur de thumber en sa malgrâce. Et quant lie au alter voudront mecter quelques particularités en avant. Vous bien assura avec tous mes seigneurs et amis, que je merai et me caustera mauvais et mon bien que je n'y serverai jamais alter que Monseigneur et roi aquil je suis tant tenu. Est-il vous plaise de me envier la coche de madame, d'ausences par Florimont? Je vous enverrai à metz en chargement femme et enfants, avec le pied de bien que j'ai en France, pour vous assurer que je n'y ferai jamais chose, qui n'y soit pour le service du roi, sinon pour sa grandeur et autorité. Et, ainsi pendant que j'aurai de vos nouvelles, j'entrechandrai les choses en l'est que j'ai délibéré, avec la plus grande modeste que je pourrai, si je n'y suis contraint autrement. Et ceci, je me recommande de bien bon cure of vostre bonne grâce et pridia. Monsieur, vous donner très heureux et longue vie. De vic si roman toujours de Juliet, ainsi signé. P. de Salcede. Appendix X. State Papers Domestic. Elizabeth Addenda, Volume Roman 13, Number 71. It may please yo to be advertised that whereas, a swell at my last being W. Yao, as by your several letters, Yao have given me special charge for then queering of such currents as might be learned from the French parties, wherein having hitherto desisted, rather for want of convenient matter than of due remembrance, I have therefore thought it my duty W all convenient speed to advertise yo of such news. As I have been presently informed of by certain of this Isle W, came upon Saturday last from Normandy, who have declared that there was a great room of wars, and the news so certain as a boy of mine, being at Constance's for the recovery of a grief W he hath, was hidden by his host the space of one day, and so privily W divers others of this isle conveyed over with all speed. Moreover, I understand that they were taken up at Constance's and the rabouts, each soldio SWR now in garrison at Granville, and that there are viage soldio S in Chazy, and 2 great ships well appointed. Also that a servant of the French king's hath passed alongst the sea coasts of Normandy, and hath taken the names of the principal masters and mariners in those parts. The leak bruit of wars and preparation for the same wise in Britain, as I have learned by a bark of lime, W came from S. Mallows, and arrived in this isle upon Sunday last at night, who declareth that they were previously admonished W all speed to depart from thence. And that Mons Martigues governor of Britain was appointed to come this present Tuesday with a great company into the sade town of S. Mallows, where great preparation was made for the receiving of him and his retainer. Are the specialst and most credible intelligences W I have as yet learned from those parts. The presumptions whereof as they are very manifest and dangerous, so can they not be to mich credited and diligently prevented. Wherefore I have W all speed sent this bearer unto yo W these my advertisements, whom I have charged not to slacky his duty in conveyance of the same. To thend that yo being infirmed of these premisses may return your a pleasure, and advise for o'er better precedenges in the same. As to yo discreet wisdom may seem most expedient, besetching yo it may be as briefly as wise possible. And in this meantime, I shall not fail God willing to enforce, and make redie the power of this castle, and I'll for the resisting of all dangers and sudden attempts, W may be given by the enemy to the uttermost of our power. Although the estate and furniture of this castle was not unknown unto yo, Yet have I thought good to send here enclosed a bile of such necessaries, as are specially wanting in the same. There wise no other special matter, worthy the certifying for this present from this yo charge, where all thinges remain in the accustomed good and quiet estate, thanks be to God, whom I beseech long to preserve yo. From Earsey, the Exige of April 1567. Your most obedient son George Poulet. To his right worshipful father, S. Hugh Poulet Knight. 22 April, 1567. M. George Poulet, to his father S. Hugh Poulet from Jersey. Appendix XI. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume Exciv, No. 1338. It may like Yo Majesty to be advertised. Written at Paris this last of Septem 1567, in haste. It is here reported for truth that Amiens of Bevel and Calais are taken to the prince's behalf, whereof, I doubt not by Weimar is advertised or this. Also they have land Soizun a Bevel Balain Amiens, and so allonge the Riewer of Seine, which be the best appointed towns of artillery in France. By Wyhein's most humble and obedient subject, and servant Henry Norris. To the Queen's most excellent Majesty, September 1567, S. H. Norris to the Q. Ma. Appendix Roman 12. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume XCV, number 1457. Letters du Roi, par l'escals ill. Enioint defy re diligent perquisition, and re church de tous les gentles home, mis tant divin party quadultry, qui cissant retires en leurs masons depuis la battle don e prise est denies, a. Paris, par Rob. Eschen imprimer du Royem. DLXV oic priulige audict seigneur de par le Roy. Noster aimé and feel, pourquoi nous desirons, scavoir and entendre à la vérité quels G, en tils homs de vostri si, sont retires depuis la battle dernièrement, doni prise est denies. Tant sulks qui y stoyant en noster army, o ale lures pour noster service, quelles alters qui ont sivi la partie du prince de Condé. Assest cause nous vous mandans, en tres expressiment en joignons, que incontinent la presenti reçu. Vous ayez affaire diligent perquisition, en recherche par tout vostredict resort. De tous lesdix gentles homs tant dun coste quadalter, qui si sont ainsi quad dict est, retires en leurs my sons. Et sulks que vous trouverez estins de la religion pretendu reformi, lesquels si seront presentes au greffe de vostre siege, and faked les submissions ports par noster ordinance and declaration sur si, qui est de vivre paisible, ment en leurs masons sans jamais, un si mouvoir apprendre les armes. Sinon avec noster expres commandement, and lesquels au demurant, observeront en cela nostredict ordonnance and declaration. Ni facens aucun monopole. Ni cho si qui tend a sedition. Vous donneres order and tindres la main, quils soyant maintenance en la joys, sans du contenu en isel ordonnance and declaration. Pour vivre and demura dausement en leurs, dix masons, sans souffrir ni permetter quil leur soit mesfict, ni mesdict en cor ni en biens. Et la où il sn trouveroit qui fais sent autrement, vous leur interdit res ladic joisance. Les facent punir and chastier cellen, que vous, scores la cas la requerir. Et au regard de sulks distix gentles homs qui seront Venus en noster army. O orant este employes lures pour noster service and en noster obeisance. Esse stand semblablement retires en lures masons après la battle. Vous les mandares venir par de yours vous, o bien les advertires par letters, and lure remonstrares de noster part la tout quils, font, and no stretic service, and a lure hinur and reputation. En estant maintenant, hura de nous abandoner en sti occasion. Less exhortant de vie, nur incontinent retrover noster camp and army, and less assurant quil nisi presentera peradventure, jamais occasion unos bonds, fidel les and affectiones sub ex puis sent fair mailer preuve de leur bonne volonté and affection and noster service. Quen cest si, and don't nous receviens plus de contentment. Que nous scorons bien recognoister in vers yulks. Et au contraire vous leur feres, ska voirque olter legist cause d'indignation. Que nous orans allen conter de sulks qui y defaldrant, nous ferons presterosasis, ment en noster main de tous, and chascons lures fiefs and tenemens nobles, pour ester regis par con misers. My surtout ni fail, les de nous envier incontinent les noms and surnoms, qualites and demurances de tous, les dissus, dix gentles hommes de coste, and dalter retires en lurstix my sons. Et vous nous feras service très agréable, dîner à Paris le 12 jour de décembre, 1567. Charles, Robertet, a noster ami and fil le provost de Paris, au son lieutenant. Leaves and publis a son de trompe, and cry public par les carrefours de C. Stiville de Paris, lieu and places ac costumes à faire cris and publications. Par moi pasquier rossignol sergent, cry your juré pour le Roisville, Prevesté and Vicomte de Paris, a campagne de Mitchell Noart commis par le Roi pour trompet as dix lieu, and done alter trompet, le dix septim year de Decembre, l'an 1567. Rossignol. Appendix Roman XIII. Bibliotheca Barberiniana. Vatican Library, number 5269, folio 63. Quant ult ilri Christianissimo haricerco nostro sigdi denari cantanti. O grav di permissioni di carn som magari, et grossissime dal clero di Francia, o grav di soccorso di gente italiana, o grav di altro iudo, ci si podis coer de sua beatitudine, tant ns stato in sama compiesi iudo, conciosia, ci la bonta del Papa, et la prontezza, et iulanta grand, ci sua santità ha del continuo haiudidi, impiger ogni sua forza. Et autorita a salute di quella corona, et extermination digli hertis egli ha fatto prester più fide alle promis, ci loro faciuano a parole del ben futuro ci alle ragioni di coloro. I quali predicano il male, et la correction present, et palpabile tale, secondo essi de metter per perjudo qualunque cosa si dano o grave porgio per quel iudo con il medesimo zelo ha presegiuto sua santità nel, advertir al re, all'ariane. Et ali altri ministri, su fideli, et Catholici degel inganni, et male operti surdi, I quali si udu acirament, cum proponendo fallaci, et usando falsitat tradimenti, cercano con samo artificio di luer el obedienza alri, et corromper la justicia, et religioni di quel regno, cum in gran part i grave loro riacido. Cosi non homencato di metter qualci volta in consideration qualch rimedio per troncare de segni degli Huguenotti. Parendeli, cum papa et padre commune, ci sigli appartenis di ricordar quello, tocca al beni de fideli. Et cum vicario di Cristo in terra di dovesi, intrametter in cosa appartenent, all affidio su per quanto concern, il riformer la chiesa di Dio. Sio renderl in quel peace la sua debita forma, et dignita essendo in il bisogno, o grave la necessita grandissima, man part alcuna noni grave mai riacido di far freddo. Anzi quando la laro non hanno hato per fine di ulersi digli aiuti. Et autorita del Papa, manco hanno tenuto conto, ni per mostro di curarsi di corresponder con quella demonstration di parole. Ci si canuian adubedienti fig et duodi a questa santa sede. Persiach all alter cos, ci el hanno dichiarato, lo fis manifesto, et palpabile, quando dopo la battaglia ultima di Macantor, essendo il tempo appunto proprio di unire der castigo a lo merito. Cum ricordiano I ministri di nostro sig per part sua, ci era tempo di fer, et ni mostrano il modo, fu risposto loro dall'ariane propria con parole assai espress, cum il risi truaua in edda di autorita, et con fors. Et prudenza di saper governer lo stato suo, de si, senza hauer a piglier consiglio, ni leg de principi esterni. Und meritament de quel tempo, in quae grave parso a sua santità di uler ander un poco più consideratament. Non giudicando ci sigli canunis di dovesi ingenier in cosa adulteri più oltre di quelch fos grado ali padroni, sperando pure, ci cum el era formato. Cosi assuradament eletta del re con il uleroso animo suo, et con la prugeni, ci lorum presumuano di fer più ci abbastanza per trovarsi al sicuro in ogni accident. Podicero superer la pericidad ribaldi, et ogni altra difficultà. Horici dali intollerabili capitali de questa ultima, impia pace apparis tutto il contrario. Ugandosi cum restano del tutto oppressi, icadet gli Huguenotti tanto saluati, ci non si preugliano in qualch part. Ma ci metano necessita, et in loro segection il rimedissimo. Non più ni du sua beatitudine mancer di tutti quei affetti. Ci si appartengono al grado suo per e parlament del ricon modo, ci giaquado dal teneber, au altri cerca di tenerlo, et illuminato del prugeni, ci suam più porger per la salute et conservation dello Stato, et uida di tutti I buoni, ci senza pronto, et potent rime diocini andrano in perdition, non potendo mai regersi quel regno senza buona giustizia. et religione. La quali sono corradassime con l'intervento degli heretici in essi, li quali heretici non accade dubitare. Ci hanno sempre aiuta, et hanno tuttavia più ci mai la principale mira loro fissa alla ruina del re, et uguaglianza apparentemente di quel ducos. Ci sono generalissime per ciunque cerca di distruggere un dominio. O grave una monarchia, sio la prima di metter in diffidenza a caelo reg quei principi massimamente, ci lo possono sostener. Et porger consigli, et aiuti de conservarsi il suo debito imperio, cum si sa, ci hanno tanto tempo procurato di conseguir più, et sopra ogni altra cosa la Huguenoti del re di Spagna con dar ombra, et metter gelosia, ci sua cat. Et su ministri anchor doentagio facero semper per procurer, non ci desiderer la division della Francia. Per celibassisa del re Cristianissimo, redondo a grandezza dell'altro interpretando perpetuamente, et la parole, et I fatti, ci uniuano da quella part al peggio senso, il quale argomento, sebin in superficie hois del probabile in qualche part, non dimno la natura del recat. Tanto inclinata al bene, et alla quiet, faconoscere pino il contrario, cum dimostra per troppo chiaramente all'occasion, ci ha lasciato passer. Con il non haver con effetto animo di nucer alla Francia per pensiero di accrescer si stesso. Mai grava assai alle Huguenoti di hauer mesosizania da ogni part, tanto ci l'uno non si fidi del altro, siccum hanno cerco, ci glai riesa di consequire del Papa, sebi noni grave unutilor affata, per ce sua bit. Per sua troppa bonta pospone ogni altra occasion, hoendo risguardo solo al saludio di Dio, et al bene di quella corona et del re. L'altra seconda cosa I grave di metter diuision nel popolo, ci di sio non accade prodern ragioni, Hugendosi per troppo per gl, istessi capitali del accordo. I necessaria adunc inanzi ad ogni altra cosa di prover con buon ragioni, cum la sede degli Huguenoti, con li su capi, sono sforzati a tenere in perpetua la persona del re per inimica implacabile. Perché oltre a quello ci grave detto di sopra el hanno, troppo groiment office, nello stato nel honor, et quanto ad essi nella uita siccum testifica quella giornata di mios. Nella quale fu, forza a suem trader, sino apparigi nel modo ci grave notorio. Molt alter congier, et conspirationi fatta essi contra la persona di suem et tanti trattati, et ribellini usate per occupar la suter, sono palsi, et enaperiscono I processi fatti per la scrittera, ci furono trovate a scientigliani di caligni, et ci offend non perdona, ond considerata la natura loro, non resta dubbio, ci cum consid di haver macchinato contra alla uita del suo sovrano padrone, et offessilo nel honor. Et nello stato tant ult cosi abamanualment, cum I grave non solo pilis. Ma prato a ciunque lo yul saper, non patrano in eterno esser fideli, ni obedienti vassalli. Anzi non starano mai quieti si non per fraud, et con intention d'inganer suem quando Euchino lacos in termin chili habiat reasire, et siglai mancare il modo con el armi scopert, et con congiurationi palsi, cum per lo passato. Percella loro seta hoes declinato, forse per il danno resudo nel batigli, ci Dio benedetto ha fatto loro perdir, o graf perce dubitino di poter esser oppressi dal ulor, et uertu, ci ud esser nel rii grave non solo urisimili, ma chiara, et secura cosa, ci procurerano di aiutarsi per ogni uia esh in dirtissima, et segitarano il lor costum solido, et piro non perdonrano a Iulino, ni ad altra sort di celerata uilenza. Cum la mort del mercial di Bordigliani, quella di Monsig di Gisa, et infinite alter simili cia maestrano, perce conoscerano, cum niuna uia I grave più surda di assicurarli ad ogni misfatto. Et insim de conseguir il fine del colorire I loro peruisi desegni. On si più fair ura conseguenza, ci niuna persona fidel al re, et prudent passa, ni deba persuadir sua emma disarmer, o grave affidarsi in alcun modo poco, ni molto deli rebelli di Cristo, et siu. He ci intended de huer concordato con essi altrimenti, ci con el intention, ci heb gia il reluigis el quale considerata el unioni de grandi contradici uals rendersi facile di prompter ogni condition. Bench iniqua, ci de ciascuno el era chiesta, ma dissipati ci heb I capi della ribellioni, cum furono depost el armi, incontinent glai tronco tutti, senza indugio, ni risguardo alcuno. Anzi had guardarsi, suem ben diligentement de tutti coloro I quali con si gran carita gradano passus bona, et abusando della clemenza, et benignità del re, si Sforzano d'inganarlo, comandando questa pace particolare, con la lode della pace in genere. Perché con la sua propria non lo patriano faire. Kai non saci la pace per si stessa e grav buona. Ma kai non sa ancora ci sicuri, I benefici, gli assassini gli assassinatori, gli incendiarigi, I sacrilegigi gli heretici, et gli humini senza fide, ni honor meritano punition, et extermination. Kai non sa similmente, ci hauer preso per trattata la rixella per forza angulum, et tant alter sida, et ter in tutti I modi, ci el hauer assediato il suri. Ci ella bruster la cis dar il guasto alla pruensi, et distrugger, et exterminare, o grav ribeler I popoli grav cativa cosa, et peccato irremediable. Ma ci il liberarsi de si gran dignita, et oppressioni, et ci il car lo stato suo, et su buoni vassalli, et si stesso de tal calamita et misery, come grav laiul, et abieta seritude ciunc si truasata posto alle crudeli turnide, et rapina de capidelli Huguenoti nani grav esser suero, et rigido, ma affair il dower, il dritto, et quelch ricer collegiasticia. Cum più il riualger gli accaipini di quel generoso, spirito cihano mostro I su antecessori in tant, et si grand imprise. Dvi quali harisudo il titolo di Christianissimo acquistato desi, per I loro meriti verso la excella. Et tutto il peace, ci chiamano di conquista, et tolerare di udersilo tolto con I popoli ribellati, et in tutto ilianati dalla sua obbedienza, et religioni con la cis antiquissime, et si excellenti. Et nobili edifitage tut demolite, la qual cosa in non solo ni pisi dau hanno pensato danadarsi. Mada tut la parti del regno, dauunc sono passati con l'armi, ci sini uderano I ustige per li secoli oiuanair, non ci per li successori nostri, talment hanno adoprato il ferro, et il foco contra la fide di Cristo, et la jurisdiction, et l'autorita regia. Si ci quando per qualsiu aglamandana regiani per iula suam scordarsi elafis, si groi fat alla corona, essi, et il honor et dignitas sua non più, ni giu posponer quel, ci sono commes contra Cristo, et alla sua leg, et non più mancer di giusticia ali su popoli fideli et cat. Cicigono pieta et gridano uendetta, chiaridi non dower, ni poter, ni euler haver my pace, ni trigua modo alcuno. Se pendo di non potersi my fider desi, come l'esperienza gli ha dimostro molt eult a troppo loro gran costo. Piero quando udicero di esser abbandonati, et dereliti dalri, et dal governo, piuttosto ci restera discrition di gent si celerata per fugger la rapacita, et enormissime crudeltà loro, serrano forzati di ricorrer ad ogni ultimo refugio. Si più dunc propora in consideration al riqual che più pietoso affidio. Quanto a Dio, et più glorioso quanto al mondo, hauer fatto un accordo con l'inique et intollerabili conditioni, ci si ugano con vassalli, et rebelli reintegrandali nibini, et dignita gradi preeminenti, uffitige, et benefitige, sedendali part dello stato propria, con il lasser loro del principali fortes del su regno in diverse pruensi, pagandali denari di nuovo. Oltre all'assaluli di quanto hanno rubato alla corona, et al popolo, et quello ci importa più di tutto il resto. Permitterli il libero esercitio del loro heresi, o el hauer liberato I su fideli segeti, et si la casa sua, et il su regno, et la Christianità, de si pestifera et perniciosa canaglia, bella usanza surdo si potreb chiamer el usurper con la tyrannia, ci es hanno fatto gli Huguenoti. Licita et gli stati pertinenti alla corona, saccigaire et aspiller tut la pruensi, dausi sono potuti caxer con ogni sort di tradimento, et quando non si ha avuto altro refugio, ricorrer alla pace, et al perdono per non restituire quello ci si grav rubato, et occupato a forza, et turnicament. Tolleresi ci uno, o grav pacha transfugi, infam, si facciano capi di una seta, et senza cagiani, o grav regiani per finta o grav apparent. Non ci con autorita, et giusto titolo, sotto color di eulersi fair reformatori dei preti deformati, et disobedienti, pigliano el armi contra il re, lo minixiano, facino labataglisico, lo mettino nel necessità, dau sua e grav stata, et si truata toia, et li diano la leggi piuttosto, ci castigar chi lo merita, et reintegrar la giusticia, et la religione nel su dominio, senza la quali ducos maisi uis. Nisi patra uier arrediment, in alcun luogo. Anzi grav troppo chiar cosa, cum questo mal non corretto. Ma cosi trasandato andar argumentando si ogni giorno maggiormente di sort ci si habia de mutare imperio, cum si ci desiderano, et procurano con ogni diligenza gli Huguenoti ci segua. Adunc la pace, cosi fata pericolosa, et danosa, cum si grave demostro, siccum al punirli malfettori sara sempre trovato necessario, honesto, et util. Bisogna hora poi considerare posto, ci si debba fare si il il modo di reintegrarsi nel suo pristino stato. Et autorita, et obedienza et disu forse si potreb unire in certa cognition, qual misurare qual je più il numo dicat o grave quello digli Huguenoti. Qual siano magari, et più gagliard la force, et armi de ribelli, o grave quel del re, quale del du parti habia più facile il modo de coer gent forstiera. Et je meglio appoggiata damicidi de principi potentati, et de denari. Et infine secondo tali propositioni farn la conseguentia, per du Huguenoti, ci siano nel regno, si od calcolar, ci si had a contrapora pudiato cat. Gli ribelli hanno pergiuto nel battagli oltre alla reputation, et la quantità degli Humini molti capi grandi, ci hoiuano cum il principe di Conde, dendalato, et tanti altri, talment ci non accade far paragon del armi sua quel del re, essi sono senza denari. Et non possono cosi a loro posta più coer nui sacrasi delemagna, et suem ni had esporser ad essi maliani, et più hauer raistri, Suizari, Italiani, et Spagnuoli quantoli pius, et perch iulis sereb aiutato de tutta la Christianità, et quello ci importa non meno di tutto il resto. Ha ad arbitrio, et disposition sua legisticia, con la quale sola noni grave dubbio, ci sereb bastante de regolar il tutto. Sono excedate quest ragioni perché non si più negar, ma si rispond ci la nobiltà di Francia, ci grave quella dalla quale depend il popolo totalmente e grave carata per la maggior part, et de questo proceed tutto il male, ci la grandezza del re propria in ogni tempo e grave stata principalmente per il seguito, et obedienza de I nobili, et mancandogli essi suam restureb debilissima, et allegano la battagli guadagnate per Dio una disposition. Ci non si sono poi prosquite ni cauton quel freddo, ci si spera, et dauanasi. On si imprimendo nel enimo di suem ci per quel verso mai si potra udir il fine, et ci piro manco malja esser recourse, all accordo in quei modi, ci si grave petuto, perché il tempo fara ben lui. La quali fallaci, sono troppo palpabili, tocandosi con mano, et udendosi con elocchio chiaramente daustella magagna. Persiach il re jura recarsi lament al pedo, e ridursi a memoria del cagini, perché non fu segatata la vittoria dopo la battaglia di San Dianigi. Et perché si did tempo tant, et tant sedemain ali rebelli di riunirsi, et stabiliasi nel loro capo, et non si uals mai obedire dander a Carli da Monterey, o fal nona, cum sa ciunc si trao, ci si potu affair senza alcun pericolo, et perché a Creighton in Campagna. Quando si segataano li rebelli non si uals combaterli, ni manco andarli appresso di Uicino, o grave tagliargli ai passi, cum I grave pelis, ci si potua per non impedergli la congiunción con il soccorso, ci uniu a loro di Germania, conoscere manifestament suem di esser stata tradita, et sadicai, et lo prada far punere ai malfettori per giusticia mon noni grave stata consigliata de uinern mai all execution. Perché suem non ha iuluto consigliarsi con altri, ci con coloro ci la tradiscono. Vegasi quel ci segui poi con l'altra pace fata con Myra, et intention di der la stretta aliai capi di quella maledetta, seta dopo ci hoisero depost el armi, et riso la fortes. Acciach con tal miso si conseguisca el intento, ci si du hauer senza tanto, sang per non debilitare la force propri. My traditori, ci duano il consiglio, o almeno erano participi di esso. Sepero guider la cos in modo, et si lascio uscar la uolp dalatana, et porto il caso ci appunto quelli di cui altri si fido più, et ci hoiua l'ordine di fare l'execution, awer desero sia tempo ai rebelli, ci furono ai primi a repigliare l'armi, et usern di noirs, et consur anzi la rexella, et hebero in ordine di poter pigliare angoslin per forza. Prima ci la forze del re facero unite essi da opponeseli, cienco questo, cum il resto uien precedet tutto dali traditori turrenti adriato la prugeni regai per dar tempo a complici di lorer, paic per poiadio. Ci miracolosament fas amazzato, il principe di Conde, et disfatto part del genti di moners, ma non si seguito cum si potua daua, et canuniuasi. Ven ancora il duco di Duponti, ci si potua combatterlo, et uinserlo al sicuro, et non si fis per la cagione, ci si sapero, et pur non si pruid. Fu segatato, et verso Limoges si hebero dius occasioni di romperlo, senza alcun risico. Et non fu eseguito per la colpa di chi, en impedio la execution con l'autorità, chi hoyua nel esercito regio. Acciac si lascia si uniracal caligni, anzi fu procurato con buona cura di guardar l'esercito regio in forma. Et in sedi, ci la fame et glicenti hoicero affare espander, dando indito commodita, et iuta rebelli di goder il peace, et dimpatroniasi de magazzini de uitwagli munitioni, et artiglieri preparat de alcun person chi si era troppo apparentement ujudo, chi erano colpuoli, in sio si al paragon. Cum questi tali celerati traditori erano di più autorita, essi appresso la loro maesta, chi qualunque ricordo la salute, et il serudio di essi, cum riusque similmente quando si era fatta deliberation de suiseri, et italiani, cosi all in gross. Chi il re os faculta di farsi la regioni, con l'armia malgrado de Francesi. Chi la seruiano male, I quali misero sumans duca dengu chi la impregno, cum cosa chi offendes la dignita. Et honor propria di sua alteza, conoscendo chiaramente, chi el intention de chi governoa, et consiglio suam non era uolta ad altro fine, chi fargli inimici, o diffidenti tutti gli altri principi, et insomma priuarlo di tutti gli aiuti esterni. La difficoltà, chi furono interpost, per consumer tempo nel andar al soccorso di poiters, sono anco loro ben note, perché hebero da interunire diosi capi, chi andarono con la gente Italian finalmente, cum paiac a dio segui la battaglia di Moncontor, dopo la quale il rimedicimo sa, cum fu tenuto abbassato San Giovanni d'Angelin, nisi uals mai mandar part della coleria, non chi tutto l'esercito dietro ali ribelli radi. Et in fuga, di sort chi non era possibile, chi si riunicero, si non si gli fus lasciato in preda la migliori, et più opulenti pruensi di Francia per accrescere loro il seguito de padroni, et lascerli reinfursker, et rimter insieme. Dal quali cos si ode, chi il rimedicimo ha scordo qualche cosa, chi gli ha fatto nausea. Ma essendo su ematorniata di gent, chi lo cerca d'inganner, et trader per ogni uso, ella non più discernere laci, chi gli sono tessini pericoli d'ausitrua. Piero e discercer di farla molto ben capace del sopradet cos, mostrandali, chi es non si lua de torno que ribaldi, chi cercano cosi grandi artifici di ruinarla, ella si prautera el iridio, ni daura più sperer nella sua divina misericordia. Chi cosi miracolosamente el ha sostenuto, et proto fino al present, ma restare in preda di coloro, chi non hanno altra mira, chi di fer andare in precipitio la sua corona. Di sopra I fatto mention di alcuni particolari di più sostanziali accadendosi si sappiano per esempio alri, alla persona del quale per, ci si debba far capo direttamente, et parlare suam senza maschera, perché certo non si gli più far maggior beneficio, ci id storarli la orici, et apergli ace, et lament per farli bene intender liberamente, cum non resta, ci de lei medicima, si non iura por rimdio a tanti mali. A quali tutti più proudir facilmente, con punher quelli, ci nominatament si daranno in una lista, et digli altri, ci glipea, ci lo meritino, secondo il riscontro, ci troara sulla scrittera coit de casa caligni, et ancora, ci ali rebelli di Cristo, et su, ci hanno fatto tut, et si grandi, et inaudite celeratas, secondo el opinioni di alcuni, non accade considerer di guardar fide o grave promessa fatta. Non daimno si più fer di castigar solo quelli, ci hanno tradito, mentor seruiano nel campo, o grave nel consiglio regio, ci fia senza alcun dubio abbastanza. Hasi di avertire ancora ilri, cum finci suam cn I gravita presso allegrita, et I grave stata con effetti del tutto ingannata, ella più esser scusata presso Dio. Et al mondo, ma dopo ci saranno scopert la magagni, et rappresentato la iurita, et il modo di non star più in preda, et alla descrizione di traditori si non si più. Udere la colpa di tutti I male, si rideranno sopra la suspal, et restar abbandonata de sua diuna oppresso della quale più non urano I precai. Et oration del Papa, et de gli buoni, et fedeli, ci forse hanno giuato più di ogni altro aiuto humano a sostenerla. Vedesi, ci gli heredi uano, cercando sottilmente qualunque occasion, di fer ci ilri, offendidio per provocargli il suo giusto estigno, mettendogli innanzi con la sua pelosa carita di conservarsi, el amicitia del turco di usurper I beniac. Et fino a mettersi, affaire neuve imprise fura del Rigno, qual miso del loro armi. La qual ultima cosa non grave incredibile in alcun mode si gia il re non ulis darsi laro, in preda del tutto. Persiach quando quel, armi si ult sero contra qualunque, si gestato di principe catholico nostro, sig non potreb mancer di far quanto, si appartiene al debito del offidio suo, senza risguardo di ultramondana consideration, trattandosi della gloria di Dio, et conservation della sua santa leg, nel qual caso sua beatitudine sareb forzata di procurare, con la medesima caldezza di sauionire, et aiutare altri contra gli heretici. Chi ha fatto con il recat. Et con Venetiani, la qual legacy had a ricercare, chi giulta contra gli heretici, et infedeli, piuttosto, chi altro. Sopra la competenza, et gara de grandi, si possono dire molti particolari in u, chi saria troppo lunga cosa metter in scrittera basta, chi tutto seriuono a negar la debita obedienza al padrone. Et aliuler porter el armi con la qualies impedis la giusticia, et fino a tanto chi il re non punis a qualcuno de buoni, chi lo meriti, perché altri non priurici poi in modo, chi una part, et el alter si chirisca per effetto. Cum suam ul conservarsi la superiorità, chi si gli canuian, mai sara libera de quest molesti, et sempre si stara in preda di ogni uno. Simili, chi la riene ami più di tutti gli altri lo stato, et la uita del re et el uniani, et conservation de gli altri su figliuoli, essendo essa prudent quanto si sa, et huendo tanta cognition deli humori, quanto la ha fatta imperar la lunga administration del governo, chi ella ha hoiuto, pero non si più dubiter, chi sua per ambition di conservarsi el autorità priurici, in part alcuna di quel chi du. Mala proasiai aminis troppo, chi de lei non si più aspiter quel executioni, chi ha mostro al duca de lu in fiandra chi basta stabilire la salvationi, et ribeliani, perché il sesso non gli lo promet, et anco in urita di esser scusata, essendo stata forstiera, et senza appoggio di potersi, reger secondo lei in simili casi, bisignando del codai deliberationi persona di gran cuor. Et chi habia olter el, autorita el attitudine di faire con la mani propri, quando el occasioni lo ricerci, pero con la della riene, non per ciacata penser di poter profiter per tal uso, si ciel trattarn con essa non si duhauer per opportuno. Et anco di questo si potreb piglir consiglio sol luogo per governarsin, secondo ci giudicasero meglio quelli ci si sa, ci sono buoni. Et iuricat et chi non hanno più mira, alle passioni particolari per il desiderio di hauer maggior participation nel governo, chi al serutio, et ben publico. Intorno alle quali cos I grave ben necessario, chi caesar impiegato habia molta pratica, et gran prudenza de saper user la description essendosae, by sogno di sama consideraton, persiach quando si troas tanto, in preda caegiel ingana, chi altri si disperas di poter illuminarlo, et chi si restas ben chiaro di non dower car freddo dalla persona di suam sereb de iultarsi forse, ad altra strada, sio uso quei principi, et grandi. Chi si conservano Catholici, et chi restano associate esclusi dal re, et dal governo, et priu di autorita, et reputation, I quali si hauerano in capo dependent dal papa del quale sapino di potersi fider. Sono di iulersin, et con il miso della sua autorita fartel uniani di, arm di cat in quel rigno. Chi il regia forzato a riconoscersi del suo error, perché la maggior part del pruensi di quel rigno, sono stato il governo de principe. O sig cat. Ciascuno de quali sapra, et patra ritter l'associationi, chi furono incominciate con I loro capi minori, et mediocri, et supremi de iulersi del arm, nel modo stesso, chi hanno sempre usato gli Huguenoti, et con essi dera daso a gli Huguenoti da ogni part per esting in la prima razza, chi anco soprasio in u si più esprimere uricos, la quali serbono noios a metter in scritto. Et a tal proposito si più ridar a memoria quello, chi loro emenderono, ad offerire al papa per sicurtà della loro risolution di non uler mancer subito, chi pot essero liberare quel rigno dalla hergia, sio di capitulare espressament, chi a dedi governatori del pruensi si la usurpacero in caso di tal mancamento. El abandonar questa cosa non grave secondo la bonta, et pieta di nostro, signi a ragion di stato consciosiec non si proudendo I grave de dubiter, et detener per suherdo, chi gli Huguenoti anderano sapendo, et cercando diem patroniaci, si gliriasis affato del regno, per precedir poi enco più olter con imprise estern. Et forse hanno disegno, call metter su il reunio imprise di conseguir el una. Et el, ultra impressa in un medesimo tempo, call far morir il re et li fratelli. Et altri grandi. Ci podessero per uia di congier, et di tradimenti per ulersi del entrata della corona. Et del clero e sostener solo el imprise comenciate in compagnia del re, la qual consideration, sebin peres lontana non igrave de gedarsi dopo li spal. Anzi igrave consentenio alla regione di permittidarsi, et faire con la prudenza que rimedi, ci sono giudicati più convenienti. Fra quali es intende il mandare al re et alicat, una persona sola o du una dirto a suam, et el ultra alicat, ci si rifrisca et obedisca al principale. Forse non sereb inconvenient demander anco uso il re cat, persona ben confident, et sincera et risoluta, ci podis coer suam cat. De generali, parlandogli con buona intelligenza degli humori prefati di Francia, et mostrandogli quanto je il pericolo, ci portano gli stati di fiandra, si perce con il tempo diventando heretica la Francia. Quelli stati infetti di gia non si patrano a modo alcuno conserver de suem. Cat quali remedig ella presum di farsi, et saper, a chiach si podis disponer, et penser si con I Venetiani, et altri principi si podis faire simili offitage per tastarli il palso dawendo essi presumir, ci sempre, ci fus mosso gerali stati, del re di spagna a loro non rincrescesti podersi aiuter della lega fata, ma necessario, non ci opportuno. In ogni cas, per il far prusion quada denari, de quali suabit. Ha eulersi grossament, si per aiuter quelcos, cum per diffendir Italia, et il resto della Christianità dal fors di questa celerata seta. Et perché la deliberazione di tanta importanza, nella quale si tratta della salute del regno, et della conservation della Santa Sede et della Christianità si hanno de faire con matura consideration, si potreb però intra discerner meglio qual partito fos de pigliare prima, opoi et cum, et fino a qual termin udendon il pere di quel person, ci persero, et facero giudicate intelligenti, et confidenti. Quanto alle richest fat adesso dal re. La risposta fata de ensig sopra la dispensa del duca di Guisa, et della principessa di Porciano, non più esser più giusta, mai grave facile temperarla col mandar la dispensa del tutto spedita per kai andis. E chiach si uaglia di darla, o non appelsarla, secondo, ci trauera, ci già più a proposito per li humori. Consiosiet si conclude a fatto il matrimonio di Portogallo, come grave distimere, ci già il disegno, kai saci Madama Margherita non diventas mogli del duca di Guisa, piuttosto ci del principe di Nara. Et circa il permitter ci gli Huguenotti passino habiter sicurament nella città, et cantato di oignon, non parch a cauda stare in dubbio, ci sua santità non lo più, nid you concedir, modi restituere I loro bini, et lascirli contrater, percheni escambrano, si più ben forse haursai consideration. Si con questa gratia fata al re si udis di accomodare con suem qualch una del cos più sostantiali, et anco sio per. Ci bisogni rimter alla discretin, et prudenza di caesi iulis mander, il quale du hauer per massima, ci sempre ci il re uagli esser cosium pio, ci si risolu di faire quello ci più per luer al papa, et alla santa sede quello stato, non si ai grave rimdu a defendersi, ni essendo oignon troppo circondato dal su fors, piro canuian oitarsi di conservar silo, cum si grave fatto per el dietro in tutti I tempi con el autorita. Et beniolenza, et for del re, al quale si più rimostrar ci en sig. Non ul ni intend tener con el armi perturbato il su regno, ma solo tanta guardia nella città, et ter, ci ui sono, ci basti a non lasciar rubber per tradimento a quattro di quei scalzi Huguenotti, cum ni sono state tolt tant a sua m. Dawendo questa scrittera servire solo per information degli humori di quel regno, non per, ci accade farla ordinata, ni limitata, piro sara fata, cum si grave patuto all imprecia and si. Appendix Roman 14. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume XVII, Number 1711. Establishment de la Fraternité des Catholiques, de Chalon, sur Saint-Henrique à Elhenor du Benoist, Saint-Esprit en Elan, 1568. O nom de Dieu, Amen. Nu subscrits biennes urtenes, quella sain cte Église catholique ni pute failure. ny vacillaire en l'observance de la pure sincere, en vraie volonté de Jésus Christ noster, souverain dia comme estant columni infirmité de vérité, qui est. En doit ester de consequent finde, en esta bly sur la doctrine des prophets, des évangélistes, en des aposters. Don't G, su Christ mesmi est la maistres pire, angulaire qui voulu le Saint-Esprit, demura iamis tant, quella monde sera monde éternellement, avec sadict Église catholique. Don't en est croire, comenus ni croyons quediite permis sun pupil cri, steen vivant saubs ladite Église, ester par aveuglement en error, and idolatry par l'espace de 1500 and plus dans. Soit par les célébrations de la Sainte Cte Messe, assistance du pupil and cérémonies d'Isel, entretenu par tant de saints and grands personnages en scavoir. Religion, sanctifié, martyrises pour le nom de Dieu, confesseurs vivens austirement and tout par fake doctrine. Virges. Quauters bons fidèles d'Isel Église catholique. Par l'approbation de laquelle non autrement, nous avons pure credence des saints Escritures, du Vil and Nouveau Testament, donc d'Isel l'on nisi doit devoir, retirer, ny de menteur en manière, quasi soit, sans blasphème, error and damnation. Mais doit l'on par l'aide supplication, and priors à Dieu and illumination de son, esprit ester firms and stables. Reactant tous flots des persuasions de nouvelle doctrine, saubs quelconque prétexte quel puis, si ester suggerer. Assessed consideration par intention question, saubs la divine puissance, and espoir par l'inflammation du benoist es esprit d'ester maintenance, and conserves en nos consciences. En l'union, mansuétude, crainte, and obeisance dissol la Église catholique, à l'imitation de la majesté du Renoster sire, and saubs sa protection and bon plaisir, desirens nous efforcer de la render and rapporter submission and prompt obeisance, en tu teslas choses, quenus voyons. En scavons ester observes, selon la sancte volonté de Dieu, au salut éternel de nos aims, par sadict majesté real and ses tres excellens prédécesseurs, quiant viscu and sant discedes puis el huraquils ant estes oinx, and sacres de la céleste, unction par le mystère de la sancte mise dont ils, remportant le nom de tres Christians. Nous avons saubs ledict bon vouloir, and plaisir du roi faked intra nous, and pour tous, auteurs catholiques, qui ad einder si voudront une fraternité, qui s'appellera confrérie, and société des catholiques. En laquelle sire eslu, un prier pour les oberies choses, and en droix concernens, les points de sustics circumstances, and dependences a mesmi fincira chascan dimenche a nos phrase celebri un mes du benoist. Saint-Esprit en l'Église de Notre Dame des Carmes de Chalon, and alters yours qui sera avacé par l'edict prier serant tenas, de sister sioux qui serant appelles pour, l'adict assembly en bon and wobble devotion, and continuer en priors quil. Plays en noster pier, celeste conserver sa dict Église en la purger de touts perturbations and remettere cel en une seule foi, and donner prosperité a noster royen tous ses affaires, and li prolonger la vie la gloire, ray and sanctification du nom de Dieu l'avant, cement and manutention de la religion catholique, and couron de France and sil advenoit. Quetini vuel quequelx, uns par une effreni volonté entreprins, sent conter l'intention de sa. Dict meas de user demotions, iniers, detractions conter l'adict religion catholique, violences sacrileges, invasions, conventicules à l'effect de sustict, batteries, muters, pillories d'église, ruptures d'altels images, croix, and choses dedis au service divin. Promptens y resister par tous du moyens tant par, prompted verdis siemens aux superiors, and iusques assadi cte majesté que ultrament, comme il sera de besoin. Et si les efforts estuant cp, chalens quils requisent, prompt impêchement. Promptens y tenir par une unanimité la main and faire tout si, que par nos superiors sera ordonné, pour la manutention de l'adict religion, resister aux entreprinces contraires. Et au cas quil advent quedini vuel quelles persons de sa majesté, and de messieurs, ses frères qui mentionent and mention, dront nostradict religion, and caron fuss, sent oppresses de sort quenisutions, avoir advertissements de leurs volontés. Promptens render tout obeisance au general chef, qui sera eslu sur la présence t société. En tesmoin de squels choses sustics and pour l'observance and ac complissement d'icels, Nous les avons tous subsines and marques de nos, sangs and marques accostumes audict chalan. Le dimanche 25 year du mois d'avril l'an 1568. Comme secrétaires Eslius and Ladict fraternité, and par ordonnance du supérieur NICL. Lambert Bella. Appendix Roman 15. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume C, number 1862. Nous subsines confédérés et alliés, par sanctet, divine alliance pour la continuation et maintenance de l'honneur, souverain du honneur de la créature, et aux commandements and ordinances de la Sainte Église, catholique apostolique and romaine, et pour la maintenance de l'estat du roi très chrétien et très catholique. Notre souverain prince Eslo, and a nous bail par la grâce et providence, divine pour notre chef, and souverain terrien débiteur and conservateur de l'ad. Église catholique and romaine, et des saints decrets and concilies d'Isel, et de l'obéissance quenus et tous ces bons subjects les devins, et à nos seigneurs ces frères aussi très chrétiens and très catholiques. Repose de son royaume and de tout son, pupil et afin de maintenir l'ad. Église et religion catholique apostolique, and romaine pour obvier par tous, moyens licites raisonnables et permis de Dieu aux damnes entre princes machinations, et conspirations, que sathan amis is cures docans, malheureux qui ont tendu, and tendent par tout lest. Arts diaboliques dénonciement imminere mais du tout, subvertir l'ad. Religion catholique apostolique and romaine, et lestet, and octorite du roi notre bon souverain catholique, et très chrétien prince, and legitime défenseur d'Isel et de Nost. Et ses frères, et pour tenir moyennant l'aide de Dieu le consentement, and accord de leurs matout le pupil en repose pour servir à Dieu, and a notre mere sainte église et render l'obéissance due à leurs ma, faire ober la justice tant de ses courts de parlements, que otter ses juges magistrats, promptens et jurons vivre et mourir en lad. Religion catholique apostolique, and romaine et l'obéissance du ost. Made leur justice nous promptens aussi, and jurons ensemble tout obéissance service, et idet de nos persons and biens pour empêcher and courier, sus avec leurs octorites contre tous perturbateurs innovateurs et contravenants à l'ad. Religion, en estats desd. Ma and allures saints and catholiques edicts and ordinances, divines and politiques, et de nous secourir les uns les autres aux effects sust. Par tous moyens contre tous, rebelles hérétiques sectaires de la nouvelle religion en quelques lu quils soyant, and qui en sont suspects on adherents à notre party et tendens à fins contraires. Le tout jusques à la mort inclusivement. Le XJ Euelit 1568. Depuis CES present signes par la noblesse mercredi dernier, els furent signes, encaillés distinct toutas fois, en mesmi liver par les presbyters. Et vendredi ports par lesd. Presbyters auters estet et ont subseen les échevins, en procureurs de la ville plusieurs, des officiers, du roi et des bourgeois avec menaces, assulques qui n'ont voulu signer distratenas suspects. Et par la conference quils ont eu tous ensemble, la noblesse est chargée du règlement pour assembler et dresser les gens de guerre, et sulks qui peuvent porter les armes et d'advisor et eslayer les chefs pour leur commune. Et les presbyters et les tiers estet, sen sont de tout submis à la noblesse. Ils font signer and jurer par les brigades aux procureurs, and plus apparence des parisses. L'esqu'il cest, faked en la ville du mans, pour la solde des harquebusiers, et cheval pour mons le sénéchal de Maine. Et ayant a son arrivé trouve les ports, a says, mal gardes a faked publier la garde avec injunction, des pains. Copie de l'association, faked par les provinces. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume C, number 1863. C'est le rule de la Sainte Union contenant 40 rules, en parchemin cesli compris. Nous subsines confédérés and alliés par sancte et divine alliance is duché canton et comté du Maine, pour la continuation et manutention de l'honneur due à Dieu notre créateur, de ses saints commandements, et ordinances de la Sainte Église catholique, apostolique et romaine. Et pour la manutention de l'estat du roi très chrétien et très catholique notre souverain prince. Eslu et a nous bail par la grâce et providence divine pour notre chef, et souverain terrien dominateur et conservate de l'ad. Sainte Église catholique apostolique et romaine, et des saints decrets et conciles d'Isel, et de l'obéissance quenus et tous ses bons subjects les débuens, et à tous nos seigneurs ses frères aussi tresrestions, et tres catholiques princes, repose de son royaume, et de tout son pupil, et à fin de maintenir lad. Es église et religion catholique, apostolique et romaine, po obvier par tous moyens licits raisonnables et permis de Dieu, aux damnis entre princes, machinations et conspirations que sathan amicis es cures docans, malheureux entendu et tendent par tous arts diaboliques dénonciement immanuer mais du tout subvertir lad. Religion catholique, prince tresression et legitime défenseur, et de nost. Seers ses frères. Et pour tenir moyenant laid de Dieu, consentment et accord de leurs majestés, tout le pupil en repose pour servir à Dieu et render l'obéissance due à leurs majestés. Faire ober la justice, tant de ses curs de parlement, que alters des juges et magistrats. Promptens et jurons vivre et mourir, en lad religion catholique apostolique, et romaine et obéissance du ost majestes ausquels majestés et iestis nous promptens et jurons tout obéissance. Seckers, et ide, et de nos persons empêcher et courir sus, avec leurs authorités, à tous perturbateurs innovateurs, et contravenants à lad. Religion, et estats des majestés, et à leurs saints et catholiques edicts, et ordinances divines et politiques. Et nous secourir les uns les autres aux effects, sust par tous moyens contre tous rebelles, heretiques, sectaires tendants à fin contraires. Le tout jusques à la mort inclusivement. Faked et resté au mans lunt jour de Elit 1568. Copy of a conspiration by vow, in France by the Catholics AG, the contraries. Appendix Roman 16. State Papers Domestic. Elizabeth, Volume Roman 47, Number 72. S. Notwithstanding my friend doth assure me that he is advertised by such as he doth employ in that behalf, that there were of late certain lodged in Southwark wo know are departed, whose close keeping of themselves gave great cause of suspicion of no direct meanage. At this piece sent, S.I. am requested by him to advertise you that in talk that passed of late between the newcome cardinal and him, touching the undirect dealinges of the cardinal of Lorraine amongst other things, he showed him that 3 of late were sent by the said car of Lorraine to execute the lewd practice in the search whereof it pleased you to employ us 2 of the parties. He thus described them unto him as followeth. The one to be of Nadian and Englishaman, of complexion sanguine, his beard reed, and caught, as commonly they term it marchesato of visage lean, of stature high. The other of Nadian and Italian, of complexion choleric and swart, his beard of leek hue, and caught of visage full-faced, of stature and proportion low, and such as commonly we term a trub. After I had heard the description of them, I declared unto him that already ye were advertised of the leak, and that you told me that those descriptions were so general, as they mit as well toch the innocent as the guilty. I further told to him, as of myself, that the Cardinal Chatillon mit use this as a mean to make his enemy the more odious to this estate. To the feast he replied, that the rather he had cause to be elos of those descriptions, for that he knew an Englishman of leak description, having the Italian tongue very well, and the French reasonably well, that passed to and fro between the Pope and the card. Of L, and also the said part I resorted much to the noble man that at that time was lodged in my friend's house, and therefore the rather he said he was leak to be employed in so lewd a practice. To the second, he said that he hath had so good experience of the sincere right and direct dealinge of the house of Chatillon, as he knoweth assuredly that they would not seek by so undirect a mean to make any man odious. And saith he further to assure you that such a practice may be in hand. I know by letters that I saw by a secret mean written from Room unto the bishop of Viterbo, about 6 years past, in the time of B. Francis, of late memory, the leak practice was in hand the calves also I know why it took no place, and thereof can advertise M. Secretary when it shall please him to deal W. me in that behalf. Besides, to provoke me to write, he added further, that he understood by such as he employed in search at Southwark, that one of those whom they hold for suspected should have a red bird, W. the rest of the merks above recited. And therefore for that he is not to be found in Southwark, he doubteth he may be repired to the court. Wherefore he desireth you most earnestly, that there may be some appointed by you fit for the purpose to have regard in that behalf. Thus levenge any further to trouble your honor I commit you to God. From London, the Roman 15 of September of 1568. Why honors to command Fra. Walsingham. To the Right Honourable S. William Cecil Principal Secretary and one of her Ma Privy Council at the Court. FBR, 1568, M. Francis Walsingham to my M. Appendix Roman 17. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CX, number 533. Monsieur l'Amiral Escript du Commencement du Mois d'Envier. Quel armée de mes seigneurs les princes si trouve fort Gaillard et plus sain quel en a esté depuis ungen, et estim quel changement, dere esté ung des moyens, dont de est, servi pour faire cesser les maladies, qui y ont rigné jusques alors. Lad armée estoit au port de S. Marie étoileuse d'agent et tenait tout le bord de la rivière de la Garonne, depuis les ports d'agent jusques par de la Marmande, et du long de la rivière du Loth, jusques à Villeneuve oy et de petites villes mais riches, and abundantes de touts, choses nécessaires à une armée, et de squels entire quelques finances. Le Comte de Montgomery est de l'autre bord de la rivière de la Garonne tenant tout le pays de la Jusques en Berne, et jusques à Langon, et au halt de la rivière jusques à Halteviller qui de sun cost amas le plus de finances quil pute. Il envoya point d'ennemis qui facent test, ou donnet impesquimt. Il s'y tinent clos and couverts de dans les villes, et les sent la campagne librox dix princes. Mons. Le mar d'Anville s'y tint a Thalos, et Mons de Montluca agent. Ils ont des forces mais séparées, and malunes de volontés et de loup. Le est la valette avoit est envoyé, pour les rassembler et s'assurer de faire plus, que les dits est d'Anville et Montluc mais il sn est retourné, sans rien faire. Mons de Pils et ceux qui estuent de dans ihan sont venus, au camp bien sains et gaillards. Ions s'obstinu le siege tant, que les putters ont duré, and faked axe aussi bellicu and magnanimes, qui si sont fakes de notre cage and siege de ville. Il avoit est faked ung pont a bateau sur la rivière de la Garonne sur lequel hams, chivox turrets et artillerie avoyant passer heit jo durant, mais tant par la rive desoque par la fault, dunqui estoit a le prendre un moulin des ennemis polemina odd. Port de Esmery. Lad. Moulin laest échappe et a choke et rompuled. Pont. Si est si quan y a depuis dantel order quan ni lace de passer. Il y a plus advertisements quil y a quater mil, Espagnols à la frontière de l'Espagne, and que le prince Dolphin SN, va les trouver avec une troupe de cavalerie, pour le faire escort. M de Lavagayan est, venu entre les deux rivières de la Dordogne, et du Loth, avec 20 cornets de cavalerie pour tenir les passages de Styx rivières. Doutant quemes les princes les valent repasser, mais cela n'empêche les estapils de passer le Loth, et s'approcher de Styx cornets, espérant les revoir de plus prise en brief. Les reisters des Styx seigneurs princes ont reçu un paiement, et son, si bien satisfaits et contents quejamis ni, fut vu une plus obéissante nascent. Ils sont partis de la rivière avec le Comte de Montgomery et partis de Cha, ni façons difficult de s'y séparer et recevoir le commandant de tous, su quil est ordonné, et dollar en tous lieu il lest command. Mons, le Comte de Mansfeld faked in finis bonds offices tous les jours, escals il monster ung zèle, assessed cause avec une magnanimité, de laquelle il n'y cede a person quelconque. Et ni fault doubter quid ni late envoyé, pour ung trescran bien, et nécessaire comment aussi le Comte Ludovic de Nassau prince Tresvertua, et fort advisé. Quand de la négociation de la Paix, les admis de la Rochelle portent, quang mois durant le Roi, et la Roynant souvent envoy divers la Reine de Navarre pour l'exhorter à entendre bien de la Paix, et haster les deputés. Lescals ont longement différé à cause des difficultés qui ont est mises, en avant tant pour le pied de surit, quan trouvait aux passeports qui estuent envoyés de la partie de la majestés. Que pour la distance du lieu, ou la pour part de lad. Paix estoit assigné et ordonné, qui est la ville d'Angers, en laquelle aussi retro juva present. Finalement leurs majestes ont renvoyé others passeports, et dépêché les du croc lam de hostel, pour conduire les dix députés, lescals furent nommés au conseil tenu à la Rochelle ex de Envier, escavoir, les est de Beauvoir la nacal lieutenant de Fumons. Dandelot, cargi gentilhomme de Bretagne, campagne chancelier et la chassetière brodo secrétaire de la Royne de Navarre. Le est de ligni est aussi des deputés, mais avec sauf conduit pour et retourner quand bon li semblera et besoing sera, pour rapporter no de lad. Negotiation a lad. Dame Royn et a messeigneurs les princes et mons. El amiral Selin les occurrences. Et encore qu'il semble que le roi desire la paix et quanite advise, qu'il le veult faire quelque presque soit. Si est si que pour le pudifoy, et surit quan esprouve par du fois, en celle qui est fought. Honest resolute la faire si que avec l'aide de Diabon, assuri et inviolable. Et assessed fin on a bail ox, dix deputés en pouvoir si restraint quills, ni puvent rien conclure sans premier avoir l'advise de lad. Dame Royn dix es princes et dud. Es amiral, et jusques ac quillite est, par les sustix dame princes et es arrest. Si qui ni si fira sans palablement, avoir surs le conseil et deliberation de nos confédérés, et de ce qui nous ont favorise, et et secaru incest cause comme il est raisonnable, et a fin de pouvoir mia assura lad. Paix, esperance quen y precedent decest, facen et establissant le per service, de diapar de sus touts, choses, il honora les actions de ceux qui y seront employés. Au reste la charge, dix deputés consiste en 3 points, escavoir la liberté des consciences, et exercice de la religion sans distinction de lieu aux persons. La surite and protection de nos vies et persons, and la restitution de biens han charges, estats et dignites. Ceux qui sont hors de si, roi quan, a résolu d'advertir premier que de conclure aucune chose sur le traité pour part de la paix, sont d'une petit les princes de l'Allemagne, et mesmes Monsi le prince d'Orange. Et daughter petit Monsi le car de Chastelin par-ci, quil y a euc, estroix promesses et obligations, fakes par ceux qui ont en pouvoirs de messieurs les princes. Quilla est trouvé raisonnable de ni, rien faire sans la commune, advise de tous, ceux qui sont participants incest cause et qui l'ont favorici. Le baron de la garde, si vant disjassi la paix, si conclut de faire un voyage, en escos avec ses galers. Ianvar 1569, Extract of Letters from Rochelle and C. Appendix Roman XVIII. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CVI, No. 359. Extract de la lettre de la Royne, escrit de sa propre main, a Monseigneur le Duc du Dix Sep DCL6, escrit au plessis les tours. Mon fils. Sanger iron tout assest, hura deriver de vostre frere par lequel nous, amande la bonne udal nouvelle de el huru de sassagement de poitiers, avec un trescran honor de mons de guise, et de tous sulks qui y estient pour le grand et notable service quils, ont fait et dioroi, et a si royaume et de vostre frere de les avoir si bien secares, ken facent semblant d'assiger chasseleralt, et de donner un falx assault, il a fait, a quil voulait et pourquoi le roi le voit envoy. Et assest, hura il regardera de metter pain d'abrager tout cest, guerre que avec l'aide de dia il mettre bien tost le repos en si royaume, et mi semble que jamais, en y just plus d'occasion de remercier, dia et le continuer de prier, a fin quil nous, met hors de tant de malks. Copie de la lettre de la Royne, a Monseigneur le Duc. Appendix Roman XIX. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume 6, Number 444. Right Honourable the Admiral Haith, lately written to the cap of la Charite, that praise be given to God, he may now join W. the Viscount at his pleas, and that he had forces sufficient to make head to his enemies, praying the governor to look carefully to the places on the frontiers, and provide all things necessary for the coming of Mons de Lizzie, with the army of Alemagnes which putteth these in great fear, and use all means to treat a peaks that possibly they can. Written at Torthais, 19 of December 1569. Yo honors ever assured to command Henry Norris. To the Right Honourable S. William Cecil Knight, Principal Secretary, to the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, and of Her Highness Privy Council. XBR 1569, S. Henry Norris to my M. from Tours. Appendix Roman XX. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CXI, Number 580. Double de la Response, faked par le roi aux are presentes, assama par les députés de la Royne de Navarre. Le roi ayant entendu si, qui lie est expecé de la part, des députés de la Royne de Navarre des princes de Navarre de Conde, es gentles hommes and otters de touts qualités, qui sont avec yulks les strachambles, requests, fakes a sama de leur donner la paix, avec les surettes, qui sont en son pouvoir pour les faire jouer du bénéfice d'icelle. Ensemble les submissions qui lie ont est fakes, de lie render l'obéissance, and fidélité quils lui doivent sadat, ma pour la singulière affection, quelle a tausters porté à la roine de Navarre princes de Navarre, and de Conde pour la proximité de sang dont ils lie appartenant. Le désir quelle de la conservation de ses, subjects spécialement de sa noblesse pour monstre yulks, and a tous les dissustit son affection and clemence paternelle, and royal inverse yulks et la volonté quelle devoir ses, subjects ensemble revint saub son obeisance, and son royaume and repose de troubles, qui sont de présent leur à accorder pour parvenir à une bonne sincere, and entière pacification, distits troubles les choses qui s'ensuivent. Carles Tressembles rec présentes à sama de la part de la roine de Navarre, et de mes seigneurs les princes il est manifeste, quelabit de lad. Dame et desd. Seigneurs princes en est, et ni fut onx doster au roi sa couron comme ils ont esté calomnies, mais d'entretenir le vrai pur et libre service de Dieu, comme le roi suivant la rec des estats, le accordé à tous ses subjects. Nous sommes persuadés de la bonne affection, que ça m'a apporté à la roine de Navarre, et à messieurs les princes auparavant, que sioux qui adretaient saubs le nom du roi opperment, le royaume usent chez ses doppers de sa personne tous, ses malheurs et plus loix conseillers et mesmes, qual paravant ces derniers troubles, nonobstant les fausses accusations calomnies, et impostures, don't en avoid charge lad. Dame roine et messieurs les princes, si niet moins en avoyant tant, su faire sioux de geis, que de faire, oublier a sama son bon natural. Tellement que personne ne doute si sama si fust conduict selon sa bonne inclination, que sa bonne affection ni si fust tausters monstri, en leur indroict et usent, est tractes comme bons et prochins parens loyaux, subjects et tresobissens serviteurs. Toutefois il est cognu not werment, que par les mauvaises pratiques de squels, ont eu sioux qui sont opers de sa malade. Dame messieurs les princes, les es gentles hommes, et otters estens à leur sight ont est beaucoup plus cruellement tractes, que les pauvres Christians qui tombent entre les mains des Turcs et infidèles. Sioux de guise ont asses, faked, de preuve de la bonne affection, quils ont à la conservation des subjects de sama. Quant par les secrets intelligences, quils ont avec la maison d'Espagne et spécialement, avec le duc d'Albe, depuis Huict, and zen Kyles ont faked mourir la meilleure partie de la noblesse, et otters subjects de l'une, et l'autre religion et mesmement, les plus loyaux and affectionnes au service de sama. Et quant à aimer la noblesse il est certain, que si sont sioux qui la haïssent, et craignent le plus, et après eu les gens de letters, comme sioux qui naturellement sont. Ennemis de la tyrannie, et de l'usurpation quils ont voulu faire de la couronne, et en particulier des comtes d'Anjou et de Provence, et queni promptions jamais l'aliénation de la souveraineté de bar. Que sioux de guise ont essayé de pratiquer, depuis la mort du roi Henry plus fois, et en skate encore si quils ont faked dernièrement. Et quant au repos public il est certain, que la paix et le cardinal de Lorraine n'y pouvant loger, en un mesmi royaume. Premièrement, que la mémoire de toutes choses passées demeura extinct, en supprimer comme de choses non jamais advenues. Quil ni sera loisable ni permis en quelque temps, ni pour quelque occasion, que si soit den faire jamais mention, ni précise en quelque court jurisdiction, que si soit ni allures. Et a cest fin sera impasser silence a ses procureurs généraux en touts, ses courts de parlements en leurs substituts. Sera aussi defendu a touts persons princes den renouveler la mémoire, en faire reproche sur peine, distrapunes, commet infracteurs de paix, and perturbateurs du repos public. Semblables choses nous ont est promises, du fois mais les courts de parlements, et otters jugs inférieurs en ont les de faire mourir, sioux quils ont pu apprehender. Le pupil a massacre partout, aux ils et esté le plus fort. Les assassinats ont est tous publics. De justice, ils nyn appoint eu les injures, plus grands que jamais si mot de rebelle est familiar, en la bouche des gouverneurs des provinces et singulièrement des subgouverneurs dont la France est infectée. Et consequemment des picitis. Partant pour effectuer cest promis est de besoin que sama pour via la justice, et a son prive conseil, comme el suel le pult et doibt faire autrement, ces promesses sont traps et pièges. Que tous arrests sentences jugements, and procedures fakes en quelque court, et devant quelques jugs, que si soit durant les presens troubles, and aux procedens pour racen des choses passes, durant a cause distits troubles a l'encontre des dissustits, aucans dissulques, seront mis anint casses and revaques. Il nest rien si natural que tous, affaires soyant disouts, par le moyen quel, les ont est assembles et parten est, de besoing quelles courts qui ont faked la play facent la garrison donnans, arrests et sentences, contraires allures premiers arrests et sentences. Alent en person dispender les effigies, et ossamens des executes, en effigie au après leur mort pour le moins en semblable solemnité, quils, les ont executes comme il faut, faked a Rouen en la personne des seigneurs de Harcourt, et de Granville. Et quant à ceux qui ont est executes de faked, que punition, exemplaire soit faked des iuges qui ont est authors de telles sentences, mesmes contre le vouloir et intention du roi, et quelles héritiers des defuncts, prenant leurs interests, sur les biens des criminels. Quils aucans duelques ni pourront jamais ester, recherche pour racen des pratiques ou intelligences, quils pourront avoir eves avec princes potentats communautés, ou persons prives étrangers, en à cause des tractés, ou contracts quils pourront avoir fakes, ou passes avec yulques pour racen des choses concernant, lesdix troubles and dependences disulques, dont le roi les entièrement discharges, et leur en bailera touts tres en surettes, qui seront assessed fin nécessaires en. La mailer en plus authentique forme, que faire si pourra. Si serait a sulques de guise apprendre letters d'abolition, pour avoir secrets pratiques, avec les entiennes ennemis de la couronne. Les avoir mis dedans le royaume, pour parvenir à leur damnable, de sang d'usurper le royaume, et au contraire sulques qui en une extrême nécessité, ont recurs à leurs entiennes amis, et confédérés pour sequer si jaug et maintenir le roi, et la couronne méritant touts, sorties de louanges, et de reconnaissance pour leur grande valeur, and pour tant de pertes. Que par le bénéfice de cest paix tous, les dissustits, seront remis and réintégrés en leurs honneurs, and biens pour disulques, jure yulques leurs and fans héritiers successeurs aux ions, cause paisablement, et sans aucun empêchement. Cet article ni peut avoir luci si que est dict si dessus sur l'art3 nest execute. Item puis que sulques qui ont toé de sang Freud Monseigneur le Prince de Condé, et contre la loi de la guerre. Sulques qui ont imprison Monsieur Dandelot, et si trahister qui toé le estamaui, ont est haltus lues, et renumers messieurs leurs enfants, ni puvent ester remis, en leurs honneurs, sin en que punition exemplaire soit, faked de si pernicia hams de leurs complices, and adherens que si de mesmes a disja faked la vengeance dawkins. Comme il a faked si leur memoire nest condamni. Et pour gratifier particulièrement, lesdits princes and sulques de la noblesse, qui auront estats charges and pensions de sadite, malheureux les remectre, en sesdits estats charges et pensions, pour endure ainsi, comme dessus est dit. Cet article ni tend, que divisor les grands d'avic les petits, pour les opprimer, les uns après les autres. Et quant au faked de la religion le roi, leur permettre de demeurer and vivre paisiblement, de dans son royaume, en entière liberté de leur conscience, sans ester recherche en leurs maisons, en y les abstraindre à faire chose, pour le regard de ladite, religion contre leur volonté. Et encore pour plus grande sûreté, sadite ma leur accordera, du vils lescles le est de Bayern leur nomera. De dans lescles ils pourront faire tout, si que bon leur semblera et quils voudront sans ester recherche. Et niet means en chascune distites vils sadite maur un gentilhomme capable, and idden pour avoir loyal, a si quil ni soit faked chose, qui contravient a son autorité, and repose de son royaume et qui manction ung chacan en paix et repose. Ni voulent sadite ma quil eit o rested tout son, royaume aucun minister, ni quil soit, faked otter exercice de religion que de la sienne. Dotant quest est, est le now de la médière il, est aussi captio en touts ses parties. Premièrement, il est couché si à propos quan ni, scavoit reculier sil essentend, seulement des princes, et de la noblesse ou bien généralement de tous. Et on skate comment on cest, servi par ci-devant de tels facens de parler. Secondement, il y a de la contradiction manifeste, en si quil est dict expres. Quil y aura entière liberté de conscience, et niet means quil, ny aura point de ministers en France. Tiercement de l'impossibilité, car quel pute ester la liberté de la conscience, au il ni a point d'exercice de religion. Le cardinal de Lorraine pense, que liberte de conscience et stupidite de conscience soit un. Or la liberte de conscience est en la liberté de la foi qui iesti, en Christ comment, si pute engendre entretenir et augmenter la foi, que par la parole de laquelle estens prives il ni reste aucune liberté. Le cardinal si, trompe en si quil pense, que la liberté jais avoir congé de en aller point à la messe, de en aller point aux pardons et choses semblables, mais la liberte de la conscience ni just point any point faire si qui est mauvais, mais a faire si qui est bon. La verite dict qui oit ma parole et qui la mect en effect est bien hiru. Il sensate donc, que qui ni loit point est, malhiru il ni dit point qui ni va point à la messe. En somme noter libert nest, point composi de negatives, mais fondi sur propositions affirmatives quil fault faire. Item si le cardinal ni pute, comprender quel est cette liberté des chrétiens, comme il ni pute ni lini quiconque soit en si monde s'il en est regender den halt. Au moins pute il bien entendre, que quand nous en avons moyen de contracter marriages, baptiser les enfants, et enterrer nos morts que nous en avons aucune liberté, en nos consciences. Maintenant quil me de si comment, ions en hora les actes de la papauté, nous pouvons faire ces choses, estens prives du ministère de la parole de Dieu, et consequemment de pasteurs légitimes. Mais il semble que nous sommes, comme il est, adhere que la religion ni nous est, que jouet que nous serions contents, que tous le monde vinst en atheisme, comme il est certain que si est, avoit lu avant peu de temps la France serait pleine de païens, et en peu de temps il serait et craindre comme déjà il est de trop. Que si mauvais conseil ni fust dommageable a ceux qui elant, dîner et mesmes a tout lestet en général. Quartment, c'est est un pige pour attraper tous, ceux quan voudre exposer à la merci d'un Jude de village, car jusques en s'estendre cette liberté. Si un homme pricevoir et maintenant a quelques autre heure du jour. En dire quil or faked acti de minister comme en trouver disjet et ses de gens condamnes, voir la mort et executes pour avoir pridia. Si en chantant somme en sa mason, ou en sa baudic, en insir recherche car en dire comme il estate disjet souvent jut que cest, autre exercice que de la religion du roi cest, adhere de sioux, qui sont pres de sa personne qui tautis foi, nen ant point du tout. Si en lit en la Bible o en quelques bon livier si un meister, apprende un enfant a liar de dans un nouveau testament. Si en lie apprend son orison en francois en sir en pain. Brief, a quarter aux hommes une telle liberté de conscience est, autant comme qui osteroid les fers, a un homme et neatmins en lie osteroid ossitus, les moyens de recouvre pain, et vin, et le lacerate en mourir de fame. Finalement quant aux villes qui nomera le est de Bayern. En vera quils nomera o des bicox, o sil nom de bons villes, que si sira, pour pratiquer de les aliéner de la cause, commune saubs lumber de quelques promis. Mais quoi quil yite, comment si pulta quarter quedidons ces villes en fira si quan voudra, et quil yite un gentilhomme qui y command. Il est as a juger que mecter un homme de commandement de dans une place, c'est le voir si devotion tautis foi, et quand cela ni sira point. Quest si que du villes en France quelques grands, et fortes quels, puissant, ester les forces estens une fois rompus et divises. Et mesmes en un si grand royal quel, commodite porient a porter, du villes a ceux qui en serient infiniment, eslaugnes. Mais le but de tout cela est fakes, comme en l'an 1568, et en vous tractera aussi de mesmes. Et quan aux offices de justice finances, en orders inferiors, actenduque depuis la privation, faked disulks, par decrets and ordinances de justice civent, les edicts du roi orders, ont esté pourvus en leurs places, et sont aujourd'hui en exercice disulks. Quel argent qui en est provenu est dispendu, en employ pour soustenir les phrases de la guerre le roi, ni les pute aucunement restituer ni retracter l'exécution de ces edicts pour si, regard actendu mesmes les grands planks, and demands que font ceux du clerc descendict royaume, and otters says subjects catholiques pour avoir réparation du damage par yulks, souffert tant en leurs biens quen la demolition des églises, et masons du patrimoine d'icels par tous. Les endroits descendit, royaume à l'encontre de ceux qui ont faked, les dites demolitions and damages. Osquels ni pour adjustment, disneer de faire droict, and justice a l'encontre de sioux contre lescals, ils voudriant pretender s'il fallait, entre en cognizance de cause, et réparation des dommages souffrits, d'une part and daughter. Il n'y ss jamais vu et ni si peut faire sinon par une tyrannie extrême, si quenus en estimens, paque sama face jamais. Quen France les officiers, en ayant forfait, soyant deposes de leur charge. Si quand les rois l'ont voulu procurer les particuliers ont tausters, en droict gagner leur, cause contre les rois mesmes. Et quant à l'argent dispensé, il y ses de moyens recouvre, argent par la vendition des biens temporals, des ecclésiastiques car puisque nous n'y sommes point authors des troubles. Ains défendeurs en nécessité extrême. Quesioux qui si pouvient bien passer de la guerre, et vivre en paix, en leurs masons. Puis quils ont tant désiré, la guerre quils ni cornient entre chose doivent aussi, en porter la fall incher, comment encore s'ils ni nous font otter racen nous esperance, quadilla nous fiera, et en brief. Quasi il estate question, d'entre en compensation, il si trouvera quenus avons, souffert in finis perts, plus quelles authors des troubles. En quoy quil y et tant de gens et bien muadres par des jugs et officiers massacres, par le pupil depuis la dernière pacification, tant de femmes violis par les gens de guerre, et mesmes des plus remarques qui se le surpassent outpert. En quetouts fois nous esperans quedini lacer pour impuni, quoy quelles vivens en rien ni regardens point aux jugements, quil en adisja fakes sur les plus mauvais d'entrulx, qui si jouent ainsi de son nomde. Ma glorious. Voulant sadate ma pour l'observation, des choses sustates avec tout bon foi, en sincérité leur baileur touts. Leur surettes qui sont en son pouvoir et quils li voudront honestement, en raisonnablement requérir lescals, surettes le roi fira esmalager, en passer par ses courts de parlements, en otters jugs quil appartiendra. Les bons subjects, tels que nous sommes, en ont point accoutumé de demander les formes de surettes, c'est de samada nous les donner bons et assuries. Et puis quil ne est en sa puissance de nous garder, sa foi il nous donnera, s'il li playest, les moyens de nous garantir contre sioux, qui la voudrient enfreinder en notter en droict. Et quant à ces courts de parlements, nous n'y pensons, pas que pendant quels, serons composes de tels gens quels, sont quil nous garde foi, et administer justice vu quils, sont nos parties formels. Vudet intend sadate maqueles dis sustats reciprocement, pour li render la fidèle obeisance quils, li doibvent, ayant ainsi de partir de tout alliance. Confederation, et association quils, ont avec les princes potentats aux communautés étrangères, hors du royaume parlement de touts, intelligences pratiques and associations quils ont de dons, and de hors isolai. Quils ni feront aucuns, assemblées contribution, ni collettes de deniers, sans express permission, du roi déclaré, par ses letters patents. Quant à ces du ar samascate, quenus en avons rien promise quenus en aeons, tenusi quenus ferons encores la paix, estant bien assura. Quentirant en feront sortir hors, sondit royaume de dons ang mois après la conclusion de ladite pacification, par le chemin, qui leur sera prescript par sadate ma sans foul, ni oppression de ses subjects tous étrangers estins à leur service, et conviendront avec you de leur paiement à leurs propres causts and dispens. Et assest fin leur donnera le roi tel permission, quil sera besoing pour intrulx leur les sommes, qui leur seront nécessaires. Cest ar est impossible en tout ses parties, car les étrangers ni puvent en mois si retirer, ils ni puvent en ni doivent sortir par le chemin, qui leur sera prescript, sinon quils violent si précipiter yulx mesmes à leur mort, si quenus ni leur conseilleront jamais, plustos choicerns nous de mourir avec yulx. Et davantage ils sont à ses forts pour si faire voi par au bon leur semblera. Si nous promptens quelles subjects de samani, soyant point faules cest une trap. Car nestant aucunement, en notter puissance de l'accomplir sioux de guise, dirent quenus avons rompu la paix. Il ni nous est, non plus possible de les payer de nos deniers particuliers, car la cruauté de nos ennemis nous, ostatus, les moyens, quenus aviens auparavant et mesmes de dons ang mois, une telle culette ni saporate faire, et quand elle le serrate il nous souvient comment nous fusmes tractes à auxera, et quiest le pais les particuliers, ni voudront contribuer. Si souvenons bien comme ils, ont esté tractes, pour avoir contribué aux troubles précédents, suivant les tres patents de sa main. Les seront aussi les armes et séparant tous leurs autres forces tant de pied que de cheval par mur, and par terre s'y retireront, chacun en leurs maisons, quand bon leur semblera, incontinent après la conclusion de la date, paix pour la aux ils, seront vivre paisiblement. Les surettes de la paix estens bonnes si departent volontairement, des armies, mais ils si ressentent de plus de dix, mille hommes, des leurs, qui ont esté cruellement muudres, aux derniers troubles obeisants à un semblable article quest esti. Partant il est nécessaire que ça m'aille pourvie. Remectrant entre les mains du roi au de sioux quil comectre les villes chasto, and places quils déchenant pour le présent, et en feront sortir, les forces quils, y délaissant semblablement l'artillerie and autres munitions, qui sont en icelles, au pouvoir de sioux coordonnera sadate ma. Et généralement restitueront de bon, foi, a sadate ma au a sioux quil comectre touts, les choses à elle appartenantes qui s'y trouveront encore, en nature soit is villes, and places quils tinent ou autres lu quils, soyant au par mur au par terre. Fake de Angers le jour de février 1570. Ainsi scene Charles Edo de Saubes de l'Aubespine. Quant à ces du ar la paix est en assurie, feront si quils promptrant. Taudis fois l'expérience a monster Orleans, auxerre auton. Valence, Montpellier et autres villes comment s'il ni playest a sama de pourvoir à l'estat de gouverneurs de gens, daughter humor quesiaux quiant est commis au gouvernement des places de puis, les seconds troubles il serait beaucoup plus expedient aux pour habitants des villes, de mourir vailement, à la breche que devoir devant leurs yeux, les horribles méchancetés quils ont vus. Et cuisant tels quenus avons haunt seulement de les nommer. Mardi 1569, 1570, responds to the articles of the Fr. K answer to the queue of Navarre's deputes. Appendix Roman 21. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CXV, number 990. Distribution des gouvernements d'alcunes provinces en France dernièrement, faked par les protestants et premièrement. Le Seigneur de Montbrun General pour le Pays de Dauphine et Provence, Monsieur de S. Ramin General pour le Duc de Nismes, Montpellier, Mand, Viverets, Uses, et le puis avec 600 livres en pension per chascun mois 200 harquebusiers et 3 cornets de cavalerie. Le Vicomte de Paulin pour les Duches d'Albi, Casters, Espal, Carcassonne, Narbonne, Bessiers, Aix et Lotus. Le Est de Serignac Montauban et tout le Pays Bas, Quercy, Agenoi diocèse de Toulouse, Rue, La Neur Marabois Albert. Le Cap, de Guinières pour les diocèses de Palmes Costrans Comages, et tout le Count de Foix. Le Baron d'Ary les Pays de Riccion, Besamaris, Cascagny et Armagnac. Le Vicomte de Pimmel tout, la Sénéchals de Vergny. Le Viscount de Gordon Lawyer, et la Haute Gibry Limousin, et leurs adjacents. Les Saint Lentier, sang aux Estelano et de Montgomery, des affaires qui concerneront la Rochelle lesquia pourviront de choses aux gouvernements des Pays de Guyenne, Poictou, Touraine, Le Maine, Bourgogne, Bretagne, Normandie et autres adjacents. A est en alter ordon par l'Assemblée générale, distits protestants que chascun distinct chefs commanderia en son département quils prendront tous les deniers du roi. Item 2 les revenus des ecclésiastiques codisseront degrés sioux de la religion selon l'exigence des affaires, et les catholiques degrés eau de force, et contranderont le solvable pour insolvable. Distribution de provinces par les protestants. Appendix Roman 22. Itinéraire de Montgomery, en Gascogne. Pendant l'année 1569. 8 juin, quit non-tron, nanti des plaines pouvoirs de la Réunie de Navarre, France protestante. 21 juin, arrive à Casters et y organise l'expédition du Béarn. 27 juillet, part de Casters à midi pour s'y render en Béarn, Mémoires de Jacques Gaches. Letter de Montgomery à Jean d'Albret. 28 juillet, occupe Mazars en Foix et traverse l'Arige Mémoires de J. Gaches. Il franchit l'Arige probablement au pont d'Auterive, puis le Salat. Il était le I à Montbrun. Le tout, ayant passé sans encombre la Garonne au pont de Muramont, Curtult, Blaise de Montluc, p. 544. 2 Août, Pil Saint Gaudens derrière, Huguenots and Bigorre. 5 et 6 Août, Traverse la plaine de Tarbes et Loge Pontac, le 6 au soir, Ibid. Bordenave, Histoire de Béarn, p. 259. 7 Août, Passe la Gavacores Bordenave Loch, sit. 9 Août, Intra Navaranx, letter du 11 Août. 11 Août, Quit Navaranx et arrive sous les mers d'Orthez vers midi, Bordenave, p. 266, letter du 11 Août. 12-14 Août, Assiege Orthez. 15 Août, Scene la capitulation. 16 Août, Occupe la ville, où il a une entrevue avec le comte de Gramont, Bordenave, p. 276. 18-19 Août, Prend Artix et Fate massacrer les frères mineurs du couvent Ibid, p. 280. 22 Août, Fate render des actions de grâce à Pau Ibid, p. 280. 23 Août, Sojourn à Pau, letter à Jean d'Albret. 29 Août, Olran, Malien de Sol. 30 Août, Intran Bigorre par la Vicbil. 31 Août, Traverse Mauberget. 1 September, Essemper de Tarbes et met tout à feu et à Saint-Derrière, Huguenots and Bigorre. 2-4 September, à Tarbes. 5 September, Quit cette ville, letter à Jean d'Albret, pour aller en Chalos, Bordenave, p. 286. 6 September, Occupe et Rancon Marchic, letter. 7 September, Intra Air Suradur, letter. 11 September, A Grenade Suradur, letter. 12-18 September, Capitulation de Saint-Sever, Bordenave, p. 287 et Mont de Marsan vers Montault et Mugron de la Elater, Curtault, p. 553 n2. 19 September, Traverse Amu Ibid. 28 September, Orthez, Curtault, p. 555. Va Navarins, au il ordon l'exécution de Basselin, gouverneur de cette ville. 28 September, Arrive à Salles de Béarn, letter. 16 October, Sojourn à Salles, où il réorganise la justice. 10 October, Ouvre le Synode de l'Escar et part pour la Bigorre. 13 October, Occupe Beplin, Huguenots and Bigorre. 14-17 October, Établit son camp à Lahatol, Ibid. 18 October, Quit Lahatol et se dirige vers Marchic, Ibid. 21 October, Arrive in Agaro, letter, Quil Pil et Brule, Huguenots and Bigorre. 22 October, Traverse O's, comment. 3 November, Occupe Condom, Huguenots and Bigorre, du il écrit aux consuls doc. 3-17 November, Fate des courses dans l'Armagnac, menace et lames, ravage Samatin, Ibid. 17 November, Renter à Condom duplex, du il écrit aux consuls de Bagners, Huguenots and Bigorre. Décembre, Faked sa jonction avec l'armée des princes. Appendix Roman 23. Archives Nationals. K 1515, piece number 23. Proclamation des rebelles de France. De par mes seigneurs, les princes de Navarre et de Condé. Il est très expressement commandé, et enjoint à tous gentilshommes, capitaines, soldats faisant profession de la religion réformée non en relais saubs, les enseignes et compagnies retenus pour la garde et défense des villes tenus, saubs et l'obéissance du royaume districts sieurs princes. Du incontinent et sans délai, si render en leur armée, pour y ester employés, au service de Dieu du roi selon leur degré et qualité. Et si. Sur pain d'ester, tenas pour ennemis de la cause, de Dieu et de la religion. Enjoint aux gouverneurs des villes aux ils seront sans express licence, districts es princes, dicelques faire vider et desloger promptement, defender leur ester belay loges, ni vivres et les soldats disvalisés, et discredés de leurs armes et chevalques. Si ant lesdic sieurs princes estroiquement, defendu et inhibea touts capitaines, soldats et alters estins de la present armée de Brusler, desmelier ny reiner alkens chastolks, masons ni edifices appartenens aux gentilshommes de quelques, religion quils soyant, ni aussi des paysans et pupil estins es burres et villages du plat pays. Et daltant quelles courts de parlement, et alters officiers de la justice et conseil des villes, principalement sioux de la ville de Thalus si sont rendes, par une haine trop cruel et incapable, refracteurs, Voyer directement opposés à la publication et entreteniment de la pacification dernièrement, establi NC royaume. Jusques à faire mourir inhumainement, et ignominieusement le sire rapin, maester de hostel du sire fut prince de Condé. Noster tres cheer et tres aimé oncle et tres honoré, seigneur et pire, contre tout foi et sûreté, public à l'octroyer tant par l'édict de pacification, que par express sauf conduict et passeport, à libellés especialement, par sa majesté aux fins de porter, et faire publier l'édict de la pacification. Alter le cruel mueter contre les lois et devoirs de la guerre commis, en la personne du baron de Castelnau, et alters gentilshommes, capitaines et soldats princes en guerre, durant les troubles. Lesdic seers princes, pour réprimer et faire cesser de leur pouvoir tels inhumanités non aues entre les plus barbares nations de la terre. Et, par le chastement des perturbateurs de la paix et foi publique, parvenir à quelque tranquillité stable entre ceux qui desirent la sûreté et conservation de ceste, estet et couronne de France, ont abandonné en proie, pillage et few touts masons, édifices, bestiales, meubles. Denrays et biens quelsquanques qui s'y trouveront appartenir aux présidents conseillers de l'adict court de parlement de Thalouse, et alters lou, justiciers et administrateurs et généralement officiers de l'adict ville, papistes ou atastes. Et pour cest effect permis aux capitaines, soldats et alters quelsquanques, estins en cest armés user de tous, lesdics acts de hostilité à l'endroit des dissustics. Defendant très expressement, mesfer en alcune facin, Ains conserver de tout leur pouvoir les masons, et biens appartenants, à ceux qui font profession de la religion réformée, de quelle qualité ou condition qu'ils soient. Et, afin que nul n'y puisse ignorer lesdics défenses et provision, ensemble les causes et occasions d'icel, ont valu ces présents ester créés à cry public tant en la ville de Montauban, que en la présente armée. Faked à Montauban, au mois de janvier 1570. Appendix Roman 24. Archives Nationals. K 1515, piece number 68. Lo quasi dixo depart de los principes de Bern, y condi a Bayern. Dicho y pronunciado a los de Marco. A tres horas después de mediodia. Delant de mas los principes y almirante, gentilchambers y cabgas del exercito de los, dichos seners principes. Mos de la case ha dicho a mos de Bayern, que tenía mandamiento de todos los seners y gentilchambers del exercito para desarl. Que como ellos loan, infinitamente a Dios por la gracia que ha hecho, al rey de la tocar al coracan, y inclinarl, a la paz tan necesaria. Y si daban muy humildes gracias a su majestad de la buena voluntad, que tenía de les estender sus bracox, y abracalos como buenos y fieles subditos, mas. Pork estiman y creen que la privación de los exercicios de la religión es para ellos, mas durumwert, que ninguna que si les pudis dar. Supplican my humilmente a su majestad les otorg un medio conquaquieten sus consciences para con Dios. Al cual si mostras en deslils, su majestad no podría esperar que a los le fusen my feels. Por quien no es fiel a acute Dios no lo pude ser a acute los hombres. Que no es libertad de conciencia, estar sin palabra de Dios. Sino una insoportable servidumbre. Que si hubieran consentido de vivir, en esta licencia lamendola libertad de conciencia. Su majestad con razón, debería tomar resolución de no si fire llamas de los y de no los tener llamas, en estima de hombres de bien. Que Dios dies que sobre nosotros ha enviado la muerte. Es a saber que, sin muertes nos, vienen más, acunta que elixarnos voluntariamente, del derecho camino de la vida eterna. En lo demás dies que ellos habían, con my grand displeasure suyo, sido forcados, por muchas cosas de emplear sus vidas, por defender a los que habían sido sus defensores. Cosa que no les debía ser imputada mal, ni delante de Dios, ni delante de los hombres, sino solo a aquellos que contra justicia, y contra las leyes han siempre oprimido sus consciências, y sus honras y sus vidas. Al present, desirian por cuanto su deber les obliga, podelos emplear en el servicio de su majestad y cumplimiento de su estado. En prejuicio de aquellos, que si rean de sus miserias communes, y esperaban de lo provecho. Por el particular de mas de Bayern, el dice que todos senchen una grande obligación para con él. por la buena intención que mostrava alicer sentimiento del reposo publico. Que si fuesen su mano de la poder mostrar cuanto lo estimaban, Elviria en lo que tenían y estimaban aquellos que, como él, no dependían de alguna particularidad, más de la sola voluntad del rey y de la consideración de la utilidad pública. Que el rey no podía hacer election de senar de su corte más agradable a toda la compañía, ni más propia para la execución divina en tan sancta empresa. En la cual regava a Dios la legas, a efecto de manera que ellos viesen presto un buen fin, que fus a gloria de Dios y contentamiento de su majestad, y reposo de sus consciências, y alegria de todos sus subditos. Finalmente le dixo, que ellos quedaban persuadidos que, como él había valorosamente aventurado, su vida en campana por les hacer mucho mal sin razón. Agora con razón el emplearía sus oficios y buenos medios, para les procurar el bien que deseaban, sin el cual podían menos pasar que sin el pan que comían ordinariamente. A la cual mos de Bayern respondió lo más sabia y graciosamente que fu possible, dando siempre seguindad del deseo que su majestad tenía de hacer paz. Y representándoles el alegría que tenía de representar a su majestad las buenas razones que les había oído. Y hacer el testimonio del buen proposito, en que todos en general y en particular estaban de querer dar a su majestad la obediencia que le era debida. Y que era solo el medio por el cual podía su majestad ser vencido. En fin el uso de honestos agradecimientos, y así mismo dio seguridad de emplear sus buenos oficios en un negocio que él creía había de causar tanta utilidad al rey y a sus subditos. Appendix XXV. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume XVI, Number 693, J. Card de la Reine. Quana la pax decessum est rei in festa, qui nous facta spur bien. Et si reassemblant assest, huratant de grands, personages mesmes messieurs de conseil de Paris. Chacan y fira and dirasun opinion et ora parler le roi any chacan en pora dire a cure ouverts. Les offers quelur oront est factes, sestuant les villes de la Rochelle Sansera, and montaben usque ad biennium ut civitates, refugii sans tenir offices, and y benefices. Et queles halts justiciers and plains fiefs de Hobart and Normandy, ni serient impeches and y rechurches facent dedens lures masons, and sulks pressant, tantum tautsi, que bon lure semble reant, en lure religion alibi nusquam idec ills, ont demand temps de deliberer, and feront responds dedans 6 septmans. See Chateaubriand C. Eage, May 1570. Enclosed in a letter by Sir Henry Norris to Sir William Cecil from Paris, May 24, 1570. Appendix XXVI. Archives Nationals. K. 1515, piece number 118. Copia de Carta del Nuncio a su Majestad. De Madrid al Escurial, a 26 de Junio 1570. Para escribir a Francia, como si hizo, lo de Mos de Fox. Copia de una lettera, chi il nuncio scrisa sm cat. Mi grave deludo assai intender chi vm cat senta qualch in disposition di stomaco, il chi deve ser residuo de la incomodità del camino. Il signor Dio la mantenga sana lungament, con ogni contento et felicita. Per la ultime letter d'Italia Chio, trovi in Madrid, quali sono di 17 de maggio, ss mi avisa de haver intiso, chi la regina di Francia, sta in animo di far cancelliere di quel regno di Francia mons di fois, hora imbasciator in Venetia. Et perche questo homo, olter l'esser indiciato, grandement nel santo affidio de la Inquisition di Roma, e parent e dependent de quella, buona donna chiamata la regina di Navarra, et grave persona superba, inquieta di spirito, amica di navita et discordia. Et di pusitine officio de sua santità per non haver consentito egli vadi a Roma, et credo il medesimo je convi. Por una cosa simili di non haverlo excitato in Spagna. Quest cause dico, et alter chi sua sentita considera, glide gran sospetto chi, si questo homo fos posto in tail administration, la quale più infinitament in quel regno, cum nel cancellier passato esse veduto per esperientia, non cercerb altro chi di unire la volontà de quest du don, et non solo, favorendo la part Huguenota, travagliare la cause di Francia, per troppo travagliate, ma ancora quel de li circin vicini. Maxime Nelli Stati Ecclesiastici, et DVM Cat. Non solo per vendetta della officia, et per l'odio chi e l'uno, et l'altro verisimilmente porta, ma ancora per la propria inclination sua. And sua beatitudine, facendo sopracio quello ci più per la sua part desidera ini prega vm a voler similmente cercare ogni via di impedir tale election. Et quando non si passi altro, si digni scrivere l'imbeciator, et vedendo passare innanti tal cosa, si unisca con il nuntio. Et insim si lacino, intendir appartement, dalla regina ci sua beatitudine, et sm cat haverano per malsia cella, dia uno orficio di tanta importancia, in mano di persona tal il chi non deve faire. Si ella desidera di esser tenuta fortress della fide cattolica desiderosa della grandezza, et quiet del re suo figlio, lo et della unione, e beni della cristianità. Sua santità chi, con questo rimdio si passi, avvera quello inconvenient, perech la regina prefata mostra pur di haver qualche consideration, in simili idioni di non far cosa ci passi, con regiani, dispiacere sua santità et avm. Et perchetta una part questo negodio ricerca presta provision, et de l'altra non grava nisto chi in questo tempo io dia perturbation, avm con la mia presenza. Ho voluto comunicarla con il cardinale. Et scriver a vm cat la present, supplicandola humilmente si digni farmi, der quella grata risposta ci comandare cia, scriva a sua beatitudine sopra questa materia. Et, basando reverentemente la regali mani a vm, prego ns. Dio la conservi longamente felice. Di Madrid, Lee 26 di Giugno 1570. Appendix Roman 27. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CXV, Number 937. Monseigneur, J.A. reçu une lettre quil vous a plu m'escrire pour réponse à ce que vous avoir escrit par Monsieur de Saragosse. I cognu que penses, que j'y fasses encore, au lieu dont vous avoir escrit. Si jus pense que ma présent y just est requise j just differe, tant quil vous just plus le me faire entendre. Mais il vous estoit fort, et a penser que si l'on prenoit gaust par, de ca cette négociation el serait adressé à Monsieur le Cardinal de Chastelain, ou à l'ambassadeur du Roi. On serait envoy quelqu'un des franques favoris. Quando moi ina pretendu incest affaire quelle service du Roi et de la couronne de France, et si les affaires succedient comme j'y voyun tel espoirance, et assurance s'il estoit poursuivi diligemment. Le contentement que j'y desire nimi pourrait fure. Il est vrai que j'y serais, fort mary si jamais j, wa dire, que par faute de diligence cest affaire, fust demer imparfect. Aussi serait si damage public alter le particulier du prince, auquel les premiers fruits en appartenant. Monsieur une lettre, que j'ai reçu de Mons de Saragosse, me faked, entren soupçon et cranked que en attendant intradu persons qui nisi sont jamais vus, qui ostera prenner le bonnet, il nisi met quelqu'un intradu qui face perder à l'occasion de contracter une grande amity, en fort utile et la France. La quelle estant perdu sensiviret le dommage, et le regret mais en vain. G suis bien assura que l'archiduc d'Autriche ni s'endormira, pas ni lasera perder à l'occasion, qui si présente à une assemblée des estates, qui si vont tenir voir les préviendre s'il pult ni perdre pas une hira. Que pendant quil voit que la reine est en défiance et doubt pour les affaires de la reine d'Escosse, et des difference quelle avec le roi d'Espagne, et quils, voyant que l'empereur, avant en poupe et quil faked, des marriages tels quil scavret sauhater. Il ni si serve de allocation, en faveur du temps, et pendant que les amis simules pastrant la junus animus, et la rempliant de grand espoirance. Li promptant par adventure des plus grands choses, combien quels ni soyant pas icis a trouver. Et pour moigini l'escape pas ils prendront cest, advantage sur la part et renforceront leur grandeur de la puissance, et faveur d'un royaume qui n'est point petty. Et vous os bien dire, quil y de la part de su en qui just, la résolution de cette affaire, une grande inclination, et une grande consideration de long service de cest, ancien serviteur, et de la subjection, et humiliation quil a monstri de la quelle vous scaves, quelle sexy delect. Aussi est si leur facin de rigner la quelle touts violent exercer, tant plus les roins. Il n'y fault penser, quelles difficultés pour la religion puissante engendre quelques difficultés, aux capitulations, qui facent plus de retardement. Car gisque par la bouche de la dame, et aussi par ce qui ont su tout cest négociation passé, Et par un qui y est employ qui ni parle pour meter le beau divers el nestant de ses subjects mais étranger, que la charte blanche lia est donnée. Et cest content el archiduc pour le fait de la religion de si pieux, que cela si doibt estimer pour rien. Davantage la consideration de l'âge qui est, plus vivil et more don un beau lustre aux persuasions, et judement de ceux qui tendent de si coster là. Avec ses advantages du long service, et age convenable. G cranes que ceux qui tenant la partie contraire, ni persuadant avec apparence, à cause du trop long silence au Freud poursuit. Quil y du contemnement, au de la froideur, en su de la France estant chose, proper au sexe de faire plus de choses participit, que par amour est, a craindre quel la fraudeur de cest part, ni soit cause de l'échaffer et faire haster plus quel ni ferit si nestoit, pour si faire regretter, après a loisir par sioux, qui si serient pour des trop freud. En son endroit. L'article de la lettre du gentilhomme qui vous porte ma lettre, qui me fait craindre qu'en voulant tracter de la part de la France, avec fort grand respect et par adventure prendre el honneur divers nous à l'affaire nen sirapire, est quil dict, que si l'on estoit, assura par de cata la bonne volante de sude de la mur, en y pourrait entendre si qui me semble estrange de vouloir qu'une ville si rende, avant quel soit sami. Il me semble que c'est beaucoup quel parlement, sans avoir our parler le canon. Et nest par peu de chose questant sa principale défense de la différence de l'âge, et de l'inconstance de la jeunesse, et la crainte d'estradici à quelques années. Puimes et mespreci et en danger de voir de ses yulks eimer daughters. L'on lie a fake abandoner cest, conter escarpe, et le corridor telment, que l'on pult voir au pied de la murale, que j'y vous, assure nest point vue de flans. Des particularités et moyens, que l'on attenu en ses, approaches jusques la gen I dice quelques chose, a si gentilhomme qui est fort affection, et cest affaire, en faveur du bien de la France. Et d'abondant en haine de la grandeur qui si voit préparer, et la maison d'autrich si elle est sympatronise de si royaume. Telment quil nest a craindre si non quella tradiuit, ni don loisir a su qui de long temps, ont faked de sang de si saisir de si pais de venner, about de leur intentions, lesquels sont fort favorablement reçus. Et croy quils jouiront en bref, si leurs, conseils ni sont troubles par une diusion, en par obect nouveau plus desirable que celle, qui si présente si qui me semble ester indubitablement. En la jeunesse d'un prince qui a la réputation de voir le sens more devant, lessons et aussi courage et d'aussi grand espoirance, que prince ni soit ni de l'âge des hommes. Monsieur vous scaves trop bien, combien la maison d'autrich serait, agrandi sur la maison de France, si elle estoit renforcée de si royaume. Et ny a point de doubt quel ni, donest pour tausters, par si après la loi et la France, et est chose sur quel contrandroit le roi a romper la paix quil a donné à ses subjects. Davantage si par si marriage nest don satisfaction, au grand cœur de mons frere du roi pour l'occuper. Et li donner matière de faire plus. Grands desseins, il n'y fault point doubter quatus, ceux qui prenant la couleur et prétexte de la religion pour advancer les moyens de la division, et reine de la France afin d'agrandir la maison d'autrich, ni proposant à Monsieur Duc, d'anju quelques marriages qui siro dispense de la couronne de France, si la bonne nature, et amity denterles. Ni resist à leur malicia desseins. Mais il ni sens scorit proposer, du quel si doive espoirer plus de grandeur. Non seulement a lie mais a tout la maison de France, en gagnant le dessus sur la maison d'Autriche. La quelle viot sabs couverture, and du sur du marriage du roi faire avaler cest curie and gainer en royaume sans, si quil li soit don empêchement. Et ni fault point doubter que si le marriage de l'archiduc, si faked quil ni soit en peu de temps milks abe quena est le roi Philippe, et si moyennant le danger de la religion, et leur sira aise de nous, donner la loi au pour le mains de nous faire, redoubler la reine de la France par division, et guerre civile. Au contraire si bien est, reçu pour nos princes il y aura bien de quoi, render la peril, à ceux qui ont dress tous leurs, conseils à procurer que la France si reinest par une guerre civile voyons, que par guerres ouvertes, jamais ils, en orient pu parunir à leur intention. Pour amour du mal quils ont faked mons, pour it eastment, avec forces du roi faveur d'Angleterre, et moyens du prince d'Orange, avoir la confiscation de la Flandre par droit de fidelite, pour felony commise. Et aussi la maison d'Autriche, qui si bastit l'empire héréditaire, et la monarchie si trouveroit, en un instant du frères, rois aussi puissants l'un que l'autre pour contrepoids de son ambition lignes, avec les princes protestants de l'Allemagne, et orient lest du frères plus depart, en l'empire quesu qui si violent attribuer par la reine des anciens masons de la Germanie comme de la maison de Saxe, et des princes palatins, qui sont amateurs de la couronne de France. Le partage de Monsieur d'Alençon serait à trouver en la Duche de Milan avec la four de l'Allemagne. Des soises aussi, et des princes italiens devotés de la France, et si besoin estoit pour le recouvrement du royaume de Naples, la fève du Turc si trouveroit par après en apropos. Mons il me semble que cela est si apparent, et si facile à persuader que puis que vous, en horas une fois ouvert la bouche il, en y faudra plus otter solliciter que le roi mesmes, qui pult voir par si moyen son royaume li demeurer, un y ses frères partages. Sa force tellet si grand quil ni pour estre offense, en y command par menaces qui contrignant faire, la guerre ses subex pour complaire ceux qui sont envieux de sa grandeur, et enant pu trouver moyen de la diminuer que par el mesmes. Lor si pourrait faire une leg parfaite entre nos princes, en les protestants de la Germanie en les Suisses. De cest facin un grand plaisir viendrait et la roine de voir tous, ses enfants rois. Lors l'Église gallicaine pourrait s'exempter, des erreurs de l'Église, ramen comme elle affecte plusieurs fois le temps passe. Lors si pourrait faire un concile général, auquel les erreurs, introduits par l'ambition, et adveres de l'Église ramen ni, serient favorises, et confirmes par pratiques et corruptions. Et en la France et l'Allemagne, et l'Angleterre est introduroyant, une ordre et police de religion, et unite de doctrine quatouts, les autres provinces de la Christian serient contraintes d'embresser et finiroyant les différences des subex, avec leurs princes desquels s'athen si cert pour la destruction de la Christinte, et pour donner loisir, au Turc d'usurper pendant, que les princes Christians, s'amacent à défendre les superstitions, du pape et maintenir sa grande. Monseigneur G. me recommande tremblement, à votre bonne grâce et vous supplie de rechef, me departir de votre favor et conseil touchant comment, G. me doibs gouverneur et escripper allures ma onan, mons, G. pridie vous donner trechirus et tres longue vie. De la Fertzi, jour d'octobre 1570. Octobre 1570, the Vidame of Chartres to the Marshal Montmorency. Appendix Roman 28. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume CXVI, No. 1174. Mons J.S. Tresses devoir entendu tant par la lettre, que mois escript du exit du pass. Que parlis depuis present pour tour le désir, qui vous avez de voir bien tost, effectuer sequia est, mis en avant pour estrander une bonne and firm alliance. Entre ces du royaumes, ayant par votre prudence and long experience de l'estet, and curs des affaires. Passes and presens trespian cognu, combien cella serait en si temps. Non seulement convenable mais aussi nécessaire, pour la bien surette and grandeur de l'un and de l'autre. A quoi de ma part genie faudrait de tenir la main de tout mon, pouvoir et de my employer sincèrement. De cure and d'affection vous priant assest cosmons, que désormais avec une bonne intelligence and correspondence. Que pour cest, affect nous orans ensemble nous mections, pain de vaincre les difficultés, and romper les obstacles. Que aucuns y mectant tous les jours, artificiusement, de sorte que plus dost, avec votre bon aide, nous y puissiens voir liru suites, que nous desirons. Qui tourne avec occasion, de raisonnable tentement d'une part and daughter, au repos agnon and grandeur de ces du courants, et la confusion de ceux qui s'efforcent d'y empêcher un si bon uver si que massurant, que vous voudrez faire et kemener en si faked avec votre integrit accoutumé, genie mestendre plus avant en si propos. Si nest, pour vous prior de croire said. Pour tour, de si quil vous dire de ma part, comme moi mesmes qui sers me recommanderen, tres effectuous a votre bon es priant de vous donner mons, en parfaite, sant bon, and long vie. De Galen le Roman 25 jour de May 1571. Votre obeisant et parfaite Amy Montmorency. Amons Mons de Burghley, May 1571 Montmorency to my L. Appendix Roman 29. State Papers Domestic. Addenda Elizabeth, Volume Roman 21, Number 58. Goodham Hoggins. We also hear of a great liege made W. France W. wise thou that thereby the French pretendeth some further fetch to serve their turn. God of his goodness keep the noble ill of England to live W. out givinge o'er much credit to foreign friendship. Here wise gret preparation as ever I saw for W in this Roman 20 days, there will be X,000 horsemen and 50,000 footmen, likewise by C80. Sale of men of war. Don Jahan de Austria, wise come W his Gauls to Geneva, and the Venetians goith outward against the Turk who hath augmented their forces. The Duke of Savoy armeth for the King 8,000 fotamen, and as it wise said, cometh himself in parson. Flushinge saluted the Duke de Medina, selly very vile at his comminge, and burnt eage ships of marchantes only, by tresson of a Flushinge verlet, that came out of Spain W them, and took upon him to lead them into the port of Sluice. And set then on Grand himself went his way, yet the day, after the wind bange, very good the rest of the Duke's army housted VP sail. And in despite of the town of Flushinge, passed to the Rainikins W out hurt, more than one goner slain. The Portingal flight of this contry, like false traders, strock anchor, before Flushinge, W wise lick that many thereby are undone. The Genzies talk off the eage shipes that were bornet XXVJ. Spaniards, and in the town honge them. Likewise the Spaniards about Roman 15. Days past took XXX French horsemen comminge to Mons Amonge W as it wise said, the son of Monsieur Montgomery, was one who offered for his ransom 5,000 crowns. He and the rest his companions were hanged at Flyford VJ. Days passed, so that here wise no favor, but hangage on both sides. Our countrymen and women, as my lade of Northumberland lieth at Macklinge, and so doth M. Dacres, were not days past of my Elseaton's sons were lick to have bine slain in the tumult W standeth, yet, but in a maimringe yet know they begin to come choler, and to obby the magistrates. The poor Earl of Westmoreland lieth at Loving, and so doth my lade Hungerford my old knit and others. Though I be gone, write I pray you to me, and send yo letters to my L to Brudgies, and in so doinge I will writ to you weckeli from the camp of our occurrence. In hast write in this present Tuesday the Xvig of Eun at Brudgies, 1572. Yo lovinge friend Thomas Parker. To his loving friend M. Robert Hoggins at M. Edmund Hoggins his house in Milk Street give thus, at London. Euni 1572, M. Though Parker to M. Hoggins from Bruges. Appendix XXX. Bibliothèque de l'Institut, Collection Godfrey. Volume 256, Faux. 71, Recto, number 39 du Catalogue. Au Roy, Monseigneur et Frere. Monseigneur, de Roman 19 Janvier 1573. Monseigneur, par la dépêche que je vous fis hire, je vous ai adverti quel est de Bayern emavoit escript que. Quantouts les campagnes de gens de Pide, Francoises don't nous avons faked estat, serient la après avoir demuré dix ou 12 jours aux tranchées. Il nn scorit rester plus halt de 6,000 hommes, et quil estoit nécessaire d'en avoir plus grand nombre. Sur quoi j'avois advisé d'envier divers mons à l'amiral pour avoir 40 insanes de celles, qui sont opers de lie. Et estant presentement, venu divers moiles de boli rusé, quel est de Bayern emad de péché express, tant pour aucunes particularités que j'ai donné charge au estelancan, que j'ai envoyé divers vous dire, que pour advertir, encore quelles forces y soyant si petites quelles sont. Quils estant nienmines, did vis que geni les espada amacaminer au camp. Si que j'ai résolu de faire et de partir de main de silu, pour mn aller a chateleralt et de la poectiers. Et cependant g renvoy ledict rusé divers, ledict est de Bayern pour mi revenir trouver en camin, et mi rapporter au vrai si que sera survenu de puis. Et I dépêché incontinent un courier divers ledict es amiral. Pour faire partir tout aussitost lesdix 40 insanes, aussi quil mi pour envier, et quil les face embarquer à Moisec, du els pulvent venir par eau, jusques à la Rochelle, li iant mende les luparo els orant a passer, et par mesmes moyen audict es admiral, et de Montferrand de pourvoir quil y 8 des battaux et estaps des vivres. Et nivioi aucune chose qui puisse apporter retardement à vostre service, que de en avoir les deniers, pour pouvoir faire monstre amon ou réveil au camp, principalement aux gens de Pide. Dotant quil est de craindre que en estens point payes et es assurans, que j'y faire porter argent avec moi, que me j'y élevois promise à celles de vostre garde, et du capitaine gads. Ils si dispendent et que le nombre que j'y amatens, y ester en I soit point. J'y vous supply très humblement, Monseigneur, De commander que elan regard de searcher tous les moyens, don't elan, si pour advisor pour amenvier les trois sens mille livres, que devoir avoir avant mon partement de la courte. Au demurant, monseigneur, j'ai reçu la lettre qu'il vous a plu m'escripir du Roman 13 de Simois, et vu par le contenu d'icelle, comme vous avez résolu du points. Le premier, de la suppression de tous offices qui vaqueront, pour cognoister la grande charge que cela apporte à vous et à vos subjects, pour les gages qu'il leur faut payer. Et à l'autre, que vous avez commandé qu'il n'y soit dépêché, si après aucun office, au bénéfice dont il vous sera belé mémoire ou placet, que trois mois après que vous verrez les rules, qui en seront fakes, pour les departir à sioux qui font service, principalement en si camp opers de moi. Si que genie faudrait leur faire entendre, souvent si qu'il vous plaist me mander. J'ai aussi vu le mémoire que vous esté belé de si que l'on vous propose pour la conquête, que vous pouvez faire à elindi avec peu de dispense, laquelle genie puis trouver que très bon, lorsque vous serez en paix, et que vos affaires le pourront permettre. Y estens les richesses et commodités portées par l'édict mémoire. Vous scaves combien tels entreprises et conquests ont apporté de profit au few empereur et roi catholique. Pour le grand nombre d'orquilitaire et tire ordinairement du peru telment que, sans cela, il en used eu moyen d'entretenir et soldier les armées et forces qu'il entretenus jusqu'à présent, qui me faked vous conseiller, saubs voster malheur advis, de ni laisser point perder cette occasion. Quand vous cognoistres quel pourra ester missi execution. Presentement, j'ai eu nouvelles, quelles Paul Emile étant faked que sioux de la Rochelle, que le détenant prisonnier elant mis à rankin pour 1000 escres, dont aucuns de ses amis ont respondu pour lie. Laquelle somme il en a aucun moyen de fournir, CCNS de vostre libéralité, grâce et spécial favor, laquelle je vous supplie vouloir estender en lie pour cest effect. Et lie faire paroister, la souvenance que vous avez tausters, eu de sioux qui vous font service. Aussi, monseigneur, j'ai esté adverti que el est de vice-nechal de la halte, et basse marque, qui est is terres de mon appanage, est à présent vacant par mort, la disposition et provision duquel ninmoins vous appartient. À cette cause, je vous supplie encore le vouloir accorder aux sirs de Villequier, pour lesquels je vous en fakes request, et commander que la dépêche et provisions soit faked en leur favor au nom de tel personnage suffisant et capable quils nomeront et non autrement. Sur si je suppliere le créateur vous donner. Monseigneur, en très bonne santé, très long et très heureuse vie. Escript à la Guerche, le Roman 19 jours de janvier 1573. Vostre très humble et très obeisant frere et subget. Henry. Appendix Roman 31. State Papers Foreign. Elizabeth, Volume XXVI No. 419. Mons le Comte J.A. est bien est entendre par le est es ihan vater frere la bon volent, en laquelle il vous trouve de vous contenir d'ausement, par de là, et sans entreprendre au favoriser aucune chose, qui soit contre le bien de mon service. Qui est si que je desire de vous. Et me semble que ni scories milks faire pour vater han and advantage. Ayant pour cest, cause advise vous envier les de chastoneuf, present pour tour expres pour vous dire, and assure que vous comportant digi vous faire conserver, and tout si qui vous touchera il vous maintiendrai ainsi, que mes otters bonds and loyal subjects, comme vous entenderez plus particulièrement dud. Est de chastoneuf sur lequel me remectant du surplus don't je vous prie le croire. Je prere diamants le compte vous, avoir en sa es and dean garde. Escript à Paris, le Roman 9 Joe de Furier, 1573. Charles Pinart. Mons le Comte, J.A. faked disgager vater vaisel de toisens escas. Et I command au tresser de mon échiquer la garde, pour vous faire render comedie lie I ordon. Mons le Comte de Montgomery, February 1572, sic, Fr., king to the Count Montgomery by Chasteauneuf.